staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up?
I just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it. I mean it, need it. Need the kind of love you give. I mean it, need it. I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Think about my body like the ocean. I know that the deeper that we go, the more I open. Emotional motion, on the roller coaster. Round and round we go till we find the resolution. Some people need diamonds, some people need gold. I'm not materialistic, I just need your love. I don't wanna wait to figure out if you're the one. While you're on my mind, I think I'll call, I got a question. Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Someone who gon' love my body. Tell me, are you that somebody? 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 Baby, love me, 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 love me.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet.
Welcome on in, everyone, to another episode of The Last Hit, the last episode of the spring regular season here in 2022. I am joined by Lyric, my constant co-host, and yet again, we have Dagda right back here for the final episode. Fellas, how are you doing?
Man, Dagda's here. That means it's a great week. Ox was here last week. That was also a great week. So every week is awesome. We should just have a 3-man episode. Dagda, Ox, Lyric.
Hey, mega episode coming soon. Dagda, checking in on you. We just got done casting the series tonight. How you feeling?
I'm good. The voice is taking a little bit of a strain because I've been doing the last 4 days in a row. So if I'm a little bit quiet or you hear me hit puberty halfway through this show, you'll understand why.
I can't wait. Make sure to call them out. Make sure to take all the clips. But we are here on the 11th of March during the games of week number 8, day number 5. And we're going to be just getting straight into it. Today is a special day, fellas. Today is a very, very special day, as it is an awards episode. Got to give away some LPL talent awards to give out for some players of the LPL themselves. But before we get to all the fun, all the glitz and glamour, the red carpet, all the wonders, we got to talk a little bit about the LPL, because this will be the last episode before we go into the playoffs. Tonight, JDG have locked in the 4th playoff berth for the LPL Spring Split, and in dominant fashion over TT.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad to see JDG coming back. I said on the broadcast today, and I think Munch, I had this conversation with Munch. I don't know if you feel the same way, Lyric. Like, JDG kind of have a little bit of a special place in my heart because they were the champions the first split we joined LPL. So you're always kind of like, come on, guys, like, you're the team. You're the ones.
Nostalgia factor too strong, man.
To see them kind of coming back together and really looking good in like how they have a kind of set identity. They're getting to play around Kanavi a little bit more with where he wants to go for these invades. And even when you see them fall behind, they're still just really good at finding these moments to like reset, get that little bit of a tempo advantage for themselves and take over the map once more. So it's kind of nice to see these guys coming back on top. It just feels like so long since we've seen it.
I feel like JDG has a special place in my heart, not only for like being the champions when we first started casting, but it's like too. I remember when we first came in, they by far had the best English social media manager like ever. Like
whoever they
like,
were
I don't know if they still have that person. Yeah, they were awesome. Would always interact with like all of us, everyone, the Western teams.
I mean, just genuinely hilarious.
The fact that yeah, they were memeing left and right. It was great. But the fact that no one believed in JDG the split, another thing that's just like, man, that's super cool that succeeded. And I'm always going to be a fan of 369, the way he plays, his champion pool, his lack of care for his lane, his surround, everything. And heck, I mean, you guys, Rob even pointed out in cast today of like, if this was 369 on top esports, he wouldn't be going for like crazy team plays and things like this, but he's doing well. Heck, he was 0-5 on Graves. Still had a bounty, still won, still doing his thing.
That was so
Still,
silly.
man. Still taking 2v1s every single fight, pretty much. Like, no big deal in any aspect of that one. It is really, again, that nostalgia factor and seeing JDG come back and seeing, like, what we know JDG is good for in the past, seeing that kind of rear its face here in the later parts of the season itself. But I want to take a look at the rest of the standings because we do have, unfortunately, two teams, not people, knocked out of the playoff contention. TT and WE are officially eliminated, but on the other side, we do still have V5, RNG, and Weibo Gaming all coming up clutch, and that's our 4 top playoff spots.
Look, first, I'm just going to start off and say, for WE, maybe a little bit of karma, because you look back, 2021 summer, they bring in this great player who is just coming off by being the best player by far on a terrible team called V5. I think they finished 12th in 2021
Is this
spring.
the ode?
And you know what? They brought in Mole. Mole was kind of bad, but the whole team was bad. I watch those VODs a lot. And you know what? This is what happens, WE.
Sorry, why do you regularly go back and watch V5 VODs from did you just out yourself?
It's what puts him to sleep, Dagda, all right? It's what puts him to sleep.
You know, sometimes I go all the way back to 2019
no.
and relive the good old days between Mole swapping between mid and top. 2020 spring as well, Mole swapping between every role. Ooh, those do it for me as well.
Jeez. All right. Well, you get a little bit of insight to the brain of one of the biggest brain color casters in the LPL. one of 3. We also have the fact that, having that 9 mark for teams be that threshold for playoffs. We have a lot of teams that are right on the cusp of that, especially, you're still looking at EDGs particularly. LNG still needs to finish it off. BLG still needs to finish it off. It's a lot coming for all these teams, and a lot still left to go, at least in the first little
I'm
bit.
not convinced by EDG. I'm just putting it out there. I think they had an easy run, and now I'm looking at it's like, you're sitting on 8. They just lost anyone's legend. They have BLG, LNG, and Rare Adams still to play. I'm like, do you hit 9? Like, genuinely? Like, I'm not convinced that they do.
Oh, man.
I think luckily for them that I'm sure the number's going to round out to being 8.
Yeah.
Heck, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe even 7, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if OMG FPX, like, they get that 1 win and then they lose their other series. So, but I'm with you. EDG it's even still so weird because I guess we'll get into this, like, later on in the episode, but, like, Viper's still so good.
Yeah.
Viper is still, potentially top 80 carry of the league.
Yeah.
I think Mako's still fine. Like, it's just so weird. I do think their top side is tragic right now. Flandre especially has not looked good all split long. I think JJ's been struggling. And I think the weirdest thing about EDG is their team fighting has just been so bad. And I know listening to like other casts coming from you guys that like things like the line and their team fighting from Worlds and all this stuff has been referenced so much. And we haven't seen that literally at all.
I actually have a theory with this. I think, because when you think back to like 2020, the time that EDG were most successful was, Mako and Engage supports, and Mako kind of being that Engage tool. Other times you would see it be Flandre, who was that big Engage tool. Now the compositions that we see oftentimes come through from EDG have JJ as the main Engage tool. And I think that's the thing that's breaking it. I just don't think JJ has the same mind as, Mako does when it comes to how well he can set up these engages. Because there's a lot of times when I'm casting EDG, I just see JJ just full send it. He's just like, hey, I'm flying myself in, especially in things like the Heck Room. And then you kind of look back and you're like, well, Viper is still like 5 to 6 seconds behind you and can't actually get into this fight. So JJ ends up dying, EDG trying to rectify it, and they're just not able to. So I think part of that is kind of the way that they've set up their engages to begin with. But yeah, even then, like there was that clip against V5, game 1 against V5, where I'm watching Flandre in Meganar form for a solid 6-7 seconds. Oh no, sorry, not Meganar, Kennen, who has literally the Maelstrom ready. He's just pulling the trigger. He's maybe 3 feet away from 3 of the big carries on V5 and doesn't pull it. I'm just like, why are we not?
Stands there.
It's a 5v4.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense
as well.
I don't know why he's not using it. So yeah, it just feels like the communication's been really weird. Decision making's been really weird, and I just don't know. I don't know where they're slotting into.
I do also want to highlight the fact that they have lost a significant amount of their coaching staff, right? Kenju went over to RNG, and I know Kenju's someone that like people talk very highly of, players. Nelson used to work with him back on like LNG, was longtime coach of LNG and Snake. Corgi, another coach on EDG, someone I actually worked with. I have a ton of respect for, probably, best coach, if one of the best coaches I've ever worked with, like by far. This guy is so smart about the game, very social, like interacts with people well. He's moved over to PSG, so I don't know if like losing these key staff members maybe a part of it as well, because right, that can
absolutely
shake things up. That could shake things up if the workflow has been different, but yeah, I don't know. EDG are just. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still not counting them out because it's still hilarious to look at the LPL standings right now and see the fact that like you look at the top 4 and their game differential is all +10 or higher. Then it's like you top esports are 5th. There's this +2. Then you go to EDG and there's this +8. So it's kind of like it's still kind of strange, but yeah, I don't know. Hopefully EDG can bring it back in best of 5. So again, even if they still do not win any series left in regular season, I still think they'll just make it playoffs because of that early run.
Yeah, it's more just like getting to 9 is the big issue for me. Like, I just don't. Because who was it? They have BLG still to play, which honestly I think BLG will punish them really badly if you engage terribly. Like BLG's team fighting is pretty legit. When I look at LNG, maybe I'm kind of just I don't know.
I think EDG wins that one.
That game is just going to be an interesting one. And then honestly, I mean, Rare Adam. On a good day, Rare Adam could take him if EDG just aren't playing as well.
I mean, like, right, since the fact this is released in a few days, I don't care about saying this, but, like, right now RA versus Ultra Prime is happening. Ultra Prime started off game one like 7-0 or 7-1, and at that point I kind of turned away from the game. I come back and Rare Atom somehow beat Ultra Prime, even though they were getting stomped. So
Who knows, man? Who knows? It's the beauty of the LPL. The circle keeps on turning here as well. But as is, the circle keeps on turning. We got to keep on going here. The last tip, because we got to get all the standing stuff out of the way, get the regular season stuff out, because now we got to talk about awards. Let's roll out the red carpet. Let's get all the glitz and glam. Photography on your left, media on your right. And we got to talk a little bit more about, our iteration of award systems here in the last hit and what we think, for each one of these situations. So we'll have a couple different conversations, but first off, I do want to talk more about most improved player of the split. And for me, it's really interesting because in the LPL, we have a ton of games. It's 7 days a week. Teams are playing like crazy 2 times a week. There's a lot of time for experimentation. There's a lot of time for growth, a lot of time for development. But who do you guys think deserves this award the most right now?
So I think there's a big conversation that we had about whether it's most improved within the split or whether it's most improved from last split to this split, right? Because if I'm looking at last split to this split, I think it's Hung for me. I think Hung has been absolutely monstrous just in how much he's improved. Sliding into FPX, he is nuts. Do not get me wrong. The guy is absolutely insane, but it's really good to see. And from what he was on Rare Atom into what he now is on FPX and the impact that he's had, by far and away most improved for me. But if you're coming back into actually looking at over the course of the split, I think that's where the conversation gets way more difficult, because I look at people like Rich, who came in, didn't have the best of laning phases, now an absolute monster for V5. Himself and Rookie are definitely putting the weight of V5 on their back in a lot of situations. I look at Missing as well. I think he's doing a lot better 369 in that conversation as well. I
think Ben had a rough first 2-3 weeks.
So let's separate that conversation then. So at first, I want to go ahead and give my big brain take, obviously the most analytical point of it all. I want to go to at least last year to this year performances and kind of highlight what you were talking about, because I think there's 2 obvious front runners, and for me it's the Shy and Rookie, right? They have looked like their former selves, and maybe I'm a little bit spicy on that one, but I do think that these guys have had such a resurgence in the split, and it comes with a little bit of a change in environment.
I think, I definitely agree both look better than last year. To me, Rookie was still good, right? Rookie just literally had the whole mysticism hanging over him of literally 1v9ing the year before. You know what I mean? So it's not like Rookie was playing bad last split at all. I still think Rookie was one of the better mids, still one of the best laning mids we had for sure.
Absolutely.
And on the Shy, man, I don't know. The Shy's so weird. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Ox talking, but yeah, I think I was listening to an Asheen and Ox cast where they were talking about, just inting sometimes to, lower the expectations on you. I don't think the Shy does that by any means, but it's that kind of joke kind of describes the Shy to me. The Shy's always been one of the best laning top laners. Even over the past 2 years, Splitsy was trolling, Splitsy wasn't. You watch any LPL top player interview, they're like, man, laning against a Shy is impossible. So even though I think both of them look better, I actually think there's other names that jump out to me.
Okay.
This one was hard. I actually have 3 names that jump out that I can't decide behind, but that's why it's okay, I thought I'd bring the 3 names to the table. We'd have a conversation and see, because 3 that jump out to me, 2 of them are on the same team. Betty and Forge. And Forge is only on this list because I honestly believe Forge was the worst mid laner by an ocean last year. My God, even on Forge champions, Forge was not good. He did his hands on his melee mids and his assassins, and then I'll still always bring it back to seeing him play. I believe it was Silas versus Irelia and getting solo killed 5 times by Scout. And it's man, just watching his laning phase, watching how he controlled the waves, played with jungle. I mean, heck, his jungle was ganking for him, and they were still losing. I think that was back when it was Vici, and I believe it was Ike's playing at the time. It's man, what are you doing? So Forge, I think, sure, he's still only playing Akali, LeBlanc, and these things well, but he's at least playing them well. Betty's a weird one for me. I kind of want to shy away from him, but I still think like Betty's by far the best performing player in AL this split. He's a massive carry. He's actually, I believe he's tied second in MVP votes, which is crazy to me. Yeah, he's tied second with Rookie and Scout, only behind Xiaohu. He's just absolutely murking everyone.
50-foot Betty, man.
Giant team fight carry. But I think I'm leaning towards my last option, which is On. Because On,
True.
I mean, we all know how On was last year. My God, On was a dumpster fire. On was not good, pretty much by like any metric whatsoever. He had decent mechanics. I think mechanically now like super on point. And on everything other than Tom Kench, I think On looks amazing. Great engager. Not really playing for lane, right? He never has. Definitely playing more for the map. He's roaming more. I think me and you were talking about this the other week, Dag, of like, sure, he's still not necessarily on the map like as much as someone like Sword Art was, but he's, helping enable SLFM. He's helping even get in the Shy's lane sometimes, which is super nice. And I think in team fights, when it comes to engaging, his Rakan has looked super good. His Thresh always been on point, but I think even more so this split. And yeah, I think On does it for me to where like names like, I guess Rookie the Shine even going to Hung. I like those guys were always all right. I guess I took the angle of what players were absolute garbage and are now serviceable or good.
Yeah, it's the percentage increase, like.
Yeah.
There you go. That's all you need. If I throw in Kanavi into the last year to this year, does that do anything for you guys? Because I feel like he fits both conversations a little bit. But I do feel like it was a little bit of a change.
I feel like JDG was just so bad as a team.
Like, I don't feel like Kanavi's changed massively. Like, I still think he still paths the same. He still kind of ganks the same. He still does a lot of the same stuff. It's just that he's kind of, the small things he've changed is, hey, I've actually got a team that's willing to link up with me to do the thing I want to do. Like, if you look at, like, what the actual problems were for JDG in 2020 summer, or 2021 summer, it was like, Kanavi has invaded on bot side to go and steal away the Krug camp. You have full push in bot lane, and Loken and Lumao are just looking at Kanavi die. Like, they are just standing in the lane, not even chipping away at the tower. They're just standing there as Kanavi dies in the enemy jungle. And you're like, why are you not helping him? Why is there no communication? This time around, you just seem to have the communication. So I don't think it's so much like Kanavi's massively changed. It's just that the team is willing to give him the support that he needs.
I also just really like 369 on this roster. I think especially once we even get to things like mid-game and team fights, the fact that 369 is always willing to pull the trigger, whether right or wrong, I think helps this team a lot from how they looked last year.
Flanks
in 2020,
his TP cannon flanks.
Yeah, man, even again, it's kind of funny thinking back to, I think we've all seen the clip from the documentaries we got after Worlds, right? Top Esports, where it was Karsa just flaming the hell out of 369 for his Gragas. It's like, man, I think 369 has had some pretty solid Gragas games this split. Whichever team they 2-0'd last week.
V5.
I was watching the VOD. Yeah, V5. Came in, looked super strong, was doing well. Oh, it was LNG. It was LNG, actually. But, yeah, the V5 stomp. But the Trindamere Rek'Sai coming out from LNG, and then you see 369's Chad Gragas, like, amazing. I know, dude. I know, the Rek'Sai Trindamere, it's tragic. These are awards.
Yikes.
We should have turned to flaming teams. My God, LNG. I didn't like those drafts. I don't know what you were doing with those drafts. You just keep forcing team fights. It was bad, but 369 was on point with those guys.
369, yep. Yeah. Positivity is key. All right, so we've had the conversation about last year to this year, but now I do want to open up the floor to this year in particular, and I'm going to throw mine on the floor immediately just because I feel so passionate about this guy and being able to see him come in and present himself in a way that you do see that growth and development over the year. Doggo. The beginning of the year, he had a tragic start. Coming in, not knowing what was going to happen, having Uzi on his back, and the fact that they are sticking with Doggo, when they are playing Doggo specifically, and who knows what the future may hold, who knows, Uzi has been coming in occasionally, but the fact that Doggo was sticking his own in his first year in the LPL, coming into a new environment, this guy has improved so incredibly well, and being able to play as a part of the team is so crucial.
I can see that. I think Doggo's done.
That's it. Hey, speechless. That's it. I'm too good. I guess.
I don't know. I think. I always kind of knew that
been good.
Doggo. I think Doggo always kind of knew had a high, coming across from the LMS, the dude was absolutely insane. So I kind of expected Doggo once he settled in to do well. So I think that's why I'm not as like most improved. I think the most improved for me is Rich. Like, genuinely looking at this guy, I'm like, is he the best top laner that we now have in LPL? Because his laning phase was hot garbage when he first arrived. Didn't know what he was supposed to be doing. Half the times he'd end up coin flipping lane. He'd still end up dying to like Shanji's minus 137 CS or whatever it was, Shen jungle / river. So I don't know. I was not impressed by Rich. And then you look at their most recent games and he's stomping lane. He's absolutely insane in team fights. His Jace was nuts several times in being able to take down. And I don't even mean against like their last series against BLG. I mean like there have been several times in a row where Rich has just popped the hell off on the Jace pick. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking at this guy going like, I don't know. I don't know. I want to get your opinion on this. Like, is he our best top laner at the moment? Because I can't think of anyone that I'd kind of go ahead of him right now.
I think I still lean a different way, which we're gonna do
later
like our All-Star teams
right.
later. So I kind of save.
A little foreshadowing.
I think Rich right now definitely top 3 in my book. I think it's so hard to like give definitives when the teams are so back and forth in terms of their series. But I mean, I think Rich looks solid. And when it comes to most improved in the split, I'll be honest, I'm gonna cop out. I don't really have an answer. I thought it was way more interesting. I thought it was way more interesting to go from last year to this year with how many players went from like being terrible to good. I think Rich is a solid one. There's no one else that jumps out to me. Even Bin, who I think had a slower start, like having 1 or 2 bad weeks doesn't really define it to me. To where like Dag's right, Rich's laning, especially again, even in the first weeks, was just not it. To where now, I mean, the fact that Rich is a top 3 laner in the LPL, especially after everything we heard about this guy coming from like the LCK casters, the LCK fans, like everything, we all truly believe this guy would be a side grade 2 invincible. And he's come in, he's murking everyone. So I'm all aboard the Rich hype train.
I just want to give a quick 2 shout-outs as well, because I think they've kind of been overlooked in the majority of this conversation. One is also on Victory 5. I think PP God has been pretty damn solid. Not, I don't want to put him as most improved, because I think he still has a lot to improve on. But I certainly think from like the coin flip lane that we basically see every single time, I think he's looked a hell of a lot better. His team fights and engages have been pretty solid as well. So I kind of just want to give a shout out to PP God. I think he has definitely made some serious improvements this split. And also Missing, not so much at the start of the split. I think he definitely needed to try and figure out a lot of his stuff. But the last few series, you can definitely see Missing starting to grow. And whenever he gets his hands on Thresh, it's just insane. But yeah, I mean, kind of.
He definitely looks way more comfortable.
That Tom Kench was scary,
He looks way more comfortable with Hope than he did with LCY, which is sad because I don't think LCY was a bad player by any means. But yeah, Hope, whatever Hope brought to this bot lane, I mean, you could tell Missing's feeling himself now, guys. He's got the swagger, he's got the mark pizzazz, that look Mark always has when he comes on stage. That's what Missing has now.
Okay. Started the second game with a 3-man Abyssal Dive knock up at level 1. No big deal. Just walk off.
Office,
Mic drop there. Yeah, another day at the office. I got a little bit of a curveball here for you guys because I, thought of it while we were talking, and I think it would be a really fun conversation. Because me, always positive. I came into the season very high on a couple players here, and I'm torn. So I'm just gonna say both of them. But I want to the next little bit here, a couple minutes, one take from each of you guys. Who was a player at the beginning of the split that you guys were so high on? You're like, oh, this is the year. This is the one that's gonna bring it. Like he's gonna make a name for himself, and it didn't happen. I'm gonna start with my 2 because I can't choose between the 2, and it's the tale of junglers, and it's Shun and Shadow, because I have wanted to see these guys succeed forever and it just doesn't seem like it ever comes to fruition. LGD having a really, really rough time of it this split, and especially Shadow himself just finding himself caught out a lot of times, overextending, making plays with no teammates to really help him. And then Shun on the other side, you still see that aggression, you still see why. Like, I love this player so much, but the team composition is just not working out in its favor.
I mean, but
so those are my 2. I'm a little sad, little tear hide. If Shun and Shadow, if you ever happen to come across this episode, know that I believe in you, and I know that you can do it.
I still think Shun's totally fine, right? I mean, IG's a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
Because there's like a very obvious weird point of the map for IG that I don't feel like needs to be said because we all know what lane I'm talking about. But IG's a mess. I think Shun's still fine. Shadow, I think, has been a bit more underwhelming than last year. Still has some good moments and some good games. Underwhelming player, I feel like this one's kind of an easy one because you could just very easily look at EDG and say top or jungle. But I'll go a different route, and I'll say Fofo. I don't think Fofo's playing bad by any means, but I mean last year Fofo was heck.
He was popping
I
off.
think regular season Fofo was maybe the best mid laner in the LPL, and then once we got the playoffs, maybe falls third or fourth, but still, I mean Fofo was literally just destroying everyone in lane. I didn't care for his play style of literally just sit in lane, and again, RA's whole thing last year was we wait for Dragon to come up. If Dragon's not up, we do nothing. We do not take camps. We do not push into enemy jungle. No, we hold the line. We hold the defense. We wait for Dragon, and then Papa Fofo comes in. He's on Victor or Orianna or some other late game carry. He destroys everyone in like a 40-minute team fight. And you know what? That's an RA series. We haven't really seen that. He's had some good games. I know even though the Azir kind of tilted Ox, like I think Fofo had a good game on the Azir and like things along those lines. So Fofo, please start murking kids again so BLG can actually be good.
I kind of have. So one is from the start of the split. One is partway through the split. So I'm going to start with the second one.
Okay.
Don't say Mole. Don't let Mole be your partner through the split.
I actually did have the evil thought of saying
out.
that for a little while because I think he sucked.
I know. I felt it.
No, the one that I was really high on was Zika. I was.
You were his
Yeah,
best
I
man.
really
You
liked
were cheerleader.
Zika. I was like, this good dude's laning phase still is insane. Like, he's still got the highest goal difference, I believe, out of any top laner. At 15, this dude, I was like, this is actually what IG need. Like, you've got a serious lane you can play around. You basically cover Yuikai's weakness, which is his laning phase, where now you can just play roaming mids. Don't care about your lane. Go help Zika. Like, it actually felt like IG had an identity. And then I got to, like, the second Tryndamere lock-in into Poppy. And I was like, oh no, what's happened?
Oh, no.
And since then, I mean, with Mo coming into the team, they're now trying to play more team fight, and you're just seeing every weakness that Zika has come to light. Like,
I think it's so weird as well, because it's like, I mean, one of the reasons I always like Mole is because I always thought Mole was one of the most versatile mid laners in the league. So I don't know why they couldn't just keep playing the style around hard playing around top, just with having a mid laner who has a better laning phase. You know, it makes
that was
no
exactly
sense.
where my head was at. I was like, yeah, cool. You're just going to get the exact same, but with as you say, like someone who's just stronger in the lane won't automatically lose it. And even then, if you wanted to play team fights, well, now you have a strong mid laner that can. But they're not playing the same style. They're trying to play team fights with split push comps. And then
they're like drafting like assassins and I don't know.
And then
it's
just
weird.
and then I kind of
confusing.
come to the team. I'm like, there is no coordination here. Zik has launched himself in 5 seconds before anyone else gets there on a Tryndamere, and he's just been dealt with completely. Then eventually the rest of the team shows up. It's all over the joint. So yeah, I mean, Zika for me, because I was so high on him, I don't want to say he's the most underwhelming. I think he's just been one of the biggest disappointments for me because I really thought that this guy was going to be something special.
He was your true love.
He was my mole.
He was your
my
true
mole.
love. That was it.
Yeah, he was. He was. I loved
your
listening to you talk about it. It was so great.
You might want to go get that checked.
But yeah, then the other one, who everyone forgets about because he's not on the bloody team anymore, Zoom. Zoom's just gone.
Oh no!
Doesn't exist anymore.
Oh no!
Zoom. How many series did Zoom even play? 2?
Yeah,
3?
it was not a huge amount.
Oh,
and
goodness gracious.
he did not look good. He really did not gel with top
He did
esports.
not.
They had no idea if they wanted to
Oh
play
my God,
around him.
Zoom-
If they didn't want to
Zoom
play
played
around him,
one?
how he's going to fit into team fights. And they're like, cool, real sorry for you, bud. Wayward's coming in.
Zoom played 5 series.
Beast.
Holy cow. I can't believe it's that many. He's been gone for so
Yeah,
long.
that's what I mean. Is like this guy, he just...
Wow,
he didn't
that
have
was a
anything.
really good
Everyone
one.
just, whatever forgets that we happened with Zoom,
Everyone
you know?
forgets.
But yeah, dude's just out of there.
Man, that's tragic. That's tragic.
Well, that's unfortunate. That is very
Guy goes
unfortunate.
from being the best top player in LPL
Yeah.
to now not
As a
even being on the
substitute.
team.
How far they've come. how far they've come. It is an interesting. I just wanted to get that out of you guys because you know me. I always like to focus on some of the potential bright spots that maybe didn't pan out as well. But next conversation we gotta have is an interesting one, as the way that LPL classifies their rookies. But we have rookie of the split to give away here between us at least, and maybe if we get impact from the other guys. But it is literally us. We're gonna give it away. We're gonna decide it. I want to know who your guys' choices are because mine, obviously, we talked about them already so much, and I don't think there's anybody else that really deserves it unless we got a full season of care. But Rich has to be the front runner for Rookie of the Split for me.
Nope.
Secondary,
Nope.
I would say
Nope.
Strive
Nope.
is actually
Nope.
my
Nope.
my secondary.
No.
All right,
No.
what-
No. Look.
what do you
Look,
have,
look,
Lyric?
I'm sure Dinah's gonna talk about it now, but the fact that these guys count as rookies,
Yeah.
like I don't care. I don't care what the LPL rules are because you know what? These are not the LPL awards. These are the last hit awards.
All right, these are the
These
caster
are not
awards.
the official awards. I mean, again, even the LPL would come out and say that.
All right, fine,
But,
fine.
In my mind, I'm not counting those guys. You guys want to give those guys MVPs? Cool. Rich Gore. Okay, no one was going to mention Corey anyway.
I was about to say, did you start that? Did you start that word? I don't know if you wanted to.
You
Take
count
that one back.
These guys, not rookies. I'm sorry, but I feel like that'd be too easy, because then it's like, okay, Rich gets it, and it's whatever. So I'm just gonna come out and I'm gonna throw a curveball because I think
Okay.
when you look at the list, I think Strive is an obvious name that jumps out at you. I even think maybe an under the radar name, but someone who maybe deserves it is Shalahu. But my rookie of the split is Wayward. I absolutely love what this guy's brought to top esports. I feel like individually, he's probably not the best rookie we have just in terms of like his individual play, but like what he brought to TES, I feel like is so important and so cool because it's kind of hilarious to me that he's kind of like a mix of 369 and Zoom, in my opinion, of like he plays lane super aggressive, always in the enemy's face, like under turret. I wish we had forward percentage stats in the LPL, at least like correct ones, because I'm sure it's like 70% plus. But he also moves. He also like roams towards mid.
Yeah.
He'll like shadow around mid lane a lot, even just like walk halfway up river to make the enemy back off, give Knight prio. I've seen him invade the enemy jungle with TN so many times, which is obviously something that 369 would never do back in the day with Karsa. Constantly looking for team fights. He's willing to play engage. He plays split push. I feel like this guy does it all, which is hilarious because it's a player that had no hype around him. From people I know who did watch the LDL, they said, yeah, this guy was just kind of mediocre. He had some good moments, he had some bad moments, and he's just kind of a late bloomer with how well he's doing in the LPL, and I think how well he's enabling top esports. So I think Wayward's been super fun to watch. He's made TS good, and I just wanted to be a little bit spicy. So Wayward,
I like the
Rookie of the
spice.
Yeah, good.
If Care got more time, I'll just give my last little take. If Care got more time, he would get it, but unfortunately, he only has like a week.
Cares played what, like 2 series? They were good, like good point. But then again, I just want to give like the side respect to Shalahu because, I mean, FPX are just,
Yeah.
I don't know. FPX didn't play around him at all this split. They kind of left him on his own little island. He's had ups and downs, right? He's solo killed Sumatra. I believe he's solo killed Ben, if I remember correctly. You see, we have too many games in the LPL.
You know
Too
what?
many games
Yeah,
in
I
the
was gonna
LPL.
say, Daniel,
yeah,
let's
well,
get
you
your
said on
take.
Strive.
Who's
Well,
the
you didn't let me
rookie
finish
you
my
got?
go
point,
for it.
Mazel.
No, exactly, because you can't
no,
find your
Go ahead,
information.
It's okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
You know what? I don't want to talk anymore. Mazel ruined it. Mazel, you're not invited to next week's episode.
Yes,
You're not.
I get a
Mazel,
win. I get a
You
win.
are not invited to next week's episode. It's the
Oh.
playoff episode.
Well, that's
so-
unfortunate. That's unfortunate because I'm the host. So that's gonna work out. This is gonna be a fun episode.
They would just sit there, kind of go. Someone's gonna ask a question at some stage, right? Someone's gonna do something.
You're all just staring at the
But
camera.
yeah, I mean, look, you hit on Strive, you hit on Wayward. I'm gonna hit on the one that kind of Lyric said a little bit under the radar. I think Shalahu. I think this guy's done really well. Especially coming in. Yeah, this was actually the guy that I think.
Thank you, Dad.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you.
this is the guy where I really wanted. He has done a huge amount with very little at FPX, and I think coming in,
Yes.
and the fact that he was able to he's not always getting super far ahead in lane, but the fact he's been able to absorb so much pressure, do a huge amount with it, and also then when he has the opportunities to find these big moments to pop off, I've just been really impressed with him. I think Shalahu has been absolutely stellar, and again, he gets so little attention. But when you look at the impact he's able to have, I think he's like, actually, hang on, I had it open here because I actually looked this up for this exact moment. Shelahu has 27% of that team's damage. He is the third most damage of any top laner in the league. And then you look at, like, he gets basically no resources. He still comes out with a 130 gold lead. Like, the guy's nuts. Like, I think this guy is going to be one of the next big names that we look at in top laners. I mean, you only think, like, this is his first year. It's nuts. And I think people would look at him as, like, a clear favorite if FPX were still winning. If FPX still had the, like, non-Baron flips. I think then we'd actually be having a very, like, he would be like, yeah, clear, far and away, this is the guy.
He'd be the obvious choice.
But it's just, I think it's just because FPX are kind of down in the dumps that it's easy to kind of overlook him, but I think Shelahu's an absolute monster.
And I also just love the fact that he's, like, embraced the role of being a true carry, right? He almost plays, like, no... I mean, his champs are, like, Graves, Jace. He's one of the top laners playing a bunch of Camille still. I also believe he solo killed Allah as well. Sorry, I'm just, Mazel, point is, you cut me off talking about Shelahu. Dagda's on my side. Dag at my back.
See, I just knew that he was going to back you up, so I just wanted to stop your foolishness in its tracks and make sure that your point got out that everybody
in a more intelligible way as well.
Exactly, exactly. I guys, see, we're all teamwork here, baby. That's all we're about here in the LPL. Talking about teamwork, though, that perfect segue. Thank you, Mazel. LPL All-Star Team here will be chosen by us. And we will go ahead and work down. I love that I broke Dagda. We'll break down all 5 roles here for the LPL. I do want to just say that this is going to be a fun little segment where we kind of build our all-star team as a caster trio, I guess, here, and see who we come out with. And I want to start with none other than top lane. Obviously, I'm not the big brain analytical person, so I'll just throw my emotional take in after you guys break down the actual
we actually just get mid and AD
to
carry
it.
of the way, because I feel like we're all going to agree, and then we can actually discuss things.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rookie and
Go
Viper.
ahead. What you got?
Whoa. I actually disagree.
Yikes!
I disagree. I actually surprisingly disagree. I really want to give it to Rookie.
I know where you're going.
Before this episode.
Is this?
Yeah.
What?
No, I'm going Xiaohu. I'm going Xiaohu.
Okay, fair. Okay.
Yeah, so
that makes sense.
I stared at him like, man, I want to give it to Rookie so bad. I just love Rookie so much, but
that's why I'm really surprised. I was like, yeah.
I just feel like Xiaohu. I feel like Xiaohu like kind of hits both of the generic boxes that people usually go with towards these types of votes. That I feel like Xiaohu has not only been the best mid laner consistently, I also feel like Xiaohu. If Xiaohu's not an RNG's a dumpster fire. Like I guess V5's the same for Rookie, though, to be fair, right? So, but, man, like, I even, like, across the stats, like, 3rd in solo kills, I think 2nd or 1st in damage percent, super proactive with kill participation, high in, like, 1st turret, everything, 2nd highest champions played. Funny enough, I think he's behind Rookie in a lot of these stats. But I think best Vex player in the league. He started to pop off on champions that hasn't played in a while, LeBlanc. The fact that we also know he's a shot caller, the captain, like, just
that's what I was going to say.
Everything about Xiaohu has just been so well, especially as, again, Bin wasn't playing all at the start of split. Gala and Ming were only playing Nautilus, Jinx literally every game. I think Wei's fallen off. Like, everything revolves around this guy, and it's just so crazy that he can have the career year in top, come back to mid, where everyone was berating this guy in 2020. And he's just styling on everyone once again. So
I 100% agree with you. But the way I look at it is like, Xiao is like a Formula 1 driver. Where I go in and like, I know this guy is incredibly technical. He's thinking like several steps ahead about how he wants to maneuver, how he wants to approach a corner, how he wants to do everything. And that looks beautiful. And there are a lot of people who appreciate that. I don't watch Formula 1. I watch movies with stunt drivers though, and if I want to see some really cool stuff happen, I am going to look at Rookie. If I want to see the man who's gonna like rock up, do a barrel roll in a car, it's gonna like skid to a perfect halt, slide line parallel parking between 2 cars, and the door just opens, the car blows up behind him. That's Rookie, and that's what I want from my mid laner.
So look, the way I see it, Michelle, just to tangent this. First of all, I don't want to pick. Like, the more we talk about this, the more...
I'm picking. Don't worry about it. I'm picking. I'm picking.
The way I see it, right, Xiaohu is like in the Matrix. Time slows down. He's dodging things. It's beautiful. There's finesse. Rookie is killing people with a spork. The audience won't understand.
So,
The
oh
three
my
of us
God.
understand.
No, I'm not even going into that right now.
He
I
is
do want to say, though, I think there is maybe a little bit of difference in the way we can approach this, though, because I think there were very many telling things in both your guys' arguments, conversations, right? The fact that Rookie is, the playmaking, trying to go out of his way to show stop
They
the
both
games.
are.
Xiaohu is that integral part, the general, making sure the show goes on. For me, that's more, for at least in my eyes, Xiaohu, that conversation, the strengths that we were talking about for Xiaohu, that is more of representative of an MVP award, more so than an all-team, all-star award. Because when you're looking for all-star, all-team, you want crazy. You want the person that's going to blow the competition out of the water in every single way. And I think
See, the
Rookie
thing
does
is, for me,
take that.
when I look at the last two series that I've seen from as I hit my mic on for V5, I saw that Oriana play for Rookie, where he flashes over the Nautilus hook, he dodges away from the bubble, he then gets the double kill with the shockwave.
The
I was like,
two-man
that was
shockwave,
nasty.
yeah.
Lizelle, I sent you a clip this morning that I've been gushing over for the last 2 days
did.
about Rookie, which is that one against BLG. It's the fight down where they've already taken the inhibitor. You've got the flank coming in from Breathe on the Camille, where he's TP'd in behind them. And I look at Rookie, and Rookie charges it. He's got maybe a quarter of his HP left. He charges forward in the Ari. He gets a ton of damage off, kills someone. And then, instead of what everyone else would do is like flashing over the wall, he just barely manages to ult ahead of the Ezreal ult, which does just enough damage to Uzi, so that then when he flashes over the wall at the perfect moment from the Ezreal ult, Rich has enough damage to finish off Uzi and they win the team fight. If you weren't able to play right on that knife's edge there as Rookie, I think Uzi carries that fight. He hits Triumph. He gets the kill onto Rookie. A Rookie dies. He's done. Rich can't carry the fight. Or you don't get the damage that Rich can one-shot Uzi, and Uzi's actually able to win that fight. Like, there was a literal knife's edge that fight was on. And do not get me wrong, Xiaohu 100% has carried fights, but I haven't seen him make the, one play that 100% without fail, was the difference maker. Inch of a gate moment. That's the difference.
I mean, Mazel's already decided, so
I've already decided. Yeah, it's Rookie all day, baby. He's our all-star mid here.
Man,
we'll bring
why-
Xiaohu back in the MVP
why
conversation.
are we even doing
all right?
an award show if it's just Mazel picks the awards? I'm just no.
Because I control everything. I'm the
On a
puppet master.
very quick note-
Anyways, you
Quick
gave
note,
me these
Just
powers,
Ignite
Lyric.
also deserves to be in that conversation because that dude has actually been.
I agree.
If you're looking at
does.
100%.
He does.
teams that would fall apart without someone, top esports without Nices. Yeah.
So, I mean, if we were doing a first, second, and third team, right, I feel like in this kind of situation, it would be Rookie, Xiaohu, and then Knight as the third to round it out. So
right.
we'll give them
I
their
like that nobody
rightfully
argued
due
Viper.
spaces. So we got our mid lane. Yeah. So I was going to say, we got to go to the second part that this whole conversation started at. Dagda presenting Viper. And do you have any other thoughts, Lyric? Mr.
Man, Viper's by far the best AD carry in the league. It's not even close.
is.
It's not
Absolutely.
even close.
Nope.
My God, this man is still so insane. Even with EDG playing bad, and I do think Viper has been affected by that. I think in recent series he's been playing a bit worse. I think even with Viper playing a bit worse, he's still outshining literally everyone. I mean, the Aphelios play, man. The
That Inferno.
Aphelios play.
Yeah.
I think, oh my God, I think that's the highlight of the season for him, which is crazy because all he does is press
Yeah.
R. But
That's all. But it doesn't
the
matter.
fact that EDG funneled them into that choke, he realizes the right moment. I believe Gale
Yeah, he
forces
does,
it
yeah.
closer to the wall,
Yeah.
throws out the ult, and you're just like, my God, man. The fact that you saw that one window, had you waited a second longer or it had been a second too soon, that wouldn't have worked, and it did. It's insane. In lane,
That's why he's a world champion.
they're still good. They have obviously been punished. I believe top esports spot lane punished, right? The Ezreal Karma, or it was Caitlyn Karma, and they just kept getting hooked. But still, this guy's every part of his gameplay. His laning's great. His team fighting's amazing. His awareness of where to be on the map. Even with people like Flandre not going in team fights, or people like JJ going in too soon, I still feel like Viper's in a place where he's putting off as much damage as humanly possible and still outpacing the enemy AD carry.
Oh, hey, speaking of AD carry, we've got our two already. Rookie and Viper will be our first two all teams here. But now let's look at support, the joiner of Viper. Who do we want to bring in on this legendary squad of 2022 Spring Split? What do you guys got?
I'm gonna need you to
Who
go there
do you
because
think
I actually
deserves
couldn't
that
make this
spot?
one. I couldn't figure it out.
Right, I think it's lucky we're doing this towards the end of the split because I think early on, I don't know if I would have been able to say this, but I think it still goes to Ming. I think especially in the recent weeks,
Really?
Ming has looked a lot better. I think Ming's faults are the same faults as last year. And again, RNG, I think, has just struggled more as a team. I think in lane, Ming goes for, to hit on some weaknesses, right? Ming goes for some questionable engages. 2v2, they can lose out and kind of just flip it and throw it away. But he's been impacting the top side of the map a lot more. I think that's another reason why Bin has been looking a lot better in recent weeks because Ming has been roaming top more. I think Ming has also put a lot of attention on mid, which kind of surprises me because that wasn't something Ming did a whole lot last year in terms of linking up with Krine or trying to help Krine reset his waves. And then in team fights, I still think Ming finds some of the most clutch engages ever. And to be fair, most of the time it is still on Nautilus. Still hasn't really gone too far past that Nautilus champion pool. But when I look at other supports in the league and who jumps out to me, it's Hung has the the spirit of the warrior, but it's still right. It's still too
you're
flippy.
wrong.
I think Crisp has also looked very good.
Yeah. That was the break for
You're
me.
wrong.
Was Chris.
No,
I wasn't
Dagda.
sure. I basically.
Yeah, it was between Chris
Yeah,
and
but I
Ming for
think
me.
Ming has more.
No, it's all about you guys are all wrong. It's Chocho. Stop. The conversation stops at
How do we
Chocho.
mute
Come
it?
on.
How do we just?
I don't know. You know what's crazy? I believe I'm probably genuinely the biggest Chocho fan there is on our team. Chocho would be on my lyric team. I love Chocho. Chocho's great.
Sorry,
But
the way you pulled
The
up,
lyric
I thought you were
team.
about to reveal a Chocho tattoo or something. I thought that's
I
what you were
was.
going.
Yeah, I was like, dang.
the Chocho tattoo's in a place that can't be revealed on camera. But man, I love Chocho, but I don't think Chocho has outpaced Crisp or Ming. Again, I think Ming, if I look in isolation, is probably the best support right now. And I think Crisp kind of has what we said about Rookie Knight and Shahu, that man, I think Crisp holds BLG together.
Yeah.
I think without Crisp,
And that's
BLG's
where
a bit of a
I
dumpster
kind of want
fire.
to give it to Chris because I know he's doing his best, and it feels like BLG don't want to do anything in the early stages. So I'm like the difference maker for me is how Ming impacts the state of the game early. BLG don't want to impact the state of the game early. So no matter how much Chris would like to do something, you can see him roam mid, you can see him try and do stuff, and BLG are just what are you doing? This is no, you're in the wrong. Your lane's down there. Go down there. That's it's not. I don't know. That's where it's kind of hard for me. I would like to give it to Chris, but it just feels like BLG don't want to let him be the MVP in the bot lane that he could be.
I do gotta say though, the fact that Crisp and Ming have literally been, and we'll have Mako in there as well, but Crisp, Ming, Mako have just been the three names every year. Literally every year, they're the conversation.
Literally.
Is just so crazy.
That's the thing.
So
It's just
amazing.
I see fresh new top lane talent coming through, Wayward. We got Shellahu, and I'm just oh yeah, we're gonna be sorted. And then I kind of look at the bot lane and support talent that is kind of coming through. I'm just there's nothing. Yeah, I mean, these guys are just going to continue to be top dogs for a while. And even when you see Uzi coming back in, and he's had some missteps and stuff like that, but still, I think looking kind of top 4, top 3, 80 carry in the league. There's just not a huge amount of improvement that I've kind of seen in that bottom row from a lot of the rookies that have stepped in there.
No, I mean, and you just even look at our support pool of obviously Joel got subbed out. Mark is coming in. I think Mark looks solid. Southwind, Xiaoxi, Jinzhao, Cold, Yu Yanja. I mean, the fact that Yu Yanja and RA is working out, I think, is very telling. to the
But I
support
will
pool in
say,
the
if you
LPL.
put these players anywhere else, right, they are still top class, right? That is the fact of the LPL is our support, the top of the table supports are just that much better.
I feel like
because
I feel like
I
teams-
still find so many great supports at least in the averaging team.
Well, but I feel like it's comparatively, right? I mean, if we're comparing to the rest of the world,
Yeah.
we're talking about LEC and LCS and all this. Sure, our middle of the pack supports are better than their middle of the pack supports,
Well,
but
this is where I wouldn't compare them to Hylissang. I think Hylissang would absolutely body pretty much all of them. I think Mickey would still have a good time against them. Kaiser is still an incredible. Just looking at LEC alone.
Core, even looking at NA, Core
Trimby is a
JJ.
beast. I'd put these guys all pretty much ahead of Yu Yanja and some of these guys. So
Okay.
I don't know.
Missing,
Yeah, missing.
Lucas.
Yeah, honestly, I think our support pool is probably one of the weakest that we have. I think when you enter in the conversation of like Ming,
Absolutely,
Mako,
yeah.
Crisp, then we've got a comparison that we can make, right? But until then,
I mean, like, to go back, I mean, the fact is, Chocho is one of our best supports in the league right now. And I think that is actually very telling of, like, the state of support. Which, again, I think Chocho's, like, solid. He's good right now. But, yeah, I think... and I've thought this since I've come into the LPL that bot lane is not in LPL these past few years what it was, you know, what you'd hear of in like 2013, 14, 15, right? It's still strong, but I think it's nowhere near our top half of the map.
Absolutely not. And so I do want to round out the support conversation for our all team. It is going to be Ming. I've decided, obviously, you guys were very passionate about it. I didn't have any other choice. Although Chris was a good conversation. I think probably, obviously, second team. And then maybe Mako's third. And we'll just keep it like that. But the fact that we already have Rookie, Viper, and Mean locked in for our all team, let's go ahead and focus on up to the top lane. Because I feel like Jungle needs to be the last conversation because there's so many different ways we could go with it. But let's go ahead and look at top lane.
hit
For
me
this
with the
So,
spice.
obviously-
Hit me with the spice.
I don't think it's that spicy, but I'm still gonna say I think the best top laner. I think my all-star top laner has to be the Shy.
Yeah.
I think the Shy has done so much for Weibo that it blows my mind. I thought this team would
Okay.
not work at all. Like, in what universe does putting someone who is so selfish on a team with SOFM work out? On a team where, again, coming to the split, we thought on doesn't do anything, all this stuff, but man, the Shy is not only kept up with his laning prowess. I don't have stats up. I'm sure I could look at them, but last time I checked, was top in terms of damage percent. Still one of the best laners in LPL. I know Dagd is looking at it right now, so he's going to be able to confirm for
Yeah.
us. So I am not just chatting BS.
Let me see.
But,
Damage percent. It is the Shy who's in first with 27.8%. So to give you the stats, CSD of 15 on average is 11. He is third in the league. But this also includes subs, so it kind of gets a little bit funky when you start to look at some of the numbers for where they're positioned. But 11 CSD of 15 on average. He's got 390 goal difference on average, so again third in the league. And as you're saying, the most damage percent in the league, which is kind of insane.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's also, again, the fact that he's literally been right all along. And in all the interviews of him saying he can play tanks, he can play for the team. We're all crazy. We don't know what we're talking about. He was right. He's enabling Weibo. He's doing great in team fights. He's playing for SOFM.
Literally.
It just blows my mind how much of an impact that he's had on the league this split as comparatively before. Because I don't necessarily feel like the Shy's better. I don't think he's playing better than last year.
Just unlocked.
Yeah, I feel like things have just kind of gelled with Weibo. And I think it goes to the point of, again, I don't believe players just get better or worse. I think being in an environment where the Shy's not comfortable, it has to actually try and put effort in, has helped him so much. So I do think this one is a close one in my mind between Rich and the Shy. And I think if Bin didn't have a slow start to the split, I think Bin would probably be my third in line for the conversation. But I definitely lean towards the Shy.
I am going to lean towards Rich, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I live by a simple rule that all the LPL does. It's bigger number, better person. And when you look at the solo kills that the Shy has,
Results-based analysis,
the Shy only
I
has
like
11
it.
solo kills.
I like it.
But if you look at the person who has the most solo kills at the moment, it's Rich with 15. And he is a
Rich,
bigger number,
yep.
therefore he is a better person. And look, I genuinely think that this is it's just such a good turnaround from Rich. And the thing is, we look at how we started off the split. The guy's laning phase was atrocious. And I genuinely believe, and I'm not going to take credit for this statement, I can't remember who said it, but they're like, when you join the LPL and you look at the talent we have in topside, you need to get better at top lane. And I genuinely think coming across from the LCK into the LPL has helped massively with Rich's laning phase, because don't forget he was a HOTS player. Laning didn't really matter a huge amount.
He did solo kill the Shy.
He did solo kill the Shy, but
He
it's
did.
this guy has now grown so substantially to the point where I'm just it was the rookie show. That we actually had conversations in story meetings going man, I'm sick of V5 because I love casting them, but trying to come up with a storyline that isn't rookie Karsa is really frustrating because all you end up doing is just talking about these two. And then Rich just started to get better and better and better. And now it really does feel if this guy continues on this trajectory even slightly, there's no doubt he's going to be an absolute beast. He's going to be the far and away the best top runner that we have in the LPL. But yeah, I think he's just been.
Well,
insane.
see, the argument I have is I already gave him rookie of the split. I don't care about you guys. Again, I'm in control, so we're not going to give him all team. In all actuality, it is a really interesting conversation to have, but I think it's more so in the realm of the Shy to be the all team for this one, because I do see the development of Rich, but the Shy, as we were kind of saying, has just come back into his own form, and I think that's so telling. And you can't pass up an opportunity to see the brothers split ways. I was trying to make this point earlier, but you guys didn't want to listen to me. The brothers split ways in Rookie and the Shy, but then come back together on the All-Pro team, because the fact that they have both separated, they both have found a home.
Typical
Yeah,
play-by-play.
that makes-
only
that
picking
makes
for
them
narratives.
successful.
Only picking for narratives.
Come on, man. Like, it is actually so incredible. It literally makes my heart happy to see both these guys performing so well in their respective teams, although not together.
I mean, the thing that's just crazy is how hard all of these are, right? Again, like, I feel no qualms giving this to Rich or the Shy. I feel no qualms about, like, mid being, like, Knight, Xiao, who, like, just so many of these are just like,
as
my
a
God,
quick
dude,
aside,
these guys are just all too good.
Like, I was over in LEC, was sitting there talking to Medic, and Medic was like, Video's such a beast, he's an absolute monster. And don't get me wrong, Video is insanely good. But I also realized, because I was looking, I was like, this is still very good, but it's not, like, insane. It's not crazy. And this was, like, the MVP performer. And then I just realized, I'm just spoiled. I just looked, I looked at the guys that we had in the LPL. I was like, cool, let me look at our top 6. Rookie, Xiaohu, Doomby. Oh, yeah, cool. There's 3 world champions right there. Oh, and sorry, just in case we needed something else, we got, like, who was it at the time? It was, like, our MSI... Oh, sorry, Xiao was the MSI champion when he played mid lane as well. I was looking at Weibo, who went to the World Finals. An Angel. You had Fofo, who was in the top of the list, who was better than all these in 2021 summer. Like, our top, like, mid laners are just nuts. Like, it's not even
They're killers.
fair.
They are absolute killers.
And then I was
They
like,
are.
okay, no,
They
this is
absolutely
actually
are.
just I'm being a dickhead. This is actually, I need to bring down my expectations here. Like,
You need to lower the bar, all right? Come on. You gotta cut all the
and
other
then I
regions
actually
some
was like,
slack.
well, he
We're-
hasn't
we're
really
just
won
the one
V9,
above.
and then he won V9 G2, so I was like, all right, okay, well.
Yikes. Well, we have one last position to fill, as we already have the Shy in top lane, Rookie in mid lane, Viper in the bottom lane, Ming as support. I feel like the hardest conversation, because we have so many damn good junglers, is the jungle position. I'm just going to throw mine out of the right way. No, I don't care what you're going to say, Lyric, because I said this so many times, it's probably going to come back to bite me. But the fact that you can put Karsa and Rookie together, the fact that these guys have been playing so well together, it has to go to Karsa. The guy is insane.
I actually disagree with your first statement that we've I
Yeah.
actually feel like our jungle pool
Yeah.
right now is not performing well at
Yeah,
all.
I think our
Really?
Not-
Come
not-
on! What?
And in my
On
so
paper.
I'm actually really interested to hear what yours is, Dad, because I am torn right now between 2 names. Sorry, Ms. Karsa surprisingly is not one of them. I think one of these names will be decently surprising.
You just put Rookie and Karsa together, it's always going to come up
I think
spades.
right
Like,
now
come
I'm
on.
torn between, again, if I'm looking at who are the best performing junglers right now, there's 2 names that come to my mind. Kanavi and Lil Yen, surprisingly. I actually think Kanavi and Lil Yen are the
Wow.
best performing junglers in LPL. I still think Karsa's playing very well, but I don't know, man. I actually don't think Karsa's even playing as well as he was with Top Esports in 2020. Like,
Really?
I think a lot of it's due to V5's playstyle. I think V5's playstyle is just very all over the place. It is very, like, pick oriented.
Scrappy.
Exactly. It's very scrappy. It's not like everyone is finding their own action. Like, the bot lane will be fighting by themselves. Rich will be getting his own kills. Rookie will be getting his own kills. Like, obviously, Karsa does enable a lot of it, especially with how much he plays around mid. Like, my God, again, Karsa is just around mid so much, it blows my mind. But I feel like Lil Yen is the sole reason RA are a good team. And, like, that, like, Strive's fine. I think Cube's been good, like, all this stuff. But, man, I feel like I've seen Lil Yen out jungle almost everyone this split in terms of pathing, like, invading their jungle, taking away their camps. My biggest problem with Lil Yen always was the fact that whenever Lil Yen comes onto Summoner's Rift, he literally makes the game just like a farm simulator. He's playing like a solo RPG. He's not interacting with anyone, like if you think back to RA last year. But I think Lil Yen's played a lot more aggressive. I think you can even see that in the champions. He's been picking right. He's been playing like Rek'Sai this split and things along those lines. He's talked about in interviews like, hey, I want to play more aggressive, want to be more involved in my lanes. I think his team fighting has been kind of second to none this split. And a lot of the way that Loyan is playing actually kind of like gives me throwbacks to when Kanavi was playing really well, when it is still mostly focused on himself. Like, he's definitely playing more for his camps and his leads and things like that, but he's at least enabling his lanes, I think, like the threshold that you need to be able to get by. And Kanavi being the other one, I think I kind of lean more towards Lien, which I find funny. But yeah, I think we kind of hit on Kanavi earlier with the JDG discussion. I feel like the fact that Kanavi has a team that's playing around him, you just see Kanavi do what he's always been good at. I think Kanavi has always been, but before was always the best team fighting jungler in the LPL, in my opinion. I think Lien, Kanavi right now, I'm kind of undecided on that one. Still very good at finding his own leads. I think JDG have a solid system that he like follows pretty consistently in terms of, again, kind of like set up 369 early, but then play heavily around that bot side and play around those dragons. You could see that's working out for them so well. So I'm not sure. I'm completely torn on these two. And Rob, where you going?
So I was kind of caught between the three. I will say Lien wasn't on my list, but also just because I never really considered Rare Adam. That was basically it. Not even just the
It's just,
so
it's so weird.
So like for me, it was Carson, Kanavi that were the two that are in my head. And again, I do kind of agree with what Lyric's saying, is that V5 are very, very messy in the way that they play. But I also think that like that's kind of given Carson a bit of an opportunity to shine to a certain extent as well, where it's like, I mean, we've seen him bring out some wacky, crazy picks, like the Skarner has been absolute nuts.
Man.
We brought out the Vi,
and he just oppresses people, man. Like, he literally forces you to play his
gotta
style.
say, the Vi was a little bit oppressive towards himself as well.
It
was
You gotta take
oppressive.
somebody and leave
I think
some.
with the Sejuani, I think the game he had against BLG, I want to say, could be wrong with that, but I think he looks really good on, like, and I think
He's played Sejuani twice, right? I think he had one good game, and I think
did he? Okay, whatever. It's the one where he picks up like the double kill off of the Rift Arrow fight by like launch himself.
The one where
over
he was
the,
good.
the wall of the pit into Tribush, but but I think I don't see V5's mid game going well without Karsa. Like, I don't think Rich can play as aggressive as he does unless Karsa is kind of like going and getting the vision control that he's able to set up. I don't see them being able to make these picks happen unless Karsa is like actually getting that vision and working with Rookie to get it. And I think as well, and I think this is definitely like skewing my perspective of Karsa a bit. I think Rookie and Karsa are just so on the same page. But it's not that they're good. Like, don't get me wrong, they are very, very good. But it's the fact that they almost don't need to communicate and they just do the exact same thing. It's almost like they've been playing together for years. They just think the same way. And I think that's why they end up looking so good, is like, I've seen times where, I can't remember what game it was, but it was like, Rookie was on Syndra, Karsa was on Lee Sin. There was a Blanc that tried to find a flank. And both Karsa and Rookie, like, I don't know if they said words to each other, but just knew. They didn't join the fight. They both just walked around, and the Blanc tried to come in. They just picked him off straight away. And the Blanc then again tried to come into another fight in mid lane, and Karsa and Rookie are just waiting in the bush, timed perfectly with spells. So I definitely think my perspective of Karsa is slightly skewed because of how good Rookie is. And I think that's something that happens a lot with jungle as well. Is like, you'll see junglers that you're like, oh, they're absolutely insane, and then they just join a different team, and because the team isn't really functioning for them, it doesn't work. And I think
Tarzan's a good example of that, right? I don't think Tarzan's just bad now. It's just LNG sucks, so how can you
rate
see
them?
Tarzan's good?
It's the exact same conversation with Kanavi, right? Like, Kanavi 2021 summer, we're like, this guy sucks. What are you doing? You're invading. You have nobody with you. This is a terrible idea. And literally, you're just like, the same stuff you gave out to him for in 2021 is now the stuff we're praising him for in 2022, just because you've got Missing and Hope that are there. That's the only difference here. So that's where, like, I find it kind of hard to separate jungle from the rest, but I think that's always the problem with this conversation, is you never get to separate a jungle from their laners. It, like, jungle is so much about how your laners can set you up and you set them up, right? So I'm going to lean towards Kanavi, because I'm kind of glad just to see Kanavi coming back. And also today's game, I think I always get a bit worried when I see this very easy system, because I think it can get broken very easy. When you talk about play towards 369, invade on bot side with Hope's push and Missing coming across, that becomes a very easy system to prepare for. And in a best of 5, especially looks in the playoffs, that's going to fall apart. But playing today's game against TT, we kind of saw them mix it up again. Now, it is against TT. How much do you take away from that? But like playing around 369 in the Graves, getting him super fed, actually looking to try and like swap up where they were putting pressure on the map and how they're able to play with that. I think Kanavi did quite well. So that's where I'm kind of like, okay, I think Kanavi has more to show. This is just how JDG are starting to get in, and I think Kanavi's still an insane carry for this team.
Look, wait,
So for
wait,
our all
wait,
team,
wait,
we're going with
wait.
Kanavi?
I was gonna say, I have to say this first to the fans who respect great jungling. Mazel will not pick Lien because Mazel picks people based off name recognition, value, and popularity.
Oh, and narrative.
So
Narrative.
we are we narrative as
Oh
well.
my
So we are
God.
absolutely screwed. So take it away, Mazel.
Yes, you are. You are. Yeah, I guess we'll just go ahead and give it to Kanavi. I mean, both you guys had some interesting takes on it. I still think that combo of
I mean,
rookie,
if it was mid jungle,
Rookie and
right?
Karsa
If
is
it's
good.
mid jungle, no
Yeah,
doubt, no doubt
exactly,
they win it as a duo.
exactly. But it's about the holistic
Yeah.
aspect. I have been one to see the bright side of Kanavi a lot in the past, and having seen last year not be the most exciting for him as well, and great. It is really nice to see like this is kind of that plain style.
Can I
of
also
aggressive
just
jungler
say,
we wanted
this
to
is
see.
what upsets me a little bit about these All-Star conversations. Like, this just becomes who's best in role. I actually want a conversation at some stage about, and this is not, because this would take hours to get through,
Best synergy.
as to what's actually the best team with unlimited budget that you could make in the LPL. Because I think that's a much better conversation about, like, hey, look, if we could have Karsa,
I
Rookie,
think so
okay,
too.
cool. Now we got our mid laner we want to play around. Do we then have, like, a Viper in the bot lane? Cool, there's our lanes. Now I don't want to carry in the top lane. I don't want someone who's going to take resources.
Wait. I got this. I can actually just nail this down really quickly.
Mold,
PB got in
mold,
bot
mold.
lane. Y4, AD carry. Mull
Oh
in
my
mid.
God.
Way in jungle.
my
And the
God.
one change I will make,
Shine.
get BB out of top lane. Get BB. I don't care. I don't even,
BB
I don't
out of
even
top
care
lane.
who you put in top
Shine.
lane.
Just
Just
stick him
get
in.
2020
Slap him.
Oh my
BB out.
God. My cheeks are hurting too much now, but we do got to move on for this conversation. I want to give a huge shout out to you guys for helping me break down this first team All-Pro of the LPL in the Last Hit Awards. So in the top lane, we decided on the Shy from Weibo Gaming. In the jungle, JDG's Kanavi taking out that all-team pro spot. In the mid lane, we got V5's Rookie coming up big in huge plays, huge playmaking opportunities through the mid lane. In the bot lane, we got EDG's Viper. And to round it out as his duo, RNG's Ming. So what a stack team we have going on here in the LPL All Team. I don't know what
Sorry,
you're
I was
looking
trying
at,
to figure out
Dan.
where my plushie was, but I've realized it's up above me, and I'm a little bit worried about like stretching up above me with the camera this close to me. So I was like,
Yeah,
no,
probably
let's not. Do this.
But huge shout outs to these guys, right? It's such a hard conversation, and obviously
I
it's
hate
not
this.
always going
I
to be
hate this
perfect, but
conversation. It's
these-
horrible, dude.
Yeah, but it's always fun to have, right? And it is
It's
the end
not
of the
fun.
season.
It's
Gotta feel like
not
we have
fun.
To, it is
It's not-
fun.
it kills-
I'm going to force you to
kills
have
me on
fun,
the
all
inside.
right?
I don't want to pick between these people. There's so many great ones. Like
You don't
why
understand.
can't
The
you just do
LPL players
80 carry
are
All-Star
Lyrics
team?
children, and you were asking him to pick between his
Yes, they
favorite
are.
children.
And you are asking him to choose.
I don't want to pick, dude.
Sometimes it's
I
a
don't wanna
tough-
pick.
it's a tough
I
life,
love,
all right?
I
It's a
love
tough life.
Rookie and Xiaohu and
So-
Knight. Don't make me pick.
Now, we got to choose 5, but now to make it even harder and force you to choose one single child of yours, Lyric, let's go ahead and open up the MVP conversation here as our last little bit, because it is a huge conversation. It's overarching. I want to try and keep it kind of short and sweet, just get general thoughts from you guys, and we'll break down who we think deserves that MVP. And I want to immediately shout out the kind of conversation that you were talking about earlier, and Xiaohu for RNG, because we see how this guy is so integral. Right? For MVP, what it means to me is you cannot win the game. You cannot be a successful team without this player. He is literally how you are winning the game, and he has maybe even 80% of an input on how this is working out. I feel like Xiaohu fits that mold.
I feel like when we frame it like that, it still becomes hard because I feel like the conversation shifts from, I don't know, Rookie's still in there as well, but like even Knight kind of like inches up more when you're like, team does not win without them. It's like, man, does top
So-
esports win without Knight? I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
save you from this, Lyric, because I actually think the difference maker here is like how much the team is impacted. I suppose that's maybe not the right wording, but like how much of the team is decided around that person. And for me, that is Xiaohu. Like when I watch an RNG game,
Yeah.
everything that RNG do on the map is dictated
Yep.
by Xiaohu. And like when I look at V5, Rookie I think, is the best player that we have in the LPL right now. And this is where I'm making the differentiation. I think Rookie's the best player that we have in the LPL. The dude is absolutely insane. Mechanically, he's a god. Laning phase, he's a beast. And he is hard carrying V5. But do I see V5 actively change their entire playstyle around what Rookie's playing? No. And that's where I think the difference is with Xiaohu is like, if Xiaohu's on Corki, they are doing absolutely nothing until we actually get towards an objective, we have package up, and then they're going to go towards Rift Herald. If Xiaohu's on something that can go and roam, suddenly we're playing way more proactive in the early stages. Waves linking up, we're moving, we're like, everything is moving in tandem. Like, and I think that's where the difference maker is for me, why Xiaohu would be my MVP for the split, because although I don't think he necessarily is the best mechanically, I think without Xiaohu, that's not
I gotta
RNG.
say, Xiaohu's Vex better than
Oh yeah,
Rookie's.
Xiaohu is the best
Throwing that
Vex,
out there.
but on the counter side,
There you
Rookie's the
go.
best Orianna. You know, like
Yeah.
we can go back and forth
Yeah,
between
in the
these.
world,
Hey.
in the world,
Hey,
in the
yeah.
whole world.
In
This-
the world.
But
this is-
I
this is
actually, real quick, I like that you make that distinction because I agree. I like that you put it the way, like, does this player warp the play style? Because
Me
I feel like
too.
even Knight, even though I think top esports would probably fail more without Knight than RNG would without Xiaohu, right? Knight doesn't necessarily warp their play style. He's just insanely clutch. But even just looking at like how they played last year, this year, right? It's so obvious how literally everything is dictated by what this man can do, what his pick is. Heck, even when he played Lucian this split, I remember they lost, but they went back to the playstyle of last year. They went back to the whole, again, commit Xiaohu purely to the side lane, and it literally looked like 2021 RNG. It was crazy.
But I want to open that conversation up a little. And we're holistically focusing at this point on mid lane. Is that what we truly think is the MVP?
100%.
I mean, we've seen such a resurgence with ADCs in the bot lane. No conversation there. It is literally
Mazel,
these three guys that
Mazel,
are choosing out.
Mazel, do you want to
the,
open up the can of worms that Binox gave you last week? Which Dagda
Nope.
last week we had about 40 minutes of our episode complaining about Jinx. No lie.
I heckin' love Arcane.
Dude, I still no wait just real quick. We have to go down this tangent. There was one part where Mazel asks something about mid laners, and then Ox is like, "Wait, real quick, Lyric, who is there any Jinx LPL AD carry who can't win on Jinx?" It's like, man, he just wanted us to flame people out of nowhere. 40 minutes of Jinx, so no Mazel, no bot laners, no AD
Yeah, I
carries.
genuinely
Alright,
believe
alright,
that
alright.
like in the current meta, this game is not decided by a bot laner. Like that's just the way it is. And I mean the very big point of that is if it was, EDG would be top of the table. Because if Viper was able to actually hard
True.
carry these games, EDG would be very front and center first. The fact is, mid laners are the ones that actually hard carry this game. And it is, I do feel like you have the ability as a mid laner right now to 1v9. And it's been a long time since I felt like you've actually had that ability. But when I look at like Rookie, when I look at Knight, when I look at Xiaohu, these are guys that are legitimately 1v9 in their games. And that's where the difference is.
I want to add, like, I agree and disagree. Like, I agree with you, but I think I only agree because I do feel like the level of play is also still kind of bad. You know what I mean? Like, my God.
Lyric with the true
Man,
flame.
I don't know what it is because I feel like usually the league starts shoring up by now, which some teams have, right? Again, like V5 look good, RNG look good, but there's still like EDG, LNG, even TS who are on a 6-series win streak. You watch their series and like, my God, TS are not a convincing 6-series win streak team whatsoever. There's just so many.
Let's see.
So many teams right now. Even the rookie play, even the 2-man Shockwave, which was so sick after him sidestepping. Like, I'm just like, why did you guys walk back in here? What are you doing? You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
I do feel like mid laners can
yeah.
1v9 in the LPL because they are absolutely god level players beyond belief. But I don't know. The level right now is
The
shocking.
thing for me is like I'm gonna take some of the champions that have been drifting out of the meta out of the equation, but like Rise, I don't see as a 1v9. Victor, if you are fed and you can actually carry, you can just entirely blow up a team. Like, no problem whatsoever.
Yep.
If you're an Orianna, you get a good shockwave. You entirely blow up a team. You win that fight just solely off that pick. Vex, massive Shadow Surge into AoE stun, and you're like 3/4 health, if not absolutely murder people just off of that. You win the team fight. Ari, similar story. Even though she feels like she's kind of like just the kind of jump in, like her AoE damage and the ability to be safe and the healing that she gets off of her passive as well means that she just gets to stay in fights forever, and she 1v.
If only LPL players can build her correctly, though.
Akali, a champion that can 100% 1v9. Like, these are our top played at the moment. Apart from, like, there's a few that are there. They're like Galio, Twisted Fate, LeBlanc, and then Rise. Like, these are champions where I'm like, not so much. But when you actually look at her, like, those are champions that I think, yeah, if you are fed, you will just 1v9. And that's not a LPL playing poorly thing. That's just these champions hurt. They hit like a truck.
Dagda,
Yep,
I raise
exactly.
you
And
your 5 champions, which I actually don't think that I agree with most of your lists. I think Vex is the one I don't. I think when you phrase it 1v9,
Put Xiaohu on Vex and tell me he's not going to 1v9 that game. Really? I've seen like too many Shadow Surges into that like backline just blow them up, where I'm just like, he just murders them. Like, they're just done.
I just think Vex is the type of champion that if your team falls behind, therefore you are behind, it feels so hard to impact the game.
Fair.
But
Okay.
point is, right, you just named 5 champions where you can 1v9. But I raise you one top lane champion that is worth 100 champions, named Gwen.
I raise you
Gwen
Jace.
So we've gotten kind of away from the original
Mazel, this is
conversation.
your
Start talking
fault,
about
Mazel.
champions. But no, it's not. You guys just go on
Mazel, wait,
But
I
it
gotta
all
bring us back
actually-
because
all
you
right,
asked
what do
us.
you
You
got?
asked us, is it really about mid lane? Which was an obvious answer.
We're
Of
talking
course-
about
Of course
players.
it's about mid lane. Of course it's about mid lane. We have Xiaohu, Rookie, Knight, Fofo, Angel.
Yeah.
It's about mid lane, Mazel.
It is about mid lane. No, but I mean, it was a fun conversation to have. It was just memeing you guys. The actual end point of it, though, is mid lane so important. Xiaohu, vitally important to RNG, and I do believe he deserves to have that MVP award from the last hit here, as we are very prestigious. And so he will be our MVP, at least for us, in the way that we think of it for this split, because it's been incredible to watch this guy, right? Going from mid lane to top lane. Going from top lane to mid lane and keeping consistency, keeping the feel of RNG success with his name.
Honestly,
it's
from
been
the
an
LPL
impressive one.
rulebook, he should probably get a rookie this split as well for that,
Oh no. He just gets all the awards. It's fine. So I do want to recap here, as we're going to be ending up the episode very shortly. We did have our couple big awards we wanted to give out at the end of the day. It is the LPL All-Star Team, which we did choose the Shy, Kanavi, Rookie, Viper, and Ming to be our representatives for that one. And the MVP of the split, Xiaohu from RNG. And fellas, it's been a fun one. Unfortunately, this is the last hit awards on the last episode of the last hit in the regular season. So it's been an absolute pleasure being here all season long with you guys, having our interchanging guests. Got to have a huge shout out to Lyric, my constant co-host, Dagda for coming on for so many episodes, Asheen for subbing in as a host at one point, as well as Ox being also present and coming in and rotating with you, Dagda. It's been a pleasure to get to have these conversations with you guys. I don't know if you have anything to say for the last little bit here.
Continue.
All right, well, I'm just going to
All right,
say
go.
playoffs are going to be a banger. I want to curse so badly on this statement, but I'm not going to. I have no breeze as to what way this is going to work out. Like, our playoffs look nuts. V5, I thought were great. Suddenly, JDG, smash them. LNG were doing well. EDG were doing well. They both look trash. I have no goddamn clue what's about to happen in playoffs, and I love it.
That's the beauty of it. Crazy is our game for a reason in the LPL. But again, like I said, this has been March the 11th, the 5th day of week number 8. It has been the last episode of the regular split here in 2022 of the LPL spring. It's been an absolute pleasure all along. Thank you all for tuning in to us. Make sure you stay tuned, though, because we will have some playoff content coming up at you as soon as the playoffs do kick off for the LPL later on. Make sure for all updates, all game knowledge, all content, you go follow at LPL English on Twitter, and go look at the YouTube at youtube.com/LPL official as well. And we'll see you next time on the next episode of The Last Hit.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕的，反要让他们为所。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶了，比洪水更滔天。势将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchwalls, and I'm joined by the Dagatron himself today as we head into two absolute banger matchups. Rob, we've got some serious games lined up today. We've got all kinds of playoffs implications on the line. I'm glad that I'm alongside you for the ride.
I mean, look, we're getting into our final week. This is where it's at. This is where it all comes down into playoffs. But yeah, I mean, I thought we'd have a little bit more of a solidified schedule at this stage, but with teams losing games they shouldn't have, it's still all over the place.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. It's like you look at the fact we're in week number 9. By week 9, usually it's like pretty set in stone, right? But not even close at this point. Let's look at yesterday's matches to start ourselves off. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. We'll look at the standings right after. But first off, we got to talk about what happened yesterday. Because V5 managing to beat TT. No massive surprise there, I'm sure, to many people. BLG against Ultra Prime, though, a bit of a struggle, a bit of a slog there for BLG, and a matchup that realistically they should have just crushed.
Yeah, Uzi managed to pick up his first win in the LPL in 2022, but my God, was that a close one. Like, realistically, Ultra Prime should have won that series. The fact that you had BLG able to bring it back in the last second was kind of insane.
The fact that this is the BLG that everyone was touting as a super team at the start of the year, they're currently in 9th place, and you know, they're a shoo-in for playoffs. The odds of them not getting playoffs at this point is almost 0. But still, a dicey start to this new version of the BLG organization. But I want to take a second on this graphic and just look at some of the connotations of what is happening right now. You can see AL and IG still currently technically in the running, but for IG especially, it's getting dicey. AL already on those 8 losses, but FPX, OMG, BLG, RA still very much up in the air between these teams as to who makes it to top 10.
Yeah, anyone's Legend still having 3 series left, maybe able to hit 8 wins, which would put them right up on the standings and maybe even overtake OMG. But as you say, it's very, very tough. That last spot for playoffs, so many teams are hungry to take that.
Anyone's Legend, for anyone that doesn't know, they have to face V5 top esports in the so, Godspeed, lads. Let's look at the series today, though, because these teams can make playoffs. FPX versus IG. IG, this will literally be their last chance saloon. We'll go into the playoffs connotations in a moment's time, but then we'll go into EDG versus LNG. And as you can see, they're currently tied in the standings. EDG winning out that head-to-head in 5th place right now because of game difference. And if they can win, have that chance to tie up teams on the 10 wins, like your Wavos, like your RNG. So a lot on the line for both of these squads here.
Yeah, but both EDG and LNG kind of sitting in that 5th, 6th place spot. It feels like that series is going to have massive implications for who makes it to round 2 of the playoffs versus having to start in round 1. So I'm very much looking forward to that series. But I'm also looking forward to our first one because This has just as many playoff implications.
Yeah, I mean, this one arguably has more playoffs implications because this series can decide people that do make playoffs, people that don't make playoffs. So let's take a closer look at the shenanigans of what happens when the two different teams win. So we'll start off with FPX because that's the simpler one. If FPX wins, Invictus Gaming are out. In fact, if Invictus Gaming loses one game, they are out of playoffs. So Invictus Gaming, they need a 2-0 here. And FPX technically could still go all the way up to top 6, so plenty available for this squad. Over for IG, though, it's a little bit more difficult. FPX has to also beat OMG for IG to stay in contention. That's after IG wins 2-0. And if IG wins, Rare Atom are immediately confirmed.
Yeah, there's also if IG are able to win 2-0, BLG will also be confirmed with playoffs after their win yesterday, as anyone's legend can't really catch up. There's a lot on the line here. There's a huge amount to play for.
Especially if IG wins, then things shake up dramatically. They do need a 2-0, but with their recent form, I could believe it, because let's just take a second and remember that this playoff stream, you know, it may be a long shot, but it is alive because this is a team that just managed to pull off a 2-1 against Top Esports. And in a stylish series as well. There was a lot of just sheer mechanical outplay going on coming out from IG.
Yeah, I mean, they looked absolutely insane. And for me, looked like I was watching a Hannah Montana movie because they had the best of both worlds with Zika being able to play this Camille. They had great split push in that top side of the map, and then Zika was able to suit the dive composition that the IG had picked up super well in their team fights as well. And you'll start to see it as we roll through these clips. Zika was an absolute monster, being able to set up so well with this Hextech ultimatum. And it feels like for FPX coming into today, you're going to need to try and get control of this Camille. Either ban it away or just take it away off the bat. Because as you can see here, like Zika, we've kind of been complaining about him saying, look, if you're going to play Zika, play for split push. But as you can see here, this is actually a champion that can kind of do both and really kind of opens up options for IG as to how they want to try and play the game.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, when you look at this game as well, it just felt like this turret pick was so smart going against the dive composition. But the compositions we got to see out from IG were just like these brawler comps. Like, look at this squad coming out from IG. They can just stand as a 5, and anything Top Esports do, you've got a Galio ult, you've got a Kindred ult there, you've got an Alistair to play bouncer. Like, it feels like if you just group up, it's so difficult to fight against.
And I think the big thing for me was how well IG responded to Top Esports pressure. Because Tien consistently trying to find these invades, and because you've got things like the Galio, because we had Yuikai on the Ari, these things were able to fall back, help out Shun, and that was really where they got the ball rolling in the early game, was through that mid lane and making sure that they were kind of able to set up on those side lanes correctly then and help out the team in the early stages.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And do you know what? We've got some more clips as well, Dagda, because you're the guy. This guy has stepped up massively. You know, getting subbed out for Mole as Mole came in to join IG for a little bit. And then I guess I lit a fire under his ass. I don't know what changed, but Yuikai earlier on in the split versus Yuikai against Top Esports, it's like two totally different players. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do today in the series.
Yeah, especially on the Ari. Like, MVP performance, 9-0 in that game. The dude popped off, and you can see it here in your screens. This was where Yuikai was able to just come across, answer for this invade from Tien, which I will say was a little bit sloppy, but it meant that basically Yuikai got these 2 kills early, and from there, he dominated the lane. And honestly, had a fantastic series overall against Nice. Like, one of the most dominant laning mid laners that we have. Yuikai honestly was doing a really good job. I wouldn't say outperforming, but certainly was keeping even with Knight in a lot of these scenarios in positions that were super, super tough. And this Yuikai Shun matchup was the performer for IG in this series, and especially coming in against FPX today, that's who I'm looking at, seeing if they can take control over that mid jungle.
Yeah, and we have to talk about the mid lane at FPX as well, because it really does, like, this feels a little mean to say almost, but honestly, FPX, they are struggling to replace DoomB. We're basically a full split in at this point, and both Care and Gory have been struggling big time to fill those shoes. Apparently, we're already ready for picks and bans, so I'll wrap up my point about DoomB and then his replacements, and we'll jump straight in to the first game of the day. It's FPX versus IG with so many playoffs connotations on the line, and hopefully Get that pick and ban up on our screens. There it is. So we'll kick things off then with Shun having some of his comfort banned in this Hecarim and the Nidalee.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Gwen pick up here, though, because the big thing for me is so many counters. Akali's still available. Tryndamere is a big one for Zika as well. We've seen him consistently fall back towards this. So I'm kind of surprised the FPX just go instantly towards that. The Jinx and the Tam Kench on the other side, though, perfectly normal. Totally fine. I mean, there's not really much to write home about. We've seen this time and time again.
Well, you know, Dagda, you say that. I think it's always worth writing home. If you've not chatted to your mum in a little bit, give her a call. Go give her a hug if she's nearby.
Writing, is it?
Like, come on, there's always a good reason to write home. Anyway, we do have Nephelios, who definitely writes home because he just has to think about it. And a loon who's at home can hear him already. A Jax locked in.
So
Good against
I
the
actually want to bring up an excellent point that Munch made off the broadcast, which is we were talking about Camille and saying, hey, look, this really suits the kind of style of Zika being able to dive in and play these dive compositions, something that can play side and also team fight. And Munch was like, hey, that sounds like a Jax pick. And that's what we're seeing here for Zika as well, the ability to play these side lanes and also have that impact in team fights, especially against FPX here, or trying to run this like the MC Hammer front line. A Jax is able to get in front of them and kind of keep them back, still being able to kind of set up for stuns and deny a lot of that damage coming through from like the skip and slash and also just the auto attacks from Zhao is actually going to work really well for IG here.
Yeah, I did say that. You're not wrong. I'm cleverer than I remember. We've got some more bans coming in though. It's IG gonna ban away the Rakan here, trying to remove some engage from Hung, and I can get behind that logic. Hung loves a bit of engage. Maybe the Leona could be a good call, or the Nautilus, whichever one you don't want to go for. But actually, taking Silas away from Care here over to FPX as they're trying to get a good jungle matchup with that Viego ban.
Yeah, I agree with the Nautilus and Leona though, especially when you're running this front line. There's very little engage for FPX, so they really need the Nautilus or the Leona. And even against the TK, I mean, either are going to work totally fine. I personally prefer the Leona just because you can get the double CC, which is why we saw the Rakan ban, something that can lock up both the Jinx and the Tam Kench as well. Yuikai got to go back towards this Ari. We saw him have that fantastic performance, and interesting to see how late we're leaving Shun's jungle pick. I'm curious to see what the plan is here. We saw Shun bring out like things like the Kindred in the last game, and when he was putting there a lot of jungle pressure, but there's still things like the Lee Sin, his and that kind of stuff available, though his Nidalee and that is banned away.
Yeah, the Kindred, as you say, is still that comfort, but looking just to have a counter pick, right? Wants to know the entire enemy composition before he goes for that pickup. And to be honest, when you've got a jungler like Shun, I kind of like that, right? Play towards him, play towards your strengths, and we've seen that Yuikai happy to play towards his jungler. But now the mid lane pick being hovered here for Care. Obviously, Care, we've still a lot to be seen in terms of his champion pool, but generally speaking, is like the assassins, right? We've seen his Ahri, his Akali, Silas, and Vex so far, and it will be that Vex once more.
Yeah, Vex just a good answer into the Ahri. Because you can start the E and get the fear, you're usually able to kind of zone her off the wave, so you can get first push there. Now Shun, have to see what he decides to go towards. We were talking about IG getting the strong mid jungle. It feels like a Lee Sin, a Volley Bear, things that can follow up well on the charm are going to do wonders here and just put Care under a lot of pressure. So it really feels to me like IG kind of going with a similar style to what we've seen before. Try and play towards Yuikai, unlock him, and then lean in towards Zika in that top lane. So you've got a little bit of split push, a decent amount of team fighting as well, and all round just a nice kind of all heavy hitter here for IG.
Yeah, absolutely. Shun going with that Volibear. I will say, I like him on the carries. I like him when he's got a bunch of damage. But when you got a Jinx, and Ahri, and a Jax on the team, I get it. You don't necessarily need a carry in every single role. I will say, though, this is quite an exciting top side to the map here, Dagda. I feel like there are a lot of different characters that could pop off. There's a lot of characters that want to fight in the early game as well. Like this Ahri with a Volibear. I feel like that's a pretty strong 2v2 to be working with.
Especially if you're able to get those like early flashes burnt on towards Care. Like Care on this Vex is pretty immobile. Now, obviously there's a lot of safety with the fear in that, but if you get the flash charm into like the Volibear stun, you just don't get to move. You don't get to play the game. especially with the burst damage that Volibear is able to bring to the table in the early stages. So I really do like what IG are bringing to the table here, and a good kind of answer for the Xin Zhao in a lot of situations as well. The big question mark for me is kind of how that top lane matchup goes. Jax obviously does outscale in the later portion of the game, but I want to see if Yuikai can move up there to try and help out Zika in these early stages. I'm also a bit worried for FPX. With the engage tools they have, Hung needing to find success with the fresh is usually a little bit tough. Also, when you look towards Care, this is kind of their main engage tool, which I'm not always the biggest fan of, but you know, it has to be the Vex that's flinging herself in to start these fights off with a fear. It ends up kind of putting her in exposed positions that FPX could struggle with.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where you're gonna need to find the right moment to have that engage, but counter engage certainly can work for FPX if they can find those situations. I do want to return to that conversation that you briefly brought up there, though, Dagda, of this top lane, right? We've got Xiaolahu versus Zika up in that top side. Both rookies coming in this year, and both have had insane pop-off moments. These are two incredibly volatile top laners that are more than happy to go for a 1v1. And I feel like this series, with so many playoffs connotations on the line, both of them with carry picks, it's all lining up to be an absolute barn burner at top lane.
I'm super excited to see how these two rookies can fare against each other. There's big differences, though, in the way their teams treat them. IG give a ton of resources to the Zika. We oftentimes see Shun up there. But when you look at Xiaolahu, he's kind of been left to fend for himself. Now, he has done a phenomenal job of fending for himself. I actually think he's kind of like one of the more solid top laners we have joined this year. But it just means that it'll be interesting to see if Klid is going to maybe try and help him out given the matchup. Or is it just a case of Zika and Shun are able to overrun Xiaolahu?
One of the questions is Klid going to be started up on that top side of the map, pathing away, as is Shun. So, you know, we've spent the last couple of minutes talking about how excited the top lane is going to be. Neither junglers even remotely interested in that lane as they'll path down towards the bottom side of the map. Some heavy trading in this bottom lane, but let's be honest, there's heavy trading in the bottom lane every single game here in the LPL.
Yeah, especially with these this matchup, like Wink just trying to see if he can poke out LWX while he's got that relatively short range in comparison. But I am going to just point out that both junglers were spotted on their clears. So Shun, you can see there's a ward from FPX on his red buff, so they know exactly where Shun is. And same when you look across at Klid, it's more the fact he hasn't done his red. He's going to give that information to IG. So now you'll have both teams fully aware that both junglers are on the bot side. So I want to see if there's going to be a bit of a change of game plan here for either side. Because Shun, I imagine, will want to try and play towards this bot scuttle just with the push that IG have. But for Klid, he'll probably have to boomerang back up towards the top side. You can see he's kind of left his wolves and his raptors there. It feels like he's going to move back up to the top side, and maybe he can then punish Zika.
Maybe. As, yeah, like you say, both of them leaving a couple of camps for Klid now onto his Krugs and likely to boomerang up. It was a very nice hook coming out from Hug during that lane. Wink's cleanse is going to be on cooldown, so perhaps an opportunity, but Lucas looks like he's just going to get a one river. I wasn't sure if he was going to try and make a play towards the mid lane, but feels like a slow and steady start for both of these teams. And two squads as well that I feel like have been somewhat inconsistent in terms of playstyle across the course of the split, right? We have seen different versions of these squads. And so I always go into IG games not entirely sure what to expect from them.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of been a bit of a mismatch when you look at just how many people have gone through this IG roster. Like, they've changed top, mid, boss. Now they're trying to gank Care.
And they will be able to do it. This is the chain you talked about, my goodness. The second one of those bits of CC lands, you don't get to play the game anymore.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, you do get two flashes from Shun and Yuikai, maybe a bit of an overcommit, but you can see what the thought process is there. It is so hard to try and play against this combo, and now Yuikai once more being set up for success. And we said in the last game against Top Esports, against Knight in that mid lane, Yuikai had that MVP performance on the Ahri. Kind of looking at maybe a similar story with this early aggression.
Nicely done, and now an engage on the bottom side as well. Shun moving over, flash out from Hung. LWX, the target though is the Sky Splitter comes in. The damage really isn't there just yet though from Wink, and so a bit of damage comes out, but it's only a flash burn from Hung.
Yeah, nice job from Hung, like saying, hey, look, I don't want to have to burn the cleanse or the flash on LWX. I'll take the brunt of it. So he flashes away, gets that dark passage to set up LWX, and we're able to get away from that play. Zika, though, aware that maybe he's in a little bit of trouble, but if you look at where Clid actually is, Clid is just going to try and steal away some of these camps instead.
Yeah, Clid already went and took the big Krug. He's going to go for some chickens as well. So Shun really being punished for his presence in the bottom side of the map there, as Zika having a bit of a hard time up in this top lane. You can see a CS gap starting to build up in favor of Xiao Hu. And has to be said, that's the biggest strength we've seen from Xiao Hu across the course of this year, is his 1v1, right? We've seen other top laners have outperformed him in terms of team fights and things. When it comes to laning, Xiao Hu really has been having a field day.
Yeah, and that's why FPX have kind of left him to be on his own. They know that this guy's going to be totally fine if they leave him there. I will say, though, I would have liked to see Clid try and play towards top side there. And you know Shun is on the bot side. Stealing camps away from a Volibear, does it really matter in the grand scheme of things? Like, he's going for tank items. They tend to be relatively cheap. And actually, like, for yourself as well, you getting ahead isn't that big of a factor. But imagine you kill Zik in that top side. Then you get, like, a ton of gold for Xiao Hu. He loses more of the wave. It just feels like that's more of the win condition you should be playing for. And I think this is one of the big issues that I've had with Clid in a lot of situations. It's just his, like, decision making on where his actual win conditions are and how to play towards them in the early game.
Yeah, not ideal so far then in the jungle matchup, but Shun, he's a riverbed. He's chilling. He's having a little bathe in the pool, looking for salmon swimming by. Yeah, but he's now going to look towards the bottom side as LWX is going to swim away on the Dark Passage. I want to talk game plans here, Dagda, because we've got this strong mid jungle that we talked about from IG, and it feels like using that, they could perhaps find some early control of these objectives like the dragon that they just started.
Yeah, and that's going to be it. It's like trying to set themselves up for these early objectives. And the neutrals are going to be pretty key for IG. Dragons, I think, is their best bet, because just with the way top lane's going at the moment, it feels like Xiao Hu just going to have more of an impact if they try to play towards a skirmish on the top end. The only way I can see that really working out is if, like, they get this low push. Ooh.
Was that
Clid?
with your flash? I don't know. First
No, it
Drake of the
wasn't.
game? Look, I respect it, Clid. He sees the Drake, he goes for the Drake. That's a jungler at heart right there.
Yeah, sure. It's just like, you know what? All right, they're going to spot them here, but, you know, they'll try and do something else. No, Clid goes in. But now you burn your flash for essentially nothing. You have no opposite, like, cross-map play to go for either, and Clid's just kind of sitting here clearing the ward. I don't know. This is a bit weird for me from
Do
the
you know
early
what?
stages.
That's a worth. That's a worth in all chat from me. Zika, though, trying to go for a bit of an all-in. Xiao Hu's used the needlework as well. Both ults used. Neither top lane really commits to the play. A bit of a weird one, honestly, in the top side.
Yeah. We'll just back it up. For Xiao Hu, I think it's just trying to see if he could maybe poke Zika out of lane before they go for the Rift Herald play. Again, for me, Xiao Hu has full control of this top side. Even with the push now from LWX and Hong on this bot lane, FPX should be able to move up towards this Rift Herald. Even looking at Wink's items, like, hasn't completed the Noon Quiver, actually sitting a little bit behind when it comes towards, like, his own tempo, which is why LWX was able to get that push on the bot side. So, from IG's perspective, I think you just give this up on the top end, see if you can instead play for plates on Wink in that bot side.
See if they can. Shunt moving over to that top side as well. Spots that blue buff. He's level 6 to Clid's level 5 as Clid starts this Herald off. Both bot lanes are moving over. LWX will be spotted by the sweeper here, but CC chain denied by Shun's ulti. It won't matter though. He just doesn't have the health. Blown up before the fight ever begins, and now Zika moving over, gets the stun onto LWX. There's a follow-up from Lucas, but there's just no damage. Yukai can't do much on his own here, and Wink wasn't there just yet. FPX winning out a bit of a scrap, and a little bit suboptimal here from IG, but at least Yukai finding a consolation prize as Hung. Then again, maybe he won't find it because he just missed the queue.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit sloppy from IG. Shun getting caught. Yukai not able to find the follow-up, and FPX, they get the kill, and they get the Rift Herald. And again, you had the option here for IG to just play towards bot side. Like, no reason to try and take this. Xiao Hu brings more to a team fight right now. LWX, because he's got that full pickaxe over his counterpart, he's going to bring more. It just didn't make sense for me to try and take this fight. And even if Shun hadn't got caught out, it still wouldn't have been the best of ideas. Shun as well, I don't know where you're off to. Like, why are you trying to get vision that deep? Just pop it over the wall. You don't really need any more. Zika actually had pushed in top side, so if they fought in River, maybe as a 5-man unit versus the 4, they could have tried to win out. But when you're in this position where you've already lost your jungler, now Xiao Hu's coming down for the 5-man, you're just never going to win this.
Yeah, and it just feels a little bit panicky almost from IG,
Yeah.
right? Where you've got Shun going in too deep by himself. Like, if you... Oh, wait, hang on. All in on the top side. The needlework has timed out Shallow, who I don't think will close the gap. Zika will survive, but barely, and he's losing out big time in that top side now, almost 30 CS down. But I want to go back to the point about that Rift Herald fight in that IG, not coordinated, right? Not playing that one together, but even the jump forwards from Zika to try and find the pick onto Hung, like missing the Q on a basically still target. Feels like there is an air of nerves within this IG team today.
I mean, there is that playoff spot on the line, and even if they win here today in 2-0 fashion, they still need to beat Weibo. 2-0. Not to go here for IG.
That might not be that hard at the minute, to be honest.
Well, yeah. But I will say, like, honestly, I think from FPX perspective, you're pretty happy with how this early game is going. Shallow, there's a reason he's been one of the most touted rookies coming in. Blade is going to look for the bot side.
Good flash forward from Hung. That's beautiful. We said the Thresh wasn't going to be that good of an engage, and Hung says, ha ha ha, Flash is a basic ability. And makes it happen anyway. Goes for the play. And now a potential dive on the bottom side as Wing actually ults the wave to deny this attempt. Cleared forced away. Herald not used.
Nicely done. Smart play here from Wing to go, hey, look, as long as I hit LWX, I'll be able to burst out the wave. So no opportunity for the Rift Herald to go down. Still, though, you're seeing the cracks form. LWX strong in this bot side of the map now. With a slight gold lead, only about 200, but still, you know that Rift Herald's going to go down here in the next few minutes more. You got Shallow, who's destroying Zika in the top lane in the matchup that Zika thought he'd be able to control. So now Shun being called up to see if he can help out, but I honestly don't know. I mean, if you have Ignite and the needlework up and you actually can't really like get that CC combo, it really does feel like Shallow who's going to be in a good spot.
Yep. Dodge the stun there as well. Herald just going to be slammed in the mid lane here, so Care will get himself a bit of gold, and it'll soften that tower up for later as well. So when it comes to the second Herald, that could be a good target just to finish that tier 1 off. Shun hanging around this top side, but I think he agrees with you, Dagda. Looks like he's just going to go for the reset here. Still toying with the idea of making this play, but Shallow, who awfully safe on this Gwen, will be able to just clear this wave out and hopefully back away. But Shun, he's undecided. He can't decide whether to recall or go for this play. Shallow, who steps up for the wave. Now the chance. Zik tries to get the stun, and he won't be able to. And all of that time from Shun is just wasted.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragon was always going to go the way of FPX. It felt like this was the answer that Shun was trying to go for. But as you say, because he spent so much time up here, Clid gets to go and take away his own jungle. And it doesn't really feel like Shun's comfortable enough to go into Clid's side of the map. So it's just going to be a trade up here for FPX.
Certainly will. Lucas, speaking about trading up, knocks Hung straight into the air. And Hung is like, you know what? I'm going with the up theme as he just walks north on the map until his demise. It's going to be a nice pick for IG, just punishing the deep extension coming out from FPX. And I think maybe just buying off a little more than they could chew because Shun had showed on the top side.
Just no real vision control down there either. Hadn't spotted out where the wards were, so nice job from Lucas to go, hey, look, we can actually take this, especially with Yukai having that push in the mid lane. But again, like, this is where I was kind of hoping to see a little bit more from IG. Like, using the fact they had the strong mid jungle, they got that early pick onto Care, but we haven't seen Yukai roam. We haven't really seen him linking up with Shun, and the rest of the map is kind of falling apart, so it's good to see Yukai now with this push getting a little bit more of these kind of roaming plays.
Yeah, we said that we wanted to see them controlling the early objectives. Well, that's a Herald and a Drake going the way of FPX. IG got the first Drake of the game, but follow up on that second one, as you say. So perhaps a little bit more to come from Yukai. He's got those 2 assists, and Shun will start to get tankier. Like, it's not like this Follow Bear is going to get any weaker across the course of the game. I do want to point out the gold difference right now, though, because it's about 800, and when you look through the lanes, if you start at the bottom and you move your way up, it's like relatively even in every single lane. And then you get to the top lane back there, and that entire 800 gold difference exists in just that 1v1.
And again, this hasn't been influenced by the junglers. This has just really been Xiaolao who outclassing Zuka. And again, this is why I was saying, like, he's been touted as one of the best additions in the rookie talent pool to the LPL. The guy's been an absolute beast by himself. And I think it speaks volumes to, you know, the ceiling that we can kind of expect from Xiaolao, who, especially since this is only his first year.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, the lack of impact from junglers was not for lack of trying from Shun. He definitely made an attempt up that top side. It was just Just a little disastrous. Couldn't quite make it work. But you're absolutely right. I think Xiaolahu in the conversation for Rookie of the Split. I think he has his work cut out with Wayward just going absolutely insane recently. But the fact that he's now against IG, well, Wayward lost to Zika in that previous series. So if FPX beats IG, that by default means Xiaolahu's the Rookie of the Split, right?
Yeah, transitive properties. That's how this goes. But IG there, Lucas having to burn his ult to keep Wink safe. Now Xiaolahu, we praised him. We praised him.
Yeah.
That's our bad.
He actually dashed towards that. He didn't realize there was 2 players there. That's unfortunate. That's highly unfortunate. Yokai tries to get the charm. Care lists lazily to the left and dodges that one out as FPX will be able to get themselves a Herald on the top side. But take a look at that bottom left of your screen. You got Zika just hammering away on the tower with one of the most satisfying auto attack sounds in the entire game is Jax against the tower.
And again, like, nice pick here for IG means that they can actually get that bot lane tower and look to trade, because as you can see here, Clid just pops this Rift Arrow straight down in the mid lane, so at least you're going tower for tower. And the only thing, obviously, is that you're still looking at this Aphelios on the top side.
Big play coming out from Yokai's Clid. The target Shun flashes forward to finish that kill off. And now a little bit more, but Hung there to save the day, pulls his mid laner out to safety. But the Herald has been denied. That's crucial.
Yeah.
Both Heralds used mid. Only one of them went off.
That's really big for IG. Holding onto that mid lane turret is super important. It gives so much access to the map for FPX. And again, with like Dragon coming up in a minute now, you don't get that mid priority. You just kind of push the wave in the whole way as FPX and just drift into River. Instead, now you've actually got to fight against IG, who have the quicker resets, now starting to come out. Should be able to get some control over this River area with Wink having push. But see here, Herald goes down. Yokai, great charm there. So I think the Herald, does it? No, actually gets knocked up there by Lucas. So that's what stops the initial charge. Then the minions are there and it just can't get forward. Wink managing to kill it off.
Yeah, really nicely done by IG. Great heads-up play from Lucas. That's the second time this game where I feel like we can really compliment Lucas on where he's been on the map, what he's been doing on this Tahm Kench. Feels like he's on point with his decision-making here as Clid has stepped too far. There's a charm, there's an Everfrost, there's a bear over the wall. And you know what? That's maybe one of the scariest things you can ever see is a bear flying over the wall at your Moonlight Vigil. Yokai flashing forwards, in goes Shun as well. The damage there onto Care. There's a reset for Wink as IG look for more as well. And so far, so good. These scraps are beautiful from IG.
And Yokai has been orchestrating them so well. Like, getting these charms consistently onto the carries, burns the flash on Clid, then he ends up using the Spirit Rush 4 to get Care, so sets up for Shun. Really well played by Yokai. And now, they should have controlled a dragon.
LPX wants a bit of revenge. Wink the target here, flashes away to safety, keeps himself alive. And actually, it's Hung in trouble now. Shun was still there. Lucas licks him to death. And now a TP coming out. It's Yokai to rejoin the fray, but no ultimate available. Means it's difficult to close that gap.
They just want to try and get control over mid for the dragon, but Clid now back on the map. Maybe IG don't feel comfortable going for this. They've wasted a little bit too much time. Zika was trying to move down to see if he could help out, like have the advantage of not having to use the TP, but now IG back away. This should be the second dragon for FPX.
Should be Clid on the scene here. Shun's still on the bottom side of the map, but it does look like he's pathing up towards the top lane. But then again, perhaps a contest can come on through, because let's be honest, Clid, not exactly massive amounts of reinforcements on the map right now. You can see Xiaolahu just leaving the base. Care now arriving in the river from that bottom side. Shun needs to be a little cautious here. He's getting flanked right here. No flash available, no ult available. The bear has been felled. It will be a dragon after all in favor of FPX.
Yeah, weird play from Shun. Like, just move mid, group as 5, and then, or sorry, 4, and then start to move in. But they don't go for it. Instead, you just get caught. Now FPX get the second dragon, they get the kill, and even the push on bot as Xiaolahu will start to move up to cover the top lane push from Zika. But this mid lane terror should go the way of FPX.
I will say, Shun this game in skirmishes, 10 out of 10. Shun this game playing around neutral objectives, 0 out of 10. That's 2 now. The first the Herald, now the Drake, where he's just going in completely by himself. And FPX are almost surprised that they get this free kill for themselves. Zika trying to get some pressure out on the top side, though, as it feels like this Jank's now with a Triforce starting to actually come alive a little bit. Wink moving up to try and help as well. And with 3 players in this top lane trying to overload and look for a tier 2, there's pings in the bottom side from FPX, but I don't think they'll be able to trade.
No, just nice job from IG. Just realizing, hey, we outman people, and Uakai basically being a 1v2 in the mid lane, just being able to shove back LWX with the wave clear he has with that Everfrost and the Hextech alternator picked up. Kid now will answer bot, but tempo advantage is in favor of IG, so they can actually swap over Uakai to bot. A Wink goes mid, you get the resets for Zika, and they get out onto the map, so they can maybe even shove out this bot wave and move to a mid lane play.
Yeah, trying to make a play onto LWX there, but he cleanses away the stun, and it means he can take that Dark Passage out to safety. So it is a tier 2 trade across the map here, as it was answered by Care and Clid in that bottom lane. So I'm going to just recap on where we're at in the gold, because it was about 1,000 gold lead earlier on in favor of FPX. That's pretty much gone. We're almost neck and neck. IG ever so slightly ahead, but it's a minuscule amount. And that's exciting, Dagda, because we've had a relatively quiet early game. I'd say the score doesn't quite represent the level of action. We've had a lot of skirmishes that have kind of gone a little bit sideways on either direction. But with an even scoreboard at the 20-minute mark, with a couple of Drakes apiece at the 20-minute mark, 3 towers apiece at the 20-minute mark, it means that this mid-game is going to be all kinds of even team fight.
You say that, but 20 minutes for FPX means they have to flip Baron. That is the only way that they know how to progress the mid game. And it's been such a bane for FPX as Zika actually looking to see if maybe he could get the pick there. But yeah, FPX really struggle in the mid game with how they want to try and assign their waves, how they want to try and like push their advantages forward. And it means that they oftentimes end up trying to flip Baron. You can see here just full ARAM as Shele, who going to start getting that push on the bottom side. Here doesn't really need to be here, and this is kind of a symptom that we see a lot with FPX. He could be actually putting pressure on towards his top side, but Shun walks in.
Shun knows there's a neutral objective up, so he just goes forward by himself and gets caught out here. Ult's coming out across the board as Shun tries to retreat. Follow up from Care into the squad here. And it looks like Lucas will go down for his trouble as well, trying to protect his jungler, but it just ain't gonna happen. Care with a double kill on this one. And they don't need to flip a Baron if Shun is caught out before it ever even happens. Care low, though. And IG, I don't think they're done contesting just yet.
No, Uakai still has the Spirit Rush, uses it there to dash forward, try to see if he can maybe pick someone off. Again, the only real CC is Care and Hung, so as long as that's down, they're all right.
Yeah, 5 people in the pit. Take a lot of damage from that Baron, though. Remember, we're 22 minutes into the game. Baron is not that easy to take this early on, so a lot of damage will be coming out. Wink zapping into the pit here. Stuns are going to come out. There's 3 people behind the Baron here. Big damage coming on out. Clid does manage to get the smite for himself. Zika on the front line. It's 3v5 and a 1-for-1 so far as LWX flashes away. Wink trying to survive, but knocked up, feared, and taken down. Double kill for Clid as Uakai realizes he's alone and takes the spear.
And there's just not enough damage there for Uakai. Goes for the Horizon Focus, doesn't go for the Shadow Flame, so much more heavy into the single target damage, which means that when you look at this FPX side, when you need someone to step up and provide that AoE, you just don't have the damage on Wink and Uakai to follow through. So Baron goes the way of FPX. 50 seconds until this third dragon for them as well. With the resets coming through, potential push in mid, it feels like that should be FPX's neutral as well.
It's like IG trying to get vision control on these objectives has been disastrous this game. I mean, again, Shun stepping just way too far forward, not respecting the fact that the whole gang from FPX is here.
Again, I don't know, like the lack of kind of. There's a very easy way for IG to get control of River. Like, you have Wink who's able to push in super easy. Like, then, especially with Uakai there, rotate into River as a group. Don't let FPX kind of outnumber you. But Shun kind of just taking those shortcuts ends up punishing them. And then here, IG, it's a good attempt. But again, like, there's Clade, everyone at the back of the pit. I feel like that's really where the focus of your fight should be. And Zika tries to go forward. The charm hits onto LWX, but there's not enough damage. And again, like, Uakai just doesn't have the damage to get through Care, to get through Clade. They're all just too.
Yeah, Xpeke knows all about that one. They're just too tanky. 3 dragons now for the side of FPX here. as they've managed to extend themselves a 3,500 gold lead as well. And you know, Dagda, you mentioned that this is a team that usually likes to flip Baron. Well, luckily for them, IG gave them Baron on a silver plat, and they also gave them a massive gold lead to go with it. And look at the second item coming out from Clid. He's gone for the GA already, so he could go as deep as he feels he needs to, and the rest of the squad is so good at following up on those dives as well, with Care being able to fly in, the Gwen more than happy to be in a skirmish in the enemy base. And you got Moonlight Vigil, which is just such incredible range as Hung finds a hook onto Wink there. Beautifully done. Wink saved by his support, but that's Devour on cooldown now.
Yeah, Shun going golden as well. A little bit interesting, but Shella, who threatened by Yuakai.
Yeah, takes a few tower shots there. In goes Zerka to try and make things happen. LWX on the front line. 4-man stun comes out from the Jackson. In goes the Bear as well. Keep your eyes on Winks trying to clean up. Yuakai as well, getting the damage on out. Wink still going strong. Clid flashes over the wall, but can he escape? He says no. Wink charging forwards as Hung will be taken down by the Orb of Deception, and Wink will finish them off. A triple for Yuakai, but Zerka's stunned to set it all up.
That was so well played by Zuka, just managing to get in onto the 4 people of FPX. And once those invulnerables go down, Wink is there to clean it all up. Third Dragon did go the way of FPX, but IG can do some serious damage with those long death timers. And we get it here on the replay. Hung does get the hook onto Wink, but again, this is like the primary engage to Care and Hung. Care doesn't have the Shadow Surge because he just used it there. So now you've got the opportunity for IG to start to play aggressive. Zika and Yuakai constantly putting pressure on the side, and FPX just not respecting that they can't try and follow up with this. And as you said, Zika, great play here to get that set up. Shun flings himself into his death to set it up, but clean up through from IG.
Beautiful. Just flashing forwards to make sure he gets the 4-man stun. Instant follow-up from Shun as well, the ulti onto everyone. And it's just the meat grinder at that point. You've got a Jinx there blasting the AoE rockets. Wink flashing over the wall as well to finish that last kill off. 11-12. And you know, Dagda, a few moments ago I said, well, it's even at the 20-minute mark. That means we're going to have a banger mid-game. And you weren't so sure, but I don't know. It's feeling like a banger to me. Xiao Hu in a 1v3 on the bottom side of the map here. But there's too much CC.
Oh my
or is
God.
there? Wait a second, Gwen is immune. I almost forgot. It's a 1-for-1 somehow.
Yeah, imagine thinking, Yuakai, that you'd be able to win the 1v3 with all the CC in the world. Xiao Hu still manages to get one kill back. And now we got a little bit of a base race on our hands as IG looking to reset. Without Xiao Hu there, Zuka going to see if he can try and push in on this bot side. But this would be 2 tier 2 towers for FPX, where the only one is traded back for IG.
Yeah, although IG might be able to get themselves an inhib tower, which I think they're going to be happy with that trade. The reset's being cancelled by Wink here. That's going to be the inhib tower. Maybe an inhib as well with 27 minutes into the game. That's massive bot pressure for the Baron that will be spawning in 45 seconds, Dagda.
I thought we were going to see Clid reset. I didn't think you'd actually end up with Zika just being able to go ham on that bot lane. So, as you say, yeah, I mean, take that trade every day of the week. Inhibitor down, pressure on this bot side for Baron. Even as well, just having pressure that has to be dealt with in this bot lane for the Dragon as well is going to make things a lot easier for IG. Zika, though, now taking a spot in the top side, knowing that, hey, look, this is actually the big objective is the Dragon. Although Baron is going to be super nice for both these teams to get, an Infernal Soul for FPX, for Xiao Hu's burst damage, Care's burst damage is going to be so nasty for IG to deal with. So you can see IG going, hey, look, we actually want to try and set ourselves up here on the bottom side of the map. If you have to give Baron, it sucks, but Dragon is the more important.
It's 40 seconds on that timer before that Drake comes up onto the map, and that could be the ticket for FPX. They are ever so slightly ahead in gold, but it is, like, you know, it's a almost 2,000 gold lead, which earlier on in the game, I would have been singing their praises. But at this point in the game, we're almost 30 minutes in, 2,000 gold is not significant anymore, especially when you're against a Jinx on 3.5 items. We saw what Wink could do in that last fight. Yuakai having the 3 items on this Ahri as well, 4 stacks on a Dark Seal. If you get caught by the charm, he will blow you up. LWX slowed by the lightning, but no follow-up there. Zuka protecting the control wards here.
Keep your eyes on Shun. Flash engage is the best way for them to start it out. Same with Uikai. These are the two that I keep my eyes on as IG pushing FPX back.
I don't know how that river ward wasn't spotted by the two control wards here, but the Drake taken by IG and maybe a fight as well as the hook comes out on the top side. It's going to be Zuka just annihilated, never even gets to play during this one, and now a 3v5 once more. LWX wants revenge onto Wink, and Uikai will fall as well. It's an easy fight for FPX. They dominate IG.
Uikai manages to get the trade back, but 3 kills for LWX, and they don't have the wave to try. Do they have the wave to push in mid? They have 30-second death timers. Looks like, yeah, they should be able to finish this one out.
If Shaolahu just tanks the towers, maybe it's doable. You can just protect those minions instead. Clint the one step forwards. 20 seconds on the death timers. FPX, after all of that, just win a dominant 5v5 and waltz it on in. Clint, how did it stack up? He's still got a GA to work with, remember. He doesn't mind taking damage. Respawn's coming out for Lucas, but it's too little and it's too late. Somehow, FPX take game 1.
FPX managing to bring that back. I mean, that was a bit of a back and forth series, but IG at least striking on the first blow. But FPX, the team fighting was better. The map play actually working out pretty well, and finding those picks meant that they could pick up that quick dragon, or sorry, that quick Baron for themselves, which made things a lot easier.
I will say, Rob, this was a weird game. Like, I don't feel like either of these teams is going to walk away from this one like, yeah, we played that perfectly. Like, there was a lot of issues for FPX. Like, IG definitely winning out the early skirmishes. I felt like IG's early game in terms of, like, the fights themselves was really good. But, like, Shun with some really weird mispositions that FPX was able to capitalize on. But then FPX get both heralds and not actually managing to finish a tower with those heralds because IG outplayed that. So it felt like both teams kind of going a little bit wonky. The ideas were there, but not really able to convert them a lot of the time.
Yeah, it kind of felt like you had a weird decision making from junglers on both sides. Like, we kind of talked about Shun. I liked the gank initially in towards the mid lane, like trying to play through that. I felt like it was an overcommitment on the summoner spells. I feel like you either like commit for the flash charm or you commit for the flash stun from the volley bear. I don't think you really needed to invest both. And it meant that they couldn't really have that control that they wanted over the mid lane.
Dagda, look at the gold for IG. 5-5-5-5-5. When have you ever seen that?
Kind of, yeah.
I know it's not that important, but like, when do you ever see that? That's so crazy. What are the odds?
Yeah, I actually, that's kind of nuts. Like, when you think of like how many like wards, creeps, like everything else that goes across, like, yeah. I mean, even like if you kill a crescendo ward, you get like a bit of gold as well. So that ends up being real funky. But our crescendo turret, but yeah, coming back to it, I think it was even Clint. Some of the decision making in the early stage was really weird. But I felt like IG kind of tossed the game away with Shun getting caught out so many times. Like, we saw at the Rift Herald potential that they could have fought for it, but instead Shun gets caught. It means they end up kind of half committing again to the Rift Herald, losing more of the fight, losing more space on the map. And you see the third dragon where again Shun kind of wanders in by himself and get caught. It just felt very strange, the decision making from Shun in this game, and I think it really did hurt IG because you could see Zika was starting to get control over the side lanes against Xiaolu, who, as he scaled into the later portion of the game, the team fighting was starting to come together relatively alright as well. They just didn't get enough chances to try and push through that.
Yeah. Well, FPX, good stuff so far, and unfortunately, that does mean for IG, they are now out of playoffs contention. They needed a 2-0 here today to keep their dreams alive. So FPX have now eliminated IG from playoffs. We'll see if they can continue that ball rolling and go for a 2-0, or if IG are going to go down swinging. We'll find out after the break.
Yeah, I mean, Betty just applying so much pressure in this matchup. And the thing is, I feel like what's going so well for the fight for AL is that you win. Oh my lord. God.
Oh, the caliber.
Oh,
he's got him. Viper goes down solo. Bolo for Betty. Throw up that Poro.
It's such a power spike, and Angel's level 6 isn't really going to offer much power in the fight other than the boost to your damage on your overload. All-in coming
the Shy might be in trouble, or not. He hops over the head, but flash forward from Wayward and finds the 1v1. Beautifully done.
triple tiebreaker things, I believe.
I don't think they can if they get to 10.
Oh, actually, no, 'cause they lose
Anyway,
the
we've
head.
got an engage. Shadow Surge going to come on through. There's an Infernum across the team. Gala low on HP, taken out by Fearless. Is this the fight? No, it's not! No, it is not! Xiaohu says no! Bin chases Jin Zhao down into the base as RNG, no, scratch that, Xiaohu annihilates LGD.
And now Baron up in 15 seconds. And it's so difficult to approach, right? Because you have the Hex.
Crisp, he goes straight in at the 4-man knockup. Can they actually make this fight work as the Destiny Gate comes out? Look at Viper on the backside of this. Susie tries to jump in on the JJ. They get the reset though onto one. That's the Lee Sin dead. Double kill for Viper as he starts to try to turn this fight all on its head. But 2 strip kills all the way back. Triple kill for Viper. It could be a bit more. It's a quadra for Viper. And it's Viper versus Uzi. It's the 280 carries left alive. And we talked about how pivotal these guys were for their teams. They're the only ones left standing.
Now Rookie solo into River, but the whole of BLG's comp, Carther and Rich are so low. Flashes the dredge line, actually inside, away from the trouble bubble. The shockwave onto Wayway. Rookie's the best now mid laner in the world. You can fight me about that because V5's mid laner is taking over this game and soon will return to the world stage, I'm pretty sure of it.
I just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it. I mean it, need it. Need the kind of love you give. I mean it, need it. I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Think about my body like the ocean. I know that the deeper that we go, the more I open. Emotional motion, on the roller coaster. Round and round we go till we find the resolution. Some people need diamonds, some people need gold. I'm not materialistic, I just need your love. I don't wanna wait to figure out if you're the one. While you're on my mind, I think I'll call, I got a question. Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Someone who gon' love my body. Tell me, are you that somebody? 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 Baby, love me, 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 love
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes
下场对阵方 Plus 的话，我觉得林伟翔这名选手还是挺强的。然后对阵他们下路的话，我们就多注意线上的东西吧。春季赛的话，勉强及格吧，然后多调整状态吧，就状态还可以更好。接下来的比赛，我觉得我们队伍把之前出现的那些问题都改掉吧，然后多准备战术。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Muchbles. I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards game number 2 here. And straight off the back, let's jump into our MVP. It was Hung off the back of that game. His Thresh looked fantastic. I swear he didn't miss a single hook or game, honestly. Just consistently managing to find those engagers. And that was the big concern we had for the team, was wouldn't be able to find engagers, but Hung managed to make it happen.
And that's the big impressive part for me, is like when you have so limited tools to actually start these fights off, the fact that they were getting them so consistently and on their terms speaks volumes about how well Hung played. Even in the laning phase as well, being able to set up FPX's bot lane for success. But as you can see here, constantly finding Shun every time he tried to overextend. And as I said, laning phase as well, Hung flashing forward to set up so many of them.
I love that Shun tries to jump away in these situations, and both Hung and Care follow him Spider-Man style off the back of these plays. It's kind of hilarious to watch this FPX squad in the skirmishes, but phenomenal stuff. Shout out Who as well, had a really great game for himself on the Gwen. Didn't necessarily have any huge team fight moments, but the laning phase was complete domination from him. His final fight was just this one was just a wash, honestly.
And it kind of felt for IG like they just couldn't get themselves together. We saw 1 or 2 good fights from them, but Shun being kind of separated from the rest of the team, consistently getting caught out. And that was kind of honestly why Hung got a lot of these MVPs. Got this MVP, is a lot of these kind of separate members of IG were picked up by the hooks from Hung. So I think great job from Hung, but also, you know, for IG's side, wake yourselves up a bit. It's a little bit unfortunate that that means they are out of playoff contention, but I mean, when you look, they were just constantly getting cut out.
Gym teacher Dagda now. Wake yourself up, lads. Come on. 2 laps around the pitch. Drop down. Give me 20 push-ups. Yeah, I just want to add a little tidbit, by the way. So you know how the gold at the end of the game for IG was 5 5s? Well, apparently, I've been told that's actually a Twitch chat spam. Well, not a Twitch chat. That's actually a chat spam in China, because the word for 5 sounds very similar to the word for sobbing. So very, very apt that IG's gold would be just 5s on the game that they get knocked out of playoffs, because I know I'd be sobbing if I was IG off the back of that one. We're going to jump into picks and bans for game number 2 and see how FPX do, and if they can keep this ball rolling and push themselves a little bit closer to playoffs themselves. It's going to be the Jace and the Xin Zhao and Elise Sin banned away by IG. So 2 jungle bans coming out from IG. The Nidalee ban from FPX as well means this jungle matchup is going to get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the similar jungle bans we saw in the last mix, except the Lee Sin now added to the mix as well by IG. So Hecarim gone too. I mean, Zeri's going to be the first lock-in, but it feels like Sin's out gone. Like, the priority on these junglers is going to go through the roof. Diana maybe starts to see it come through. Viego's the other one that I'm kind of looking at, but if I'm IG, I think I'm eyeing up the Diana, because like if you have Shun's Diana plus you end up with like the opportunity to open up maybe Vectum for Zik in the top lane or some sort of AD mid laner for Uakai, go for this super heavy dive comp, it could work out quite well.
Certainly could. Jinx here to answer the Zeri, which relatively standard long range versus short range here. And FPX, we'll see where they go next in terms of that jungle pick, because obviously the Hecarim being banned. Like you said, the Diana could be an option. This Viego has been hovered a lot by FPX. I'm looking towards IG though, and already with the Zeri locked in, I'd love to see them go for another one of these really short range brawl comps that we've got to see from them against top esports. Things like the Galio and the Kindred being locked in that series.
Yeah, Rise kind of fitting that style as well. And personally, I think going for something like the Volibear again here for Shun may not be the worst idea. I really think Diana's underutilized in the LPL, but especially when you're up against the Viego, someone who can, I suppose, go for some of these fades into the enemy jungle, but traditionally Diana can kind of do okay against this. But looks like IG will just kind of, again, kind of leave Shun out on an island, which I don't know if it's the best bet with this many jungle already taken away. Like, you take the Diana, you take away the Volibear and FPX side, I'm not really sure where Shun goes to.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe something like an Olaf could come on through. I mean, I mean, Kindred as well, I guess. But again, we're kind of talking about off-meta picks. Talking about things that really are not standard. So, I don't know. IG obviously have a plan as prioritizing that Gnar, but the Galio being taken away by FPX this time. That'll be Care taking it to the mid lane. Trying to answer some of the roaming ability that Uakai brings to the table with that Rise. And the Kindred that we talked about has now been banned away from Shun. If they ban that Diana, then it gets real funky. That's when I have no idea what direction
I think it's still the Volibear is probably the way they're going to go. And I like the Kindred ban. I think for IG here, if you're trying to like play against what FPX have, things that can like stop the Viego from resetting, Care not really been able to utilize the fact that he's got this big AoE ult, and would work out super well. Plus you've got a ton of pushing lanes for IG, so this is where I think, you know, Diana could work well if you want to, but teams tend to stray away from the double AP big jungle, especially against the Galio. It just ends up super strong. So there's the Volibear ban. Now the question is, what do you, because maybe Shun goes back towards something like the Rek'Sai or something along these lines that we've seen before, but Trundle may be an option as well. It just doesn't really fit with the style that IG have here. Like, this is a short range jump, everyone jump in at the same time. So maybe Rek'Sai is your best option.
I mean, even things like the Diana, right? Like against the Galio, I feel like Galio is the perfect pick against Diana.
Oh, Jarvan.
Just give everyone the magic shield. Yeah, Jarvan could work potentially. Certainly a lot of cleave with Shun and Zika. You know, Zika will go for the Titanic Hydra, so if you can group everyone up, could be an option for them. We'll have to wait and see in terms of that jungle pick. Over to FPX, though, looking to blind pick top lane here and go for a counter pick in support.
I'd be surprised. I feel like this is just a hover. I think you do take this. Oh, hey, yeah, just gonna take the Fiora. I was gonna say, like, I feel like kind of committing this heavily to your split push off Rip means you've got a little bit of an information gap here for IG, so they can just go towards the Dan if they want to here, go full dive, but I'd actually prefer to see them maybe take something like the Rek'Sai, like go, hey, we're going to win out in the early 2v2s, both in the solo lanes, and then we can try and just utilize that fact to, hey, play through sides, but, or sorry, to deny you access to playing through sides. The Diana takes a little bit of time to get rolling, which gives Clid a little bit of time to try and access these lanes, try and make plays, or at least like try and get control of the map, which is what this FPX composition really wants to do.
And perhaps post level 6 looking track. I don't know why I said post, so strange. It's very posh. Post level 6, maybe that's something IG could do. They certainly have a decent bit of a wombo combo going. But yeah, in the early game, I feel like map control could well go the way of FPX. As Hung hovering a few different picks. The Tahm Kench has been very standard alongside this Jinx, but I wouldn't mind the Alistar that he hovered. Bit more aggression, bit more ability to cause a ruckus in these fights, and it can set up very well for that Galio.
A ton of disengage, which I like as well. the opportunity to, as you say, like Dana, Nar try to dive in, there's a pulverize. And you end up trying to find like Nar getting this big flank off, you try and headbutt him away. Like you've got a lot of options to try and keep your backline safe. And that's not only including the fact you've got the Galio there. So I think for FPX's side, like the 4-man unit from jungle down does have good answers for what IG are trying to do. And it would just be a case of if Shella who can get far enough ahead in the early stages to actually take over in that side lane, deny Zika the opportunity to join in these fights. And that's what I'd be keeping my eyes on.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this game now. I feel like a lot of ability to sort of roam around the map here from both mid laners, and I feel like there's a lot of power there in how the rest of the team has to play and how these junglers will play as well. Once again, we kind of go back to the conversation we had in game number 1, is how well are these mid jungles going to link up? Because like you said, Shun make an impact in the mid game early on, managing to get that gank for Yukai, but we didn't really see that much of it beyond that, especially around the neutrals. He wasn't really linking up with the rest of his squad. I feel like if they can improve on that, I actually have a decent enough comp to look a lot better here for game number 2.
Yeah, my biggest worry is just the double AP mid jungle makes it super easy for the Galio. Get those early Merc threads, start to look for an early Banshee's Veil. You just don't really then have the damage to get through Galio, and he becomes a mega tank very, very quickly. Even you look at Clit as well, I wouldn't be surprised to see early Merc threads. You just get so much value, both from like the magic resist you get, the tenacity that you're going to get against like Leona, Ryze, Nar as well. Like it all kind of works out pretty nicely when you try to build towards that. You don't have the push, at least in the early stages though, for the Galio to start making plays. He's definitely more of a, hey, I'm going to try and counteract Ryze as he looks for roams. And I think if I'm IG, my best place to try and set those roams up is down towards the bot side. See if you can get Wink an early lead, but also just maybe even helping at Zika against Shella.
3-man invade up on this top side as Zika backs away, and you saw the percentages between this Gnar and Fiora as the game started. I was just having a look at some solo queue win rates between the Gnar and the Fiora. The higher elo you go, the worse the win rate gets for Gnar. I think that this is one of those matchups where if you've got the skill on Fiora, and we know Xiaolao who does, you can dominate.
Yeah, a huge amount of that is like playing correctly around the vitals as they spawn. Like being able to just get that quick trade, back it up, and playing around like just reaction speed for the likes of the wall up if Zika's trying to trade. And Shella who can make it like quite difficult for Zika to really get good timing windows to trade in the Mega Gnar form, just because again, like you can't really use the wall up. Zika, yes, you can go and like toss the boulder, but you've got the opportunity as Shella who to try and dodge away from that as well with your own Q. So it all gets a little bit funky for Gnar as Shella who already getting that good position.
Yeah, already starting to get those trades off. Has the Conqueror as well for being able to win out in the longer trades as opposed to just going for the grasp that we sometimes see on that Fiora. Wanting to get aggressive. Zika as well, just going to have the fleet footwork, right? He needs the sustain. He needs to just survive in this matchup. Does not want to be too aggressive. LWX getting attacked, but Hung immediately just headbutts Wink away and makes sure LWX is okay.
Yeah, that's basically this matchup in a nutshell. Lucas goes in, Hong goes aggressive onto the other AD carry, and you kind of just trade tip for tat on both sides. So there's not a huge amount you can really do as Air would trade onto Yukai. But yeah, there's not, like realistically, there's not going to be a huge amount of pressure down the spot side. It's going to be a fairly boring matchup. The solo lanes are actually where a lot of our attention is going to be in the early stages. Shun going to be taking a back foot till level 6, but I definitely want to see what Clit can do in these early stages, especially maybe even like with Care running the early Predator, even going boots of speed to start things off. Can he get that flash target?
That'll be the big question, whether or not they can close the gap onto Yukai and make those plays happen. But Clit with the top side, at least for the time being, maybe could hover on that top lane just to make sure that the wave will be crashed in. But realistically, Shun on the top side of the map, he's going for that full clear. As you expect with the Diana, like, it's very rare that we see anything other than a full clear from Diana.
Yeah, you just want to hit that level 6 soon as. Clit gonna respond though and kind of do his own. We'll move into opposite sides to get those scuttles. Again, I want to see Clit making plays happen though. Like, yes, you were on a Viego, but you really do want to make sure that you're getting your lanes in order. You are a 1-3-1 comp. If you fall behind, you're not really going to have a good time. And if you're not kind of making these plays early to set yourselves up, it becomes very easy for IG to play through neutrals and set you up.
Certainly could. We'll see if Clid is going to be proactive on this Viego. Hovering on that top side, just finished his Scuttle Crab and now moving in for a bit of vision by the looks of things into the IG jungle. But so far, relatively slow one. But this is what we saw in game number 1 as well. Off the start of the game, it was very quiet until we got to see some of the neutral objectives really kicking off. We saw the one gank onto Yokai coming out from Shunt early on in the game on the Volibear. But beyond that, it was all about the Herald and the early Dragons that really caused any action. So that first Dragon up in 50 seconds. I'm not sure we're even going to see any action for that one. I feel like Clid should just have the advantage.
Well, I think the mid push is going to be hard for Clid to kind of play off of to get Dragon. So I think this is why we're seeing him kind of move down to this bot side. Maybe considering, hey, look, if I can make this play bot, we can get push, and then I can lean into Dragon with play of bot pressure.
Really nice play with the very edge vision from Clid. Flashes forward to find the stun onto Lucas. That's a CC chain. But in the meantime, Wink is just hammering away. It's somehow a 1-for-1, and Wink got the first blood.
They jumped onto Lucas. Like, level 4 Leona has 2 spots in that W. It's so hard to kill her. And now Shun gonna respond on top side.
Try and make a dive happen. Xiaolahu, the target. Riposte available here, or maybe not, actually. Damage coming on through. Shun have to stank up for a little bit. Now they can rinse and repeat. Xiaolahu hitting level 5. He's just going for Shun. Forces a flash out here. Now Zika trying to make it happen himself, but it's not happening at all. Xiaolahu actually winning. Now looking for a little bit more. Xiaolahu's gone completely crazy. The riposte now flashes away. Hung moving on over. Zika half HP right now. Hung wants a 2v1. Care charging on up. It's a complete fiesta here. It's Yokai and Care 1v1ing in the river here. Care dashes on out. I can't believe nobody died.
I can't believe Xiaolahu gave up that massive wave in top to try and make that play happen. Because he just lost about 6 CS to that tower, a bunch of experience, and that's going to come back to haunt him. Clid, though, because of the nuttery that's going on the top side, has managed to get himself a dragon, knowing that Yokai, Shun, Zika, the whole works are no longer on this bottom side. Here, though, we're going to get a replay of this bot lane play. This is a combo that you see an awful lot in this bot lane with the Alistar, but the miss on the snare from LWX means that Wink is just are in a really good position to just continue to wail away on the Alistar. And Alistar, when you're not running Aftershock, is actually quite squishy. He doesn't have a huge amount of resistances. Right? Yeah, and you rely a lot on that Aftershock to actually give you those resistances you need, and when you don't have that level 6, so you can see it there.
Oh, I saw Xiaolahu attacking Zika. I saw him level 6. I was like, oh no, that's a dead Yordle, but not at least for the time being. Hung takes a zap here, gets a bit of a slow onto him. A couple more shots from the burst fire there. And I feel like we kind of need to have a bit of a recap of what on earth has happened so far this game, because we are dead even in gold of both AD carries, grabbing themselves a kill off the back of this one. As you said, though, up in that top side, I feel like the CS lead could be a bigger lead here for Xiaolahu off of the matchup alone, but thanks to that early weird scrap in the river that we saw, Zerka managing to keep it relatively even so far. So nicely played by Zerka, and also a little bit of a misplay from Xiaolahu up on that top side. Is LWX actually going to take away this blue buff, as Clid is taking the enemy blue before is he? A little boomerang comes on through. Zerka will be very happy with that one.
Yeah, Clid watching in horror as he realizes, I have no smite, I have no chance, and Zika will get it. May just give a bit of a target onto the back of Zika, though, because you see Xiaolahu really starting to deal a lot of damage in this topside matchup. Riposte there as well, as we said, to kind of like get away from a lot of the wallops and that. And even Clid, as you see, his camps, they're respawning on this topside, so may get a play, but it looks like IG trying to respond with this, having Yukai's presence in the mid lane. They want to try and invade onto this topside.
Yeah, he gets caught by a Rune Prism, but Justice Punch keeps him safe, at least for the time being. Remember, Yokai can use that ulti to move up to the top side, and if he sends Shun on the ulti, well, that's real scary for Xiaolahu. It's going to be all about the riposte in that situation. Clid is up on the top side as well, though, as Shun has started this Rift Herald off for himself. Clid trying to move in alongside Care here. Spot out these couple of wards, should be able to clear that vision away, and potentially contest. Now you can see IG's bot lane moving on over. Zerka about to turn into Mini-Non. Not the greatest time to fight for IG, but luckily for them, there won't be a fight.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaolahu just doesn't have the power to play these skirmishes. he really just wants to be in the B1 and stick it even in the minion arm form. He can just play at range, kite back. It makes it very difficult for the 3 melees of FPX to deal with. Yokai walks in though.
Predator popped as well by Care. Yokai, I think, should just be taunted up and killed off here. The flash comes through, but a little bit too late on that one. And, I mean, honestly, that's a bit of a free pick for FPX.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just laughing at Clint, who's like, I want the soul, give me the soul, I want to be Rise. But, yeah, I mean, Yokai is completely caught out. No need to be there and ends up giving his life for it. Now Zika once more kind of putting a bit of pressure onto his top side. Clint, though, is in the area, and honestly, I think he could just run onto Zika up here, especially with Yokai caught out.
Moving on up. And Zika very, very far up this lane, trying to crash that wave, and he will be able to crash it, but at what cost? In comes the jungler Shaola, who no interest whatsoever in this play. He missed the wave once this game for a play from his team. Never again, says Shaola, who just sits under his tower.
Yeah, he's just like, hey, look, you know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, not gonna happen. Again, I think this is the correct call for Shaola. I mean, look, just picking up that wave without being harassed by Zuka gives him such a massive CS lead here. Gonna be able to back. He's gonna work up. I imagine towards, well, I gotta actually wait and see, because in my head, I wouldn't mind seeing the Triforce. I think just playing full split push is probably your best bet. Movement speed helps you chase down Zuka. But it looks like he might actually be going for the Divine Sunder. We'll have to wait and see. Oh no, actually, that's gonna be, yeah, it'll be the Triforce. So yeah, I think this is the best bet. You're not trying to play for team fights where the Divine Sunder will give you a little bit more HP, a little bit more of the healing properties that you can actually play for these fights. You are just trying to fully commit to side lane here as FPX.
Yeah, Herald could be dropped down in the mid lane by IG here, which will just be a couple of plates given over to Yokai, assuming he can stay close enough, which he might not be able to. There's a taunt coming out with the Predator. Knock up there as well. Yokai does not get to move. Shun used his ulti to basically no effect. And now Shaola, who flashed it over the wall, gets the healing down for the rest of his squad as well. Wink flashes away to safety as Lucas also getting over a wall himself. But there's a zap onto Wink. A flash forwards as the taunt will land. Wink is caught up. There's the follow-up CC and a kill for Cleared. And out of nowhere, FPX on the map.
And that's exactly what FPX needed. Again, they are the ones that want to snowball this game. They are the ones that want to try and play it through side lanes. What's the best way to do that? Find these picks. Play through Care having this Predator in the mid lane. And now you're getting dragons for yourself. This makes it so much easier come those later game neutral fights to just completely ignore your bottom half of the map and continue to play through Care. Play through Xiao Hu in these side lanes.
1,000 gold lead for FPX. 2 Drakes on the board as well. And this felt like a very quick decision coming out from FPX onto Yokai.
Yeah, Xiao Hu does this a lot. I really like this from top laners who are like, hey, look, I've got a bit of time. Let's see if I can try and make these picks happen in the mid lane. I mean, he ends up being rewarded for it massively here, getting a ton of gold in FPX's favor. Bottom left corner as well. One more pick going in their favor as well.
Oh my goodness. Well, IG, they're out of playoffs, and I think it's all got a bit disastrous ever since. 6-1 right now. 1,500 almost gold lead in favor of FPX, and Xiao Hu 2 games in a row completely dominating this top lane matchup, right? Being able to leave the lane this time on Fiora, not a champion that you really think of for leaving the lane either, but managing to influence the rest of the map. Happy to sacrifice that CS to be a part of the team play. Clid having a much better game than game number 1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Xiao Hu, as we said, I've been really impressed with. And honestly, I've been kind of disappointed with Zika. I thought when he came in, he looked really, really good. The guy was kind of making a ton of plays where I was like, right, you know, he understands how to play side lanes really well. He's getting solo kills. He was absolutely destroying Rich in his like second series. I was like, this is it. This is, or at least in game 1 of that series against V5. But then kind of game 2, game 3, it felt like V5 had figured them out. And from that point forward, it felt like a lot of teams went, oh, that's how you control Zika. And then from that point forward, he never really got to have that same kind of leisurely stroll through the top lane as he had been. And it's just been the slow decline of IG as a result.
Yeah, it's been sort of sad to watch. And also Yokai, I feel like, comparatively to that series we saw against Top Esports, feels like a different player right now as Yokai 0-2 in this game, in this Rise. Not able to have the same level of impact. Shun spotted on a ward, cleared is here. Care has his ultimate available, but Shun will just back away, doesn't try and contest the ward, accepts that he has to back away from that one. And with Yuakai's help, maybe can move in to remove it, but I think they might just back away entirely.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Yuakai, I'm not as surprised. Oh, actually, no, Lucas not going to be able to connect. That he's kind of struggling. Yuakai, even when he was on RNG, wasn't the strongest laner. When we saw him on IG, wasn't the strongest laner. What was his strength was playing these champions that would roam out on the map, get control, and actually, like, put pressure onto the enemy. He'd happily give up a wave. He was very Cryon-esque in that. Like, give up a wave so then he could actually, like, go and influence the map. This series, though, Yuakai has been stuck to mid lane. Even in the Arid game, where we saw him get some early pressure, not really moving around. Now in the Rise as well. I haven't seen a Realm Warp this game really move around at all. And FPX, the result, have kind of been like, cool, well, if you're not going to leave mid, we're just going to put that pressure into the mid lane and prevent that even further. And now Yuakai is, say, 0-2, no pressure on the map. That's a 6 kill to 1 for FPX. And they can just move over towards this Rift Child now if they want to.
Well, it's going to be IG to start this one off, at least. And LWX actually in the bottom lane right now. So IG, with 5 members, will be able to finish this Herald off with at what cost, Dagda? Because the tower's already gone down in the bottom side. You can see the wave crashing in that mid lane as well. So FPX, they're like, well, we'll just take all of your bot lane camps. We'll take the bot tier 1 as well. And now LWX actually hammering away onto that bottom tier 2 for a little bit. I don't think he'll finish the tower off, but even still, doesn't feel like a massively positive trade for IG.
Yeah, I mean, LWX will actually finish this. I'm wondering if Zika will commit.
I'm wondering if Zika can win that 1v1, honestly. LWX already has the Kraken Slayer. Like, without Mega now, that could be difficult. Shaola, who in a 2v1 up on the top side of the map, but he'll get out with his life. Doesn't even have to flash.
Yeah, that riposte was crucial. Actually manages to pick Shun with the riposte, so it means that Shun can follow up onto the engage from Lucas. So then able to just dash away now mid.
Yuakai flashes the Everfrost, will keep himself safe. Dragon up in 45 seconds though, Dag there. And it feels like with FPX, I mean, they're in complete control. They're almost 3,000 gold up. This doesn't feel contestable for the side of IG, and that's dangerous with a Hextech Soul.
So the only thing I will say is the one way I see IG getting back into this game is through a big team. Like one massive wombo with Shun, Zika, AoE damage from Yuakai, Cleave from Wink. Like that feels to me like how IG can bring it back. So for me, I just think for FPX, why give them that opportunity? Like, you have a tower on top lane, you can just take your 2 towers up in the lead, just continue to play through your side lane and not really give that moment. As you can see, like, IG, they have control of River here. It just seems like a bad idea to try and contest this.
IG gonna go for it anyway here. Starting things off. Cleared. I mean, we saw how trigger happy he was on trying to steal Drakes in game number 1. He's not gonna go for any kind of flash ult smite shenanigans this time. Hung, though, is willing to make a play. Here we go. The flanks coming through with the Hex Gates. The rest of the team already engaged in a 3v5. Now Hung arrives. Double knuckle comes out from him. And FPX, they've got this one unlocked. LWX not contested for a singular moment of this fight. There's a double for him on the Jinx. Turn it into 3 as Shaola, who got the double as well. And FPX, I mean, it's too early for Baron.
Yeah, I mean, FPX absolutely slaughtered them. I was worried, IG, when you had that 3 versus 5 at the begin with, maybe they could turn it around, but IG just never able to get their team fight together, and FPX take the fight, they take the Dragon, and then they don't take the Dragon, sorry, but they take this mid lane turn.
Yeah, we're starting to get to the point where for IG, you need to be spamming some 5s in chat once again, because it is all tears right now. IG knocked out of playoffs in game number 1, and now game number 2, 11-1, 7,000 gold lead with 17 minutes in, Dagda.
Yeah, and we'll see it here. IG kind of get caught all over the place. I feel like in this position, through Care, fight onto LWX. Zika's about to turn Mega, but just barely gets the chance. But IG, like it's super messy. Like no one's kind of going forward. Everyone is trying to commit to the Galio, but Galio's not really your problem here. I think if you pick off Shaola and Cleared just off of Zika turning Mega, I think you can run away from the IG flank and actually still turn that fight.
Yeah, perhaps. If you can position slightly better, if you can target select a little bit. Target select? If you can choose better targets. English. It's not my strong suit. It's actually my my second language. My first is complete nonsense. It's going to be a smite coming out from Clid as he takes away the blue buff, just denying absolutely everything he can. And every single time the camera pans over IG's jungle this game, it feels like we're looking at Clid in IG's jungle.
Really does. And I think that says a lot about how much control FPX has on the map. And that's exactly what we said at the start of the day. Like, for this 1-3-1, control of the map is what FPX need. And you can see vision control up here. They're actually working off of LWX as the split pusher, which wasn't the way that I expected to go. But when this Jinx is nearing her third item, she's going to get through towers faster than Shelly or Care can.
That is for sure. There's another tier 2 going down here. That's the 5th tower. We're only 19 minutes in. FPX just incomplete and utter control of this one. Another Drake coming up in 2.5 minutes. Remember, IG did manage to get that third Drake. Obviously, getting that before the fight actually kicked off. So, at least the soul won't be a concern for another 10 minutes for IG. So, you know, silver linings. But it really is just that. Silver linings at this point. That's all they can look for. However, in 20 seconds, Dagda, Baron is going to be on the map. And we all know that FPX, they just can't help themselves. They just love that Baron. So there's always a chance.
Hey, last game they got the kills beforehand, so maybe that's what FPX are trying to go for here again. And honestly, like, I'm talking about the split push, but how far ahead FPX are at this stage, I don't think the split push really matters. Like, you've got a 3-item Jinx at 20 minutes into the game. What do you do as Wing? You haven't even completed your second.
Yeah. You don't really get to do that kind of level of damage as Clid. Once again, the camera pans over IG's jungle, and we're looking at Clid invading once more. Shun gonna try and contest, but with Hung there, I'm not sure that's even doable. Smite available for Clid to finish that Gromp off. And again, the Baron is on the map right now. You can see Shalahu on the bottom side of the map here. As IG would love to contest, they'd love to get vision, but it's going to be a challenge for them. And the thing is, last game, you know, we saw FPX go for a fight before that Baron. But I do want to add the context that realistically that was Shun getting caught out as opposed to FPX setting up the pick. So, you know, it sort of swings and roundabouts, I guess. But whether or not that was FPX decision-making is a different question.
Could say he shouldn't have done that. But,
you could, or you could not say that, Dagda. Do you ever think about not saying that?
No, never. Look, if I have to put up with it in my head, you have to put up with it as well, all right? As FPX, 20 seconds until the next dragon. Resetting now to make sure they can get control. Shelahu has push on bot. Hair already moved into this top side. It's sad that this is the way that IG go. It felt like they had it all coming together. Like, even with Mo coming in, I had such high hopes for IG. I thought, like, my thought with Mo was, hey, we're just going to have him play for Zuka in the same way that IG have already been doing. Except you just have a better lane in it. Like, Mo is a much better laner than Yokai. But even the fact that Yokai is back in now, and you can still see he's struggling with the lane phase, it's just so hard. It's really sad to see IG kind of, when they started to get the pieces together, and then collapsing.
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping we'd see them go down in a blaze of glory, you know? And that is still possible. But the only blaze that seems to be going on right now is that the entire team is on fire. And not in the good way either. It's a bit of a disaster for IG to finish the split out. But, I mean, it's actually not finishing the split out. We've still got some series to go after this one. And they're not easy series either. That's going to be brutal. But FPX now maintain control of this Baron area, and they're just very... honestly, I'm kind of impressed. This is the first time we've ever seen FPX play carefully around Baron.
Oh, here it is.
Well, no, this is fine. This is fine. They have vision control. As long as they peel off and fight IG if the contest comes through, I don't have an issue with them starting Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Shun has no way of getting here. That, though, Shalahu is a little bit questionable.
Oh, Hung, the 4-man knockup, beautifully done. Shalahu exhausted over the wall, though. Does make it a little bit difficult for him, but there's just no damage. Shun gets the moonfall, and it does absolutely nothing. Another double comes through for Shalahu, as IG will fall here. And it's just... oh, wow, there's actually a flank from the Hex Gates as well. Everybody's here. I don't know where they came from. As, an attempted dart comes out from Zuka, but will not find its mark. And Dagda, this one, a little bit tragic, it has to be said, but not if you're a fan of FPX. managing to make it happen. Care at the Galio as well, having a really good game for himself after we criticized him to start the day. This pick definitely working out, the comp working out. 16-1, a victory lap for FPX as they managed to take themselves to series.
That for FPX is going to be it. Really well orchestrated from them from start to finish. And as we said for that, I mean, IG now out. FPX still with the potential to hit that top 6. I mean, it's a long road for them to get there. It's not exactly the most likely, but I mean, there's still a lot of there for FPX as they keep the playoffs pushing.
Yeah, they'll be 7-7 on the scoreboard right now. It is possible for them to get all the way up to 9 wins and make it into the top 6. They do rely on other teams' scores as well, though. So whether or not they'll get top 6 is not entirely within their control, but getting playoffs absolutely is. I'm pretty sure just a singular extra win, if either BLG or OMG loses one more game, a singular win will be enough. I would imagine 8 wins will be enough to make playoffs. They're on 7 right now, so FPX on the cusp of locking that in for themselves. Very nicely done. And LWX in these fights, I mean, obviously, great damage. I feel like he was never contested. I feel like nobody even looked at LWX in any of those fights.
No, and just to finish off the FPX conversation, the next series is against OMG. This is a team now that really does have the future of their playoffs in the hand. They beat OMG, they're through. So I'm really excited to see how that, or well, not their next series, but when that series does happen, that seems to be the decider for it. But we'll have to see how that one's going to go. Coming into this one, though, as I said, LWX completely untouched. Shout out who didn't really see this Fiora pop off in the manner that we were hoping for. It kind of got a little bit of pressure in the early stages and didn't really get the ball rolling. But, I mean, the rest of the map for FPX was absolutely dominating IG. So it really didn't matter. LWX was taking every tower that existed, was getting so damn fed, and you can see it with the damage there. Nearly 15,000 damage. And this was in a 24-minute game.
Yeah, kind of brutal, honestly, from FPX. Like, that's a fast win. That is a dominant win. And IG, I mean, I don't blame the players. Like, after your playoff streams are eliminated in game number 1, I feel like it's going to be difficult to keep that momentum going for game number 2. And kind of a sad game to end their split on. But either way, still, I think this IG roster, like, if we kind of have a little bit of a post-mortem for them from this split, I do think there are big positives to take away, right? The series against Top Esports, like, I think they looked absolutely fantastic. Yukai has clearly shown that he has a very high ceiling in the right situations. Shun has had some amazing games. Like you said, Zuka earlier on in the split had some really, really exceptional games, but since that point, seems like he fell off a little bit. Like, there are positives about this IG roster, but it does feel like, once again, like, these rookie squads for IG struggling to quite mesh together in the right way.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a couple of different issues for IG. One is just kind of the revolving door on bot lane. Wink does have the best laning phase out of On and Xiao Yuji, but the biggest issue for him is just like overextending in the mid game and getting caught out, not really having the conscious setup in his mind of like, what is the map state like? Am I actually okay to be here? As well, when you look towards their kind of ability to play the mid game, I think Shun has been an excellent jungler. I actually think Shun's kind of been a bit of the overachiever on this team, but it just felt a little bit unfortunate that, like, in this series he got caught out several times. Zuka not really sure how he's supposed to team fight, and that coordination in team fights isn't quite there. And I think Lucas as well has been pretty good, but it just meant that, like, when you've got like Wink, who's a little bit strange, Zuka's a little bit strange for your team fights, and even Yukai having a wobbly laning phase at best most of the time, it just is very hard to get the pieces together for IG to be able to carry it forward.
It feels like, you know, this mid jungle from Yukai and Shun, if they were playing Magma Chamber, amazing. If it was just fighting and just mechanics, great stuff. But playing the map, playing for neutral objectives, playing for getting into those sidelines, leaving a lot to be desired. It feels like maybe a shot calling issue on this IG roster, honestly, or at least coordination issues. Not the same to be said, though, for the side of FPX, as Care going to be our MVP, and that's a fantastic thing to say, right? That's a fantastic feeling getting to say Care gets the MVP, because he was one of the players who were criticizing at the start of the day, saying that they're struggling to fill the hole that DoB left.
Big time. It feels like for for FPX, is trying to figure out how they can actually get the same level of like dives and early game prowess that they had with Doom being the mid lane. Hasn't really been that successful so far, but you can see in this game that, hey, they're starting to get that understanding again. Mid, playing through Care in this mid lane, they had the Predator Galio set up, and Care, honestly, like his team fighting here was actually really, really good. Good understanding of like where he could find these flanks, good positioning, and kind of setting up these fights successfully for FPX. And even with the picks that we saw in the early stages, a lot of that being orchestrated around Care. So hopefully the FPX plays rookie will be able to find more successes like this. Certainly seems to like his melee champions. Like we've seen him on the Akali, Silas, now the Galio as well. Seems much more at home on these types of things.
Yeah, Vex, which arguably not far off of melee in a lot of situations as well. So I could sort of make a vague argument for that. But yeah, Care having a great series for himself on this Galio. I love the Hexgate flank at the end there as well. Very nicely done. But good to see from FPX, and maybe it's enough for them to make playoffs. We'll have to wait and see over the rest of week number 9. But next up, we've got an even more important series coming your way. EDG versus LNG. At the start of this split, many people were power ranking either of these teams in first place. Now, fighting for seeding in playoffs, not managing to live up to those expectations, and we'll see which team will be on better form right after the break.
Probably you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leon tells them to back off, but again,
Elk is fine! Elk is fine in this replay!
Oh, wait, Elk is fine!
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how.
Got the Shy on your roster because they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Chalked onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my god!
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a color. Nobody
He's
knows.
got Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on Invincible. Has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from
How are
resetting.
you missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan to what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. 6-9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control wall to get there. Goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away. And 3-6-9, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just been saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG take the next. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Hey, RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They manage to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them. For the back.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block till I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up now, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up now, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up now, let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time. Yeah, turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me, but I got no time. See, get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up now, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up now, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up now, let's go.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. It's time for a bit of a banger, isn't it, Dagda? It's time for a top 6 tussle between two of our top teams here in the LPL. I couldn't think of a T that represents the LPL, but regardless, it's EDG up against LNG for our second series of the day. My name is Butch Walls. I'm joined by Dagda, and this one is a huge matchup because this one, Dagda, there's a ton of playoffs connotations attached to it, not just in terms of these two teams head-to-heads, but this could be a decider on which of these two teams, if either, manages to skip the first round of playoffs.
Yeah, it's actually pretty important because you're looking at a potential decider for round 1 and round 2. It really does feel like that because you've got top esports who are hot on the tail of both of these teams. So the loser of this match will drop down below top esports. You've also got Rare Adam who are hot on their heels, Billy who are kind of looking there as well. So this really does come down to, you know, an awful lot of that positioning and that kind of jockeying that we're seeing to get into round 2 of the playoffs where you skip an entire best of 5. So this is actually one that's going to be quite important for both these teams.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And I want to talk, well, I mean, obviously we're going to talk about both teams. Let's start by talking about LNG because this is a team that have started to change their style a little bit. We've seen Iwandi rejoining the fray once more for this squad. And it does feel like over the course of this split, comparatively to last summer, this is quite a different team. And obviously, there were a couple of roster changes, but they've changed their identity as an organization as well.
Yeah, and this is why I wanted to draw attention to the changing styles of LNG. So, top half of this graphic, all we're trying to highlight here is just the change in jungle proximity here from the team. Moving over from summer 2021, a lot of that pressure was going towards that top side of the map, over towards Ala. Now, it's actually being put down towards that AD carry role instead. And Light has really been stepping up to kind of be that big performer in the early stages, getting a ton of those resources. And as a result, you can see like, hey, the gold difference is up, the first tower's up. They're even able to move Light and Iwandi or Light and Loom out up to that hero to start it off. But the big difference maker for me is their first dragon. The fact that they're not getting any more of these dragons actually makes it really difficult for LNG to operate in the split push styles they're going. Because they end up operating an awful lot of the times with Doomby on picks like the Twisted Fate, the Gallios, the Rises, and Ala, as we know, has always been that big split pusher. So as we swap over to see the stats for Ala, Doomby, and Light, we can actually see, look, Ala has really been struggling at the moment. His KDA is kind of bottom, he's not getting a huge amount of that kill participation, and even his gold difference is super low. And Light has been stepping up to be that big carry. You can see he's doing phenomenal in KDA. His kill participation sky high. He's starting to get a ton of gold in the early stages, but he's not actually being able to translate that into the damage for the team because the team is not playing for team fights. And that's why Ala's damage is kind of being overinflated as a result. So I think we're starting to see LNG realize this to a certain extent where Doomby is still doing classic Doomby things, but over the last series we've seen him, instead of kind of leaning down towards Light in the bot lane, they're going, hang on, if we want to play these split push compositions, what we really need to do is be playing towards Ala in the top side of the map, play towards where we're going to be utilizing that strength later, because they just aren't able to play the map properly around Light, and it's been costing them quite substantially.
It certainly has. We actually have some clips of LNG in their series against JDG and LGD, and it feels like when they have played around Light, occasionally it's been able to work out for them, but not able to transition that, generally speaking. And you can see here trying to make the dives happen, trying to set them up, but easily answered by JDG, and some of the fights as well, similar issues.
Yeah, and you can see on the map here, right? Doomby is split pushing. Ala is on a Tryndamere. He doesn't want to be in these fights. They want to be in the side lanes. And when you end up in this position, it ends up super weird for LNG. Like, one of the core rules of of League of Legends is like, play to your strong side of the map. You don't want to be playing towards somewhere that's already like behind. They don't really get to do that with Light because that's not what their composition is set up for. So oftentimes it ends up falling apart in that mid game where they just don't have the strength in Ala. They don't have the real strength to try and push through that 1-3-1 scenario. So I wanted to see them bring it back here today, especially against EDG, because if you're not playing towards your strengths, if you're not picking up these objectives in the early stages to allow you to play for that 1-3-1, that's where you're really going to struggle.
Yeah, it really will. And On the opposite side of that, EDG's biggest strength is playing towards these objectives, is figuring out the correct side of the map to play through and using that effectively, right? So when we look at EDG and the other side of the board, it's all about this objective-based gameplay, which is one of the things that LNG, as a result of what we've talked about, have actually been weaker on.
Yeah, and it's something that kind of has lent itself to EDG's style of, hey, we want to look for team fights. We want to looking for ways to try and set up Viper in this mid game and in the early stage of the game as well. And oftentimes it is through like high activity with the first blood rate, like trying to play through these first hours and using the Rift Herald to try and enable that. But it certainly is a case of, hey, look, we're going to look at these neutral objectives as ways to start team fights. And if you're trying to play 1-3-1 as LNG, if EDG are able to get the ball rolling in the early stages and continue to put pressure on towards these objectives, specifically the Dragon, that's where I see EDG being able to eke out the victory against LNG.
Yeah, slow and steady gameplay, but objective-focused gameplay. That's what we're looking for here. If EDG can stack those Drakes up, get those Rift Heralds, find a gold lead, and then snowball from there. But a lot of that comes from this mid-jungle, right? When they can get the counter pick, for their top side, when they can get into those side lanes through Scout and JJ working together, that's really where they're able to make things happen.
Yeah, this is the EDG way. And even as of late, we haven't exactly seen them like power through that mid jungle, like being able to gank Scout a lot. It's the threat of this strong mid jungle that is giving them control to move towards these objectives, getting priority in that mid lane. And because we've seen the EDG play early 70% of their games, 69% of their games on red side, it was very easy for them to get the counter pick for Flandre Chaoshang, so they're completely fine in that top half of the map, and it means they can then shift their focus down to the bottom lane. And when you look at Viper, yes, he's 5th in 80 carries for kill participation, but he is the highest kill participation on EDG. He's a super high jungle proximity for a bot laner as well, and even as you can see there, Mako ain't leaving his side either. So this is where we end up seeing kind of using pressure bot into dragons, into Rift Heralds, and continuously getting that pressure at these neutral objectives.
And you know, Dagda, at the end of the day, if I had Viper in my bot lane, I would play towards bot lane because it feels like Viper just cannot have a bad game. It feels like this guy is just so insane. This is the second year in a row that we'll see him in the LPL. The first year, he looked like the best AD carry in the league and then won the World Championship. And honestly, looked like the best AD carry in the world. This year, it doesn't feel like this guy has slumps. It doesn't feel like this guy has off games. Like, he's continuing to just perform out of his mind alongside Mako here. So, feels like if I'm EDG, I'd be playing down that bottom side too. But regardless, we're going to jump into picks and bans, and we'll find out if EDG subscribe to that mentality, immediately locking in a rise after banning Galio, Karma, and Twisted Fate. This is a mid lane based strategy coming out in the draft.
Yeah, let's not allow Doomby to have much fun and take away the strong roaming support, our mid lane that is there, left and available. So for LNG, Light's going to go back towards the Jinx. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tarzan pick up a jungler here in the early stages, especially with the Lee Sin left open. He loves that pick. But I will say, something that LNG have done a lot in the past is kind of like leave Tarzan's pick to that second rotation. Especially when you're looking at like not a huge amount of jungle bans there. It feels like maybe taking a support, maybe taking something for Ala in the top side could be where LNG are opting.
Well, Dagda, you are wrong. Top side immediately locks in the Volibear, as if just to prove you wrong on that one. It's going to be the Jinx and the Volibear here. And now over to EDG, as it wouldn't be too surprising to see like a bottom lane locked in here, maybe a jungler and an AD carry. We'll see which direction EDG want to take.
I imagine it'd be the Aphelios, and then the big question is what we see coming through from Mako. I think the Thresh could work really well here, but Mako has opted in towards the Leona a lot, because honestly, I think EDG's best moments are when Mako is on these engaged supports and actually the one setting up the fights, and then having like JJ as the secondary engage to her. In this case, Flandre on the Gnar, but it definitely feels like EDG setting up for this short range composition, and LNG kind of reading this, going, "Hang on, we have Jace, we have Jinx." Now we can maybe look for some long-range play here to keep EDG at bay.
That's exactly what we're going to see as Ala locks in that Jace for the top side. Certainly an accomplished Jace player as well is Ala. So excited to see that one up on the top side of the map. And now to the bans once more. Now LNG could focus on that jungle matchup if they so wish. They already banned that Hecarim away. Could get rid of things like the Xin Zhao perhaps, or in fact the Lee Sin will be the ban. But for EDG, I'm curious where you think they're going to go with this one, Dagda. Maybe support bans?
I think support bans may be the best bet. I also think mid is honestly probably your best bet, or your best opportunity here. Like, just make sure that you get rid of, well, the Orianna for Doomby, anything that can kind of push well against this Rise. Also, just keep in back of your mind, Doomby never played Zoe. Has never played Zoe in a competitive game. So for that, just kind of like opting into more long range here in LNG, the Zoe's not going to be a big factor for them. So maybe they think of something like the Vex as well in the mid lane, just something that has good push and also the opportunity to roam. Ari, another big one that I think is worth taking away from Doom.
You're a wizard, Ari, says Hagrid. But whether or not the wizard will be in this game, we'll have to wait and see. Diego banned away here. And as you rightly say, Ari, incredibly strong right now. It's something that I'm not sure. I think we literally haven't seen Doomby play it once. Not a single time. So could be a first Ari game coming out from Doomby. But I love that EDG are just like, you know what? Just ban him out. Force him onto the Victor. Like, the Victor is kind of the standout to me. I think that would be a comfort pick available. But it's not exactly the most proactive pick, right? And I think that is what EDG are trying to do. Stop Doomby being able to influence the rest of the map.
I mean, Doomby hasn't played a competitive game of Ari either, just having a quick look there, but I mean, it feels like something that would work for Doomby, right? High push, good mobility, option to play sidelines, but that is not Ari, and that's not the pick I wanted to see.
He just hates skill shot based CC on your E. He just can't stand it. Zoe's out of the mix, Ari's out of the mix. Anything that has CC on its E, not interested. Corki going to be locked in despite all of the nerfs. Doomby still going to bring this one out. See how that's going to work out for him. But over to EDG as JJ hovering that Jarvan. It's a bit of a signature of his.
Yeah, I mean, something that gives good engage as well, which I think is what EDG really want. Like, the ability to try and close the gap here. Leona, it feels like, should be the pick here as well for Mako. You really want to just make sure you've got these guaranteed long-range engage tools. Rakan fitting that description as well, where he's able to follow up super well with this Jarvan. Again, just like ensuring that you can close the gap, because when you look at LNG's side, right, good poke from Corki, Jace, Jinx, you need something that's going to be able to get on top of this crew. I think for Iwandi and Alistair could be a good pick here, because good in lane phase, ability to try and like knock Jarvan or interrupt this engage for EDG. But if they want to just go for like the full peel, Tahm Kench is the option.
Yeah, certainly a lot of range on the side of LNG, right? The Corki definitely fits with the poke style composition. And this isn't the only recent Corki we've seen out from Doomby, right? He played it up against LGD. They didn't end up winning that game. It was a bit of a different composition with an Aphelios and a Gnar. This time around with a Jinx and with that Jace, maybe this can work. LNG pretty much a full poke composition up against EDG, who I'd argue is essentially a front-to-back comp.
Yeah, definitely a front-to-back comp here for EDG. Like, short range, you're looking to dive. Like, that is the game plan here. Like, Gale Force follow Viper, and you've got the reposition tools and Scout to try and get you into these favorable positions so you can close the gap onto LNG. The big question mark for me, though, is for LNG is, like, how do you want to play? Because you've got options. You can go for this, like, full range kind of style, or you can try and play 3 side lanes. I think the biggest thing, regardless of whether you want to do the range option or the side lane option, is you need control of the early game. If you are not having this early success, you don't get posted up in the objectives first to try and use the long range that you have. You don't really get to play through side lanes either because, well, EDG, as we said, get to play through their neutrals. That's the EDG way of setting up and using these as big team fighting tools. So I think for LNG, I want to see what can be done on this Volibear in the early stages. If you can have Tarzan link up with Doomby, like, try and get some pressure, but it's really hard when you got the Corki in the mid lane. So maybe you just try and play towards Alan the top side, but again, it's not this lack of priority in the mid lane that the Corki brings makes it a bit tough for LNG to try and have the game plan that they need.
Yeah, and especially against EDG, who is a team that is so decisive around these objectives, right? That's the biggest strength EDG have had. Like, I'm not saying EDG is the perfect team. They certainly have had some real issues in recent series, but the objectives, that's the thing they're good at. You can't find a lead for LNG. It might be very difficult to ever regain control of the game once more, but we're on to Summoner's Rift here, Dagda, for week number 9, day number 2, and it's EDG against LNG. Now, these two teams currently tied in the standings at 5th and 6th, with EDG winning that tiebreaker on game difference right now. So sitting in that 5th place position. Whoever wins today will move themselves up the standings all the way up to 4th place, and potentially, with the right game difference, could even get higher than that one, managing to tie up with RNG and Weibo. Obviously, game difference will come into it for that one, but both teams desperate for a win here because they're still in the running for getting higher up towards the end of the split.
We'll have to see if LNG can find that early success, or if EDG are going to be able to play through this team fight. It feels, at least for the moment, like kind of a bit of comfort on both sides. I will say a little bit of a different composition than we traditionally see for LNG. But you still do have the ability to try and play through these sides.
To be honest, I feel like that's a good thing, right, Vector? Because, let's be honest, there's been big issues for LNG. I'm totally okay with at this point, because it's not playoffs just yet. I like that they're changing things up. I like this isn't a traditional comp from them, because traditional just hasn't been working as of late. So if it ain't broke, fix it. I mean, if it is broke, fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Just fix it.
Flandre is doing all kinds of hopping and hipping around up in the top side, went into the wrong side of the lane, then hops back out, and somehow they're both still full HP.
Yeah, and he manages to pick up the CS as well, so means that he won't have the boomerang to try and farm a few more of these creeps, which he would like to, but this is kind of the way this matchup goes. Ala just has that longer range, and especially for the Gnar, who the reason he's relatively fine in these topside matchups is because he's got the ability to get away, he's got a bit of range under him, so he can't punish the mini Gnar form. That's not the case against the Jace. Generate Shock Blast, the ability to like speed yourself up, even close the distance is super good, so Flandre definitely going to have his work cut out for him in this matchup, as you can already see. Full push for Ala in that top side.
Yeah, full push so far, as you would expect. I'm saying is JJ clearing away his blue buff here. Perhaps could try and make something happen in that top lane, as Ala likely to overextend, and let's be honest, he's got a bit of a reputation for overextending up in that top side. We've seen Ala fall to a gank more than once across the course of his career. But it looks like he will respect for now, moving down to try and get some vision. Tarzan moving up to this top side as well alongside Ala. And actually, it may be JJ that gets ganked instead of the top laner as he moves towards the river. Tarzan and Ala here, but he will spot them. They don't know he's there. Scout is moving over. This could get dicey for LNG. You can see Flandre grouping up as well. There's the knock-up as Scout gets damaged down. There's First Blood instantly, and Ala slowed by the red buff. We'll have to flash in a second, I think. There it is, coming out. But Flandre following this one, looking for more damage. The EQ not going to land. This is going to be a bit of damage, but either way, First Blood for EDG.
I think they were just hoping for enough damage to come through onto Ala to take him down, but when you've got the Time Warp Tonic, healing from both the biscuits and the pot is going to be too much now. EDG, though, getting control already in this river. This is much stronger from EDG than we've seen in the past. Good interaction between the top half.
Yeah, let's take another look, because this was... I love how calculated this was from EDG, right? You see them all hiding in different bushes, waiting for the opportune moment.
Yeah, good response from Ala, though. Like, actually kind of reads, hey, hang on, something's afoot here. Moves out of the brush so you don't get the double knock-up. But you can see here, right, flash forward, but Ala ends up popping the biscuit just to keep himself nice and topped up. And there's very little damage that can actually come through to follow up. JJ, I don't think he was actually trying to land the EQ combo. Was a bit worried about being locked up underneath the turret, but just meant that you didn't have to CC to lock him. Yep.
Yeah, the flash to just Q on a guy that's half health is... a little bit weird, but either
that's way. The thing. JJ like has been a little bit off like the last little while. Like especially I'm a bit nervous when I see him on these big engage tools because his Hecarim has kind of jumped the gun in a lot of situations. Maybe this Jarvan is going to do the same here. Like we've seen it from him even on the Jarvan pick throughout the split. Like JJ, despite the fact that he like really stepped up worlds, has been struggling a lot in this split, and we'll have to see if he can kind of find his footing. As just in the bottom right corner, you can see that Scout had to burn his flash from Tarzan.
And that'll be crucial. We'll keep our eyes on that flash in the mid lane, whether or not Scout can be aggressed upon further by Tarzan and Doomby, who both still have their flashes. Remember, Volibear, when he has flash available, incredibly good at finding those ganks. So Scout's going to have to be really cautious on that one. But looking at it across the map so far, it's just going to be the jungle and the mid lane that have those significant advantages. And we talked about JJ and Scout having big pressure when they find the advantages in the 2v2. That's the way that EDG generally finds their leads in the games. So now, with a lead for JJ, with a lead for Scout, you can expect them to try and extend that. And as I say it, they start to make their way through this jungle together.
Level advantage for Tarzan over JJ, though. You do have to be careful if you overextend here, and I think they're aware, hey, look, Ala, although his wave is pushing out, we'll be able to hit these creeps with the accelerated shock blast, so they're just going to leave space. Don't want to try and push up too far, because diving that tower is not going to be pretty.
Certainly won't. Everyone returns to their lanes once more. A couple of pings on this bottom side of the map. Perhaps Dragon could be an option. 6 minutes on the clock, but Tarzan for now, up on this top side. I don't know whether he's actually going to try and get onto Flandre here. Looks like he wants to make the play, but at minimum, will Shadow for Ala to be able to just shove this wave underneath the tower, or at least clear it out. And Flandre, desperate to hold this as long as he possibly can. Might walk into the brush with Tarzan. Tarzan's actually going to stay. Oh, this might get dicey for LNG. If Tarzan stays here too long, Flandre is so safe here.
Yeah, and there's so much time wasted by Tarzan. Now that Ala's here again, like, Flandre's just like, all right, cool. Well, this is going to hit my tower, but I'm all right.
Dodge.
So, like, look at how much time has been wasted by Tarzan. Now you got the bot invade coming through from EDG. No response here from Tarzan because he's actually just been stuck on this top lane. Flandre still managing to get a little bit of a freeze off for himself. Oh, it feels like so much time has just been wasted for naught here for him.
Yeah, and JJ, in the meantime, gets to invade on the bottom side. Grabs himself that blue buff. Very nicely done. He'll get a Scuttle Crab as well. There is a ward in the Dragon Pit. I don't know if he's seen that. I don't know if you can see that from the outside. I don't think so. So nice little sneaky ward on that bottom side will mean the vision of Dragon still available. Tarzan goes over to his Gromp now. So Viper and Mako do need to be a little cautious. They're quite pushed up in that lane.
Yeah, they should be okay, though. Not really going to have too much pressure here, and Viper should be able to push in relatively okay. Full vision in River makes it really difficult for Tarzan to get into that bot lane as well without being spotted. So this should be all right. JJ now coming back onto this bot lane, though. It feels to me like we're going to get this complete shove in bot side here for Viper and Mako, and then for them to start trying to look for a roam up towards this Herald. And we talked about EDG wanting to focus on these early objectives. I mean, getting this push in the bot lane feels like the best way to try and start that.
I love this from EDG, stopping the recalls coming out from LNG so that there's no priority when it comes to that Rift Herald, right? Making sure the bottom lane has to stay. Then Viper and Mako can start to make their own way up themselves. Doomby trying to get a bit of poke onto Scout. He has vision of Tarzan, but still goes for a very heavy trade. Does not win it. But you can see the bottom lanes of both teams making their way over. Doomby trying to push this mid wave, but in the meantime, EDG going to start this Herald off. In fact, though, we could have a bit of a 5v5, but then again, Light decides to stay on the bottom side in the end.
Yeah, the reason Scout went for that heavy trade was more so a case of, right, either Doomby tries to reset to get the package for himself, which has to respond, or he's going to try and protect his jungler. So either Scout gets a chunk of Tarzan, so they get the Rift Herald anyway, or Doomby can't reset for the package. So just nice job from Scout, and he's got 2 corrupting pots stacks left, so it wasn't going to take too much damage. Bot lane though, Iwandi.
Yeah, just going to see a bit of a heavy trade going on. Oh, it's not even a trade, is it? It's just Iwandi taking damage. Scout moving over. No, he's not. Oh, last second, they changed their minds on that one. Decide not to pull the trigger. And I think rightly so, right? They got themselves the objective. Like, this is classic EDG. They actually don't want to fight in the early game if they can help it. Their carries are Ryze and Aphelios. Like, if this goes slow and they could just focus on objectives, well, that's just beautiful in their mind.
Yeah, and it's about trying to stop LNG getting whatever you can do as EDG to prevent that win condition from LNG. It's going to work great. Fighting ends up meaning that it's a bit of a coin toss as to who comes out on top. Sometimes LNG can just outperform you in the fight. So for EDG, playing smart, playing through this mid push with Scout, like having him roam around the map, is the best way for you to try and finish that, kind of finish off LNG here. You've already got the Rift Herald as well. More than likely that he's going to go in towards the mid lane just to try and like set Doomby behind, allow Scout more access to the map, but you've got options here as EDG as to exactly where you want to try and put that.
Yeah, you can see Scout grabbing himself that Scuttle Crab as well on the top side to deny that from Tarzan, while JJ wouldn't have been able to go for it for himself. And I love that we've been seeing across the course of this game, Scout being really proactive. Even though there's only 1 kill on the board, like, since he hit the level 6 mark, he's consistently pushing out a wave, then hovering up to top, then pushing out a wave, then hovering down to bot. Like, just putting that imaginary threat onto these side lanes, making sure that they can't be too aggressive with the range advantages that they have on either side. Also, worth mentioning, Flandre currently like 20 CS up in this top lane match.
Yeah, not the way I kind of expected that one to go. It is being matched, though, for Light and I1 in the bot side, as Light has got 3 of those turret plates, and now LNG, with the package picked up by Doomby, want to start looking for that pressure off this bot side as well. So EDG need to be careful. There's only JJ and Mako here for the moment, so they will just back it up.
Yeah, nicely done by LNG here to find themselves an objective. Now, Herald in the pocket of JJ. Maybe we'll just look to slam that in the mid lane. It feels like the mid lane plates have started to become more and more of a priority for so many teams. Flandre gets knocked underneath the tower here. Package up to the top lane from Doomby, but it's not really ideal. A bit too far back on the package, to be honest. And Flandre has to flash, but that's going to be it. Now TP into the mid lane, but that's 3 tower plates taken in that mid lane. And now an engage from Viper and Mako in the bottom side. Tarzan forced to flash or jump away, as he is that Mega Bear. Doomby throwing some rockets. EDG will be denied the engage, but even still, good damage coming out.
Excuse me, Mr. B. You've got to be aware that if you're going to end up leaving your lane like that if there is a Rift Herald, they can take a hell of a lot, and now he might be in trouble.
Oh, Doomby. Step way too far forwards. I mean, that was kind of inexcusable, to be honest. I don't know what he expected.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Not exactly it. Now, Viper trying to see if he can play forward. Does manage to get some damage onto Light, but again, like, now, EDG, they're starting to open up onto the map. Getting control over this bot side jungle of LNG. Getting control of that mid lane. Maybe looking for Light, but knowing that I1D is on the spot side, they're going to back it up.
Yeah, and crucially, just look at the gold difference between AD carries right now. You've already mentioned Light had 3 turret plates in that bottom side, and yet gold only 200 in his favor right now. Really not ideal. As Viper going for a cleanse onto the slow, and Mako denies the knockup from I1D. Very nicely done here by the EDG bottom lane. Able to set themselves up once more. As Flandre will get the turret plate. Yeah, the melee's finishing up.
Flandre just been picking up. But again, fair juice to Flandre. Like, this is a matchup where Jay should have control, should have full priority, and you're seeing full turret plates still stacked there for Flandre. And that early freeze that he got off really starting to help him out, and like a 300 gold lead now for himself through the farm, and the turret plates he's picked up. Flandre just out laning Ala in the counter matchup.
Yeah, really beautiful stuff coming out from Flandre, being able to just completely control that top lane.
Do we need a replay of this? Do we really need one? It's just like, let's just kick him out while he's down.
Yeah, I mean, yes is the answer. This is the LPL. This, like, let's be honest, we know the replay ops in the LPL, they love it. They love every single tiny mistake you make. We've had pro views of mistakes. Instead of a pro view of the player that outplayed it or whatever, it's like, oh, somebody flashed the swap. Oh, somebody did a Zhonya's in the middle of a fight for no reason. Let's pro view that. Let's get an up-close personal replay of this complete blunder. The LPL replay ops, they have no mercy.
The pro view ones are the most brutal because it's like, yeah, we can see there was nothing. There was no excuse here. It's just like, here you go. It's exactly what he was looking at. But EDG now, still trying to wrestle control over this bot lane. This is what we talked about, right? The EDG way. Strong mid jungle. We got it here. Now starting to roam that down towards the bot side, trying to focus on Viper. Get this guy the tower, open up the game, and just trying to put as much pressure towards Light on this bot side. Because Ala, well, he's already behind his lane, so this split push comp for LNG not looking too hot.
No, and we talked about it before. When you fall behind on a poke composition, it sucks. It really does. And Tarzan wants to stop them falling behind as he goes for an engage. Jumps onto JJ as well. But Mako and JJ just going to walk away, somehow surviving. The tower went down during this, and Scout just walking towards 4. Scout and Viper both going crazy in the play as Tarzan survives under the tower, but no fear in the carries of EDG.
Not at all. Viper getting that huge Moonlight Vigil to help finish off Doomby. Tarzan now very low as EDG move in to contest the red. You've got to be so careful. Look at where Ala is. He has no control over his lane. And either you get the red here, or you get top tower, or you get both.
Oh, Iwandi swallows up his jungler to keep him safe. There's an Frost. Look at Viper's positioning right now. He's alone, and will get knocked up by Iwandi. I don't think the rest of the team can follow up here. That's going to be a rumble, but it's denied by Tarzan. Viper should go down, but it's traded 1-for-1. JJ gets a gold drink to keep himself safe as well. Scout trying to turn it around. Blocks the zap as well. The teamwork out from EDG in this one is beautiful.
And it was so smart from Tarzan, like, stop the root cause of Viper's escape, but he has to overextend to do it, and Light just doesn't have the damage to carry through. Now Flandre still putting pressure on this top side. It's just falling apart for LNG.
Yeah, certainly is. 5-1 for EDG, and it does feel good to see EDG playing as a team well in the early game, right? Because I feel like there's been so many early games where I'm kind of scratching my head watching EDG, but today it feels like they are on form and being so aggressive around this red as well.
Yeah, I mean, Viper's position here is to try and threaten Light. They think, hey, look, EDG's front line should be able to deal with Tarzan, but here, Viper thinks, oh, I'm going to be able to escape, but Tarzan flashes forward to CC Scout, stops the Realm Warp, but it only ends up putting Tarzan in an awful position where you end up trading 2-for-1 on the back end of the skirmish. Now Dragon up and available, EDG full control, and it feels like from this, EDG, I mean, you can put the pressure onto the bot lane where LNG are slightly overextended, or you can just move back through mid, push that in, and go over towards Rift Tower.
And one of the things I'm taking away from that fight as well, on top of it, is obviously the Drake going the way of EDG, but Scout's damage onto Light, that EQ at the end there, doing about a quarter of Light's health. This is a one-item rise. This is Scout going for the AP build. This is Scout now just finishing the Archangels literally as I speak. He is going to hit like a truck. I think a lot of people have kind of forgotten that Ryze can be a damage carry if you build AP. Everyone's been building this tank Ryze build for so long at this point that everyone forgets that Ryze really can hammer home. And Scout, is looking to do exactly that this game, and I'm excited for it. I'm down for it, because Scout, it feels like he's playing well today.
I mean, this is also the build that we're going to see in playoffs. Like, on 12.5, we're seeing massive changes where you need that AP build to actually get the extra damage that you need out of your spells. So, with that tank build kind of being gone off the board, Scout now kind of getting used to this new AP style, and feels like he's certainly back at home on it. Like, it's been around for a good while, so Scout going to be able to churn out the damage. And 3-0-2 there for the mid laner for EDG. The team fight carry in and of himself. I'm excited to see what he can do, because you've already got, like, Rift Shroud now gone the way of EDG. They should be able to continue to put the pinch onto LNG and continue to play for these neutral objectives.
Yeah, Mako needs to be a little cautious here. He is on Rakan, though. You're never really in danger on Rakan. That's kind of one of the tricks about picking this champion, is you have so much mobility to escape. As long as you have a teammate at least vaguely nearby, you can escape many situations. So Mako gets a bit of deep vision, backs off again. 5-1 on the scoreboard and about 3,500 gold lead in favor of EDG. As JJ will escape, Mako does as well. I feel like JJ and Mako have played exclusively as a duo this game. Every time we look at one of them, the other is there. They're both narrowly escaping and never quite taking enough damage.
Hey, you say that, but you can't forget about Viper. Viper's been in the back pocket as well this whole time, and this is where it actually makes it a little bit tough. You can see, like, Viper shoving in mid.
That's like the least sneaky thing I've ever seen. He's like trying to do a secret agent play into the warded brush and dashes across the ward. He's like, from out of vision to in vision to out of vision. I don't know, sorry, it was just comical. Sorry, I interrupted you, but I just...
The thing for Viper is, like, this is why he's got such high, like, kill participation. This is why he's got, like, super high, well, comparatively jungle proximity and duo proximity. He's always moving with them for plays like this.
Yeah, Viper, he's a monster. He's an absolute monster. He is always there to follow up on these setups from Mako and JJ. And as you say, highest kill participation on the entire team. Like, for an AD carry, you don't see that. That's not even just, like, a rare stat. That's, like, you don't ever see that. So it really does say a lot about the way that Viper plays and the way that him and Mako move around the map together as well, right? I'm talking about Mako and JJ grouping up, but Viper's always there.
Yeah, and it's about, like, shoving mid and then rotating to meet the lanes that Flandre and Scout have prepped. And because Viper has the winning matchup in the AD carries, it makes it a lot easier for him, knowing, hey, look, I mean, look at the vision control that is in the LNG bot side jungle. Do you ever feel worried about Viper as like leaning to the bot side of mid lane and pushing in? No, because you know there's absolutely no one on that side. So for Viper, he pretty much has all the information that he needs to play aggressive and get the push in this mid lane. And then, as you said, like grouping with the lanes that EDG are pushing in. Ala was being shoved in by Flandre, so they just moved to that lane. Now you can see the scout is starting to prep that top side, so you push in mid, and then you start to drift in again as Viper to the side.
Yeah, it is beautiful. It is really beautiful. And honestly, with Scout on his team, it feels like Viper has been taking lessons on how to pressure from mid lane. Because that's exactly what we saw from Scout earlier on. We were talking about it. As Scout hit level 6, he was immediately just clear the wave and lean towards another lane, put pressure on it. It feels like now Viper has taken over that role on the Aphelios. He's now shoving out that mid lane and leading towards the sides. But realistically, LNG can't ever even pressure on the sides. They're never in a position to be ganked because they're consistently so shoved in because they're so far behind across the map at this point. It's almost a 5,000 gold lead in favor of EDG. And after this tier 2 falls on the bottom side, it will become exactly that, a 5,000 gold lead. And LNG, you know, this is the series that might decide which round of playoffs they go into. And so far in game 1, we're not seeing much that's convincing me that they'll make it an extra round further.
This is far more convincing from EDG. Like the ability to play the map, the early game going well, their skirmishes have been on point. Like this is what I wanted to see from EDG all split long, and we got a glimpse of it at the start of the split, but as they started to go up against the top teams in the LPL, that's where it all started to fall apart. Now though, this looks like the EDG that won Summer, the EDG that won Worlds, and it's a slow, methodical game plan that is so difficult to counteract.
Tarzan being caught out by a cheeky little flag and drag here, and Mako follows up with the quickness. Tarzan using absolutely everything. We're halfway across the map from where we started the fight, but Tarzan now being devoured by Iwandi, but there's no way out of the Cataclysm. Iwandi flashes away, now damage from Do and B, and maybe EDG have gone too far. The rocket from Do and B annihilates half of the squad from EDG. JJ slides on out, but he's 1 HP, and now the flank from Ala as well. This might be a full ace. This might be the moment as Ala flashes forward. Can't quite find the shock blast. Flandre and JJ have to back off, and Baron will be started just as we count them out. LNG come up swinging.
Warmogs has been picked up for JJ though. He's healing a substantial amount, so maybe he tries to look for the steal, but it actually looks like EDG just going to give this look for mid lane turret instead, but way overextended there for EDG. Right as we're saying it's slow and methodical, they just go gung-ho.
Certainly did. No fear in their hearts, and I understand why they were so confident. But, oh, wait, Mako. That's not the place you want to be. There's a lot of LNG players right there. They're going to Hexgate out themselves. They got the blue buff and they're happy with that. They get a tower in the top side. I just said how EDG had found themselves 5k gold up in this game. Well, now it's 800 gold. That was a 4k gold swing in the last minute.
And remember what we said, JJ sometimes just goes that bit too far forward. Like, there isn't the follow-up here from EDG. And also, you can see Scout having growing pains in a second here on this AP Rise. Moves into a position to tank up all the damage here. It's like, I'm a Rise. What are you talking about? You can't kill me. You're like, no. You're the AP build. You don't have the health bar to tank up that damage. And Viper, unfortunately, runs headlong into Ala. It's a disaster for EDG.
And it's worth mentioning as well that, yes, Corki did get nerfed, but this AP build still hits really hard. We saw 2B just absolutely shredding EDG. When you group up like that in jungle chokes, this AP Corki will still annihilate you with the big rockets. So you do have to be cautious. Scout has found 2B though. There's an Everfrost. There's some damage and knock up, but Devour comes out from Iwandi, saves 2B's life. He backs out to safety, and once again, EDG are thwarted.
Still though, Baron is up. TP for Doomby. They want to make sure they're getting some of these towers back. This swing for LNG is all about them getting control of the map, tempo advantage, so they can post up on objectives, so they can use this range, and you're seeing it now. The siege potential with this comp is too much for EDG to handle. Flandre on this top side trying to just trade because EDG know, look, if LNG are just going to group like this, it doesn't matter how many people we are, we're just not going to stop.
Yeah, at least a tier 2 taken there, so some level of trade out from EDG. And man, just think, if EDG actually loses this game now, what a way for it to happen. This team that we keep praising for being so intelligent. This team that we keep praising for their decision making, and off of just a way too over-aggressive play on towards Tarzan, on towards Iwandi, the two targets that realistically you can't pick. I mean, look how tanky Tarzan is at this point. Has the chem tank as well as a Thornmail there on top of it, with his boots on top of that as well. So it's like, realistically, you just don't have the damage to take him down. Feels like now EDG losing some semblance of control across the map, but with Baron going down in 10 seconds, I feel like EDG will be able to resume their control that they had.
But that's the problem, is when you look at them now getting control back of the jungle, you can see Mako is really struggling. Because LNG have been able to like get the reset and the tempo advantage, now they're the ones that can control how they want to set up at this dragon. You don't have that same deep vision, so EDG can like pick off LNG as they get into river. It's now LNG pushing mid, rotating across as a team, and now they get to use that range that they've been so desperately trying to make work this whole game.
Yeah, priority in the mid lane as well for LNG here, as they could look towards their second Drake. It's 40 seconds until that Hextech Drake comes up, remember. If EDG get that one for themselves, it would be Soul Point. Certainly a phenomenal place for EDG to find themselves, but they need to get that Drake first. And it's Tarzan versus JJ. Both these guys known for being pretty decent on the smites, but I'd definitely give the edge to Tarzan on that.
So the big thing that we got to take note of, though, is that Flandre has TP, and there is a ward that has just snuck in the back behind LNG. So maybe Flandre in that tri-bush on bot side could look to try and flank, but EDG forcing LNG back, contesting this mid priority, and LNG now just looking to open up with their poke.
Certainly are, but EDG so far still full HP. Against this poke composition, no real poke has landed. So EDG still doing okay, trying to slowly but surely inch their way in towards the river. There's a bit of damage onto JJ as he moves towards the Drake here. Scout with a realm warp. They're looking for Allah. They're looking for a pick before the fight ever begins. Allah goes down. Beautifully executed from EDG. It's so clean.
The reposition's too difficult for LNG to deal with, and that's third dragon now for EDG, and also with a wave on bot. Potential here for them to just try and take that and drive it home to that inhibitor turret. You can see LNG realize this as resets start to come through for light. Doomby would try and push out this top wave, but I'm not sure. They may just lose the entirety of their bot side here.
Might do. We'll have to wait and see. EDG gonna at least take this Gromp. Should be able to get Wolves. There is no tier 2 in the bottom side, so EDG... I mean, there's no tier 2 anywhere for LNG, so EDG can't get too much off the back of it, but at least they got themselves that Soul Point. And just take another look at this. Watch Scout. He hides in that brush. They know they're going to make this play. He's waiting and then goes for the play as soon as Allah's out of position.
This is why Rise is so good against these styles of composition, because you can just reposition like core members into the spot they want to be. Like, even if that wasn't Rise, if that was like a Meganar, that still would have been the same issue. And even as well, having the Jarvan here makes it very easy to close those gaps. Jarvan, like, flag, drag, flash, cataclysm, he's going to be like 3 screens of like distance before you even realize it. So you've got to be really careful here as LNG about how you're approaching it. And unfortunately, in that situation, Allah separates for a moment and EDG pounds.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about if you send a Meganar, that's a bad situation. I'd argue that's a worse situation, especially when you look at Flandre's inventory right now. My goodness. The Triforce, Hullbreaker, and Aranduin's Omen, as well as halfway towards his next item. Flandre is a monster. You do not want to deal with that Meganar in a fight. LNG, if they ever get caught by a big Meganar, if they ever group up for Flandre, the game ends.
And you... Ooh,
Mako has to use the quickness. He'll get out, but it's a little bit dicey. Iwandi wants to punish him as well. Light is here, but looks like Mako will get out. Quickness, a big cooldown, though.
You're seeing the... just coming back to the Gnar build, though, you're seeing the reason why Jace has started to fall out of the meta a little bit. He just can't build this Hullbreaker. It just doesn't give him the stats that he really wants. And it means that when he's up against, like, Flandre on this Gnar, they're just too tanky for him to push out, and they've got the ability to play side better than him. But LNG saying, screw the side lanes, we want the Baron, and EDG aren't here.
They're doing it damn quick. Flandre trying to move in. He's almost Meganar at this point. This could be the opportunity. JJ goes in with the Cataclysm. In goes Flandre into the pit. It's smited by Tarzan. But can they win the fight? Moonlight Vigil onto 2 in the back line. Tarzan tagging up. Light low on HP. Mako gets the knock and finishes the kill off. 3v3 as Tarzan escapes the pit.
2 kills go either side, but that Baron goes to LNG. And we saw what that siege potential could do in the last one. EDG just not able to get out of base quick enough, and LNG punish.
Oh.
Mako!
Where did he go? 2v1 shot him. What was that?
I don't know why Mako was there. Everyone's trying to reset. You're trying to get back and make sure that you're able to...
Oh, Allah's been found. There's a Hex Gate there, but Scout's not going to let him go to it. Flash over the wall. There's the Everfrost. See you later, Allah. Scout has a target on Allah's head. There's a red dot on his forehead, and Scout's the sniper.
And Scout's got the Rabbit Dabba Doodles on his head as well with that Rabbit on Death Cap completed. But here, JJ now going in. Doesn't quite get the smite, but the positioning here for LNG is great. Allah over the wall means that you just can't really touch him. Doomby kind of firing from the back line. He's able to escape, but just a great steal from LNG to manage to get in, knowing that Mako had to go for the reset. And Doomby, I mean, this is just blind. I'm not sure. Like, obviously the big one just hitting hard there for Mako.
I love that it's the Krug that finishes him off. The Krug just punishes him. This is my jungle. This ain't your jungle. This doesn't belong to either of the junglers. This is my jungle. Mako goes down. Yeah, just a little bit greedy for vision. Not the end of the world, but a bit... That we call that Rakan syndrome. You always think you're safe. You're not always safe. Not against this Corki build at very least. As doing B, almost full build at this point. Getting close to finishing off his last item. Like, this is a Corki that is hitting hard. And EDG are going to have to be cautious of that when the Dragon comes up in 50 seconds.
Light as well, 4 items now with that stopwatch too. Allah just getting the spot here on the bot side. Does manage to TP out, but no TP. That was a while ago at this stage, so surprised we're getting to replay that. But EDG anyway, quick control of River. LNG looking to land this poke once more. Allah has to clear out that wave on top side, so won't be here for the moment. But again, you got to watch your eyes on Scout. Can he find that key engage with the Realm Wall?
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on Mako. Does he find the flank? JJ, no flash available, but still able to close the distance very quickly.
Trying to move in. There's a shock blast onto Mako. Moonlight Vigil with the Gravitum as well. The follow-up from EDG. Do they have the damage, though? Mako with the quickness, but it's not working out. Flandre finally turns Mega. It's going to be Light falling. Maybe with the carry gone, EDG can salvage this fight, but I don't think so. As LNG, Chaser or Scout, 1 HP. Viper has to go Super Saiyan if they want to win this fight. Viper and Scout escaping together. The healing from the red buff working wonders for Scout, but a shock blast still going to do big damage onto him. Mako regrouping with the team. LNG find yet another scrap.
And the problem for EDG is that they're not getting access to the back line. They get Light, but Doomby's still there. Allah's still up and available, and there's just EDG. No damage in the tank, no run through to get onto the key members of LNG. Dragon number 2 will now go to the Chillin'. And for LNG, this is exactly how they wanted these fights to go.
Yep, Dagda, they are straight chilling at this point. 9-10 on the scoreboard. They've closed that goal gap, and now take another look as this felt so good from Viper, right? The engage, but there just wasn't enough follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, really good engage, but look at the difference, right? JJ tries to get on towards Doomby, but gets locked up as he tries to pass by, so not able to get on towards Doomby. Allah free hitting from the backline as well. And EDG are just playing like catch up this whole time. Look at how well LNG are playing around the speed up of that acceleration gate. Like, the move speed is the difference maker there, where EDG just can't actually get onto Doomby and Allah, and they're just ripping through those health bars.
Crucially as well, this was an uncharacteristic moment of miscommunication, right? Where Viper's initiating that fight, but ultimately you're against the Tom Kench, so Light gets saved by Iwandi, so none of JJ's stuff hits onto Light. And then you also could see that Flandre wasn't in Meganar. He couldn't follow up. He only just turns Meganar right before he drops into GA, so he got his ult off, but it was only onto one person. It feels like if you just wait a single moment longer, maybe you've got the Meganar. Maybe you can make that fight happen, but it didn't work.
The only thing I will say is that, like, I think it was fine for Viper. I actually think Flandre jumped the gun by, like, leaping in as soon as he did. I think he needed to hold off until he actually had the Mega, because you can see he gets, like, CC locked, finds it really hard to actually pop the Meganar at the right moment. And I think if Flandre held onto that, maybe then he's able to, like, scoop the members of LNG back in towards EDG and they can win the fight. But when Flandre goes that low, he doesn't even get the wallop off. He only gets the Meganar off before he goes down. So, I think if Viper had left it later, he wouldn't have hit the 3-man Gravitum. And if you don't hit that 3-man Gravitum, like, it's more about getting the ultimate out from the Tam Kench first, because then JJ can actually, like, follow up. Then Flandre can follow up onto key members. If you're using the Moonlight Vigil for that, I don't know.
Okay, so Good attempt then by Viper. I take it back. I didn't mean it, Viper. You are the best player in the history of the universe. I love you. I don't know if that was my penance for insulting him. Flandre is taking a few rockets to the face, but that Randuin's paying dividends there. It's just going to be a bit of a poke war, and LNG will win a poke war every single time. Package here for Doing B. Not seen the most impressive packages so far across the course of this game, but perhaps an opportunity for redemption in terms of that ability, because the rest of his Corki gameplay has been pretty stellar so far. These rockets have been doing work for him and his team. It feels like no other team in the LPL is still willing to play Corki, but seems to be working out still for LNG.
Yeah, I think it's just how much control it gives over in the early stages, and this could have been the problem for LNG, but just EDG, that one overextension in the top side of LNG's jungle gives it away. Mako can just slap
Mako gets the grab.
Yeah.
Okay, first up by LNG as Mako managed to get the Skull of Crab. There's a round walk from Scout behind enemy lines. Moonlight Vigils, Tarzan separated from his team. Scout with the flag. The rest of EDG follow up. They find the engagement. LNG half damage. Triple kill comes out from Doing B. We said he needed redemption, and he finds it. Double comes through for Light. The full ace for LNG.
And EDG are thwarted in the river. The package doing so much work for the side of LNG. Viper goes down, and now Light and Doomby will start to push in. Long death timers. LNG have won.
They've managed to pull it off in the end, 14-12. It looked doomed earlier on in the game, but EDG, one misstep in the jungle, they throw their lead, and LNG more than willing to capitalize, more than willing to put their foot down and crush EDG under heel. The Nexus will fall, and LNG on the cusp of redemption here as they go 1-0 up against EDG.
And it could have gone so differently for them. Yeah. You look at EDG in the early stages, they have full control, they're playing around neutral as well, but that one overextension gives the priority that LNG need back. They get the quicker resets, they get their waves sorted. Now you don't get that deep vision for EDG to look for picks, and suddenly LNG are able to play at range. They're able to find that poke, and you can see there, Doomby definitely had that poke landing.
Yeah, just a little bit. My God, more than double anyone else's damage in the game. Like, that is disgusting. But that last fight especially, like, everyone was grouped up for him to just cleave onto everything in the fight. Like, I would love to see how much of that damage was just in that last team fight alone. Because he was doing a lot of damage for the whole game, but that last fight especially, I bet there's a good at least 5k of that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that the package literally right across where EDG had to try and follow up was absolutely beautiful. You get a ton of damage coming from the rockets and everything else. It was nasty. But again, EDG, like, this was their game. Like, they played well. Scout, wonderful in the early game. Like, I loved how active he was in the early stages. But again, like we said, JJ sometimes jumps the gun. Mako kind of following him down that rabbit hole. It just gave LNG the control they needed to bring it back.
Yep. EDG complete control in the early game, but throwing it away in the mid game. And LNG, the second they had control, they never let go. Sticking to this poke composition that we've seen fall out of fashion. But if it works, they're going to keep going for it. LNG 1-0 up in the series. We'll see if they can keep that going right after the break.
15年跟 VG 打季后赛，就最后一把好像，然后玩个压缩就把我认为那个时候好像没人在比赛上打出过 EQ 3仙这个连招，然后我用了这个连招把我们队友就是从劣势到优势，然后就导致我们赢下了那个比赛，然后我们拿到就是选拔赛的名额，就那个操作比较难忘。
最难忘的操作还挺多的，但就是最近突然想到一个以前确实是忘不掉的画面，就是以前那个就在18年打 IG 的时候，那个就决赛嘛，那个大龙升级，就最近让我突然想到那个画面，就挺难受的。
太多了，我不能一个一个说，真的是太多了。
딱히 없는데 좀 생각나는 거는 보아프 빼고 보자.
Is he around the base? It's the base. Yeah, control ward goes in. There's the flash from Khan. He just wants to kill the Evelyn before she can get there. But Sword has teleported forward. Empowered recalls are going to be available. But Griffin. Can they actually make this one happen? Oh my god!
其实我感觉我操作的很多很好的操作我都会记得，其实没有一个特别固定的。
记忆比较深的话是可能，有就是抢大龙的那种经历吧，就比如我有时候玩布隆，他们抢过大龙这样子。
Stops him. Haran can't get into the pin. He can't steal it. But what the heck? Maker! What? Throws out the...
最难忘的操作，其实都忘了。
就去年那个卡莎反杀镜吧。
应该就是差不多就是很下饭也有，然后差不多很神的法则也有，就是这种盲僧什么木眼闪都很有，然后下饭差不多都是这种就是往往是1Q 闪空或者什么周痛1闪空这种也有吧，就不太记得哪把吧。
사람들이 많이 기억해주는 게 남지 않을까? 솔직히 너무 많아가지고 그나마 롤드컵 때가 기억이 나는 것 같아. G2전이랑 했을 때. 아 그거 피오라 마지막 그 우리가 진 거.
KT still marching. It's a base race. The Shy's under the blue Nexus. KT's under the red. Who's gonna win? The Shy will not.
都挺好忘，想不起来。升降级呗，打那个发条打新的。
还是偷家吧，因为我给他们当眼了。
那可能就是去年偷拆主堡的那一场，对，打到苏宁吗？有点忘了，就是玩金克斯拆主堡那场，对。
没有吧？感觉每一波操作都挺正常，就没有什么令人难忘的。
就那个 TP。
The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
Oh no! How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
很恶心。
S 几来着 ？S10决赛晋级5杀吧。
The Quadra looking for it. Bin will pick it up. Get the pentakill for Bin and Suning Gaming.
其实这个问题之前采访过我，我也说了，就是可能是2018年夏季赛闪现秒那个宁王的岩雀嘛。但其实去年一整年对我来说也是，我打了1年上单嘛，对我来说也是一段非常那个丰富的职业生涯吧。然后特别是奈尔这个英雄，我感觉还是对有很多局拍的挺爽的，对。 就是可能红 buff 拍了EDG 4个人那一波，就感觉蛮帅的。
And now we're back. We're doing this again. Oh my god!
打 LPL 的时候吧，就是有一次侵略抢龙吧。
暂时还没有最难忘的操作。
去年打那个 OnePlus 的时候，就是在下路我们高地那边玩蓝仗，应该一个人打4个吧，那个操作是不能忘记。
Kanavi, you absolute madman! He's 1v5 in the whole team.
就挺多的吧，像就硬要说一个，就20年季后赛打方 pass 那把 LG 就操作了一下。
Yagao jumps back in and ignites. What a big ballsy play!
I think was in LC when I played against G2. I mean, I had so many good moments against G2, but the best probably was when I kicked Willie Sin Perks into our team and we won the game.
Oh, early ignite on top of Rookie. Rookie alert. Gotta wait for your flash. He's still gonna die.
最难的操作就是打 LNG， 他那个阿卡丽把那个架掉单杀。
In the mid lane is Cream.
去年打 LNG 那把奇亚娜吧。
Cream, but Kiana in a dragon fight can get a big ult. There it is, immediate supreme display of talent. What a way to burn open.
没有吧，没有什么操作，都差不多。
目前还没有。
令我难忘的操作一般都是别人的，我觉得别人都好帅。
印象比较深刻，基本都是在锤石吧，因为可能我从开始打职业的时候就是一直玩锤石，玩到现在，然后有各种，假如什么闪现预判钩啊，那时候就会自己做出来之后，就会觉得啊，肯定很多人能为我欢呼，觉得这个很帅，所以说这些场景都会记着。
没有，
没有，
就可能好像先打 LDL 就那个睿智开车到人家脸上直接全崩了，好像。
可能是就是我们春季赛刚打的那波飞机首加吧，如果导弹中一个的话就好了，就守下来。
Absolutely incredible! Somebody hit him! Forget the Nexus! Forget the Nexus lyric! Angel needs to kill him. He goes into GA. Nexus exposed. The Shy taking down Beauville. Finally, are we there? We're there!
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out.
Oh, look at that Dagda, isn't it beautiful? That is China, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only China. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda as we're in a bit of an important matchup here. It's LNG up against EDG. And, you know, it felt so good for EDG for the first, 20 minutes of the game. And then they just went a little bit too far. And the man that was ready to punish them for it was Doing B. And every single fight from that point on, Doing B just completely destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, that damage percent.
Yeah.
52% of the team stat. I knew it was high, but Jesus, that is insane. Even the kill participation, sky high. This man did so much work for LNG. I doubted the Corky pick. I'm very sorry, Mr. B. I should have known.
Yeah. He did some work, 52%. Well, not bad, not bad. It's only the highest I've ever seen. It's pretty reasonable. Yeah, this play from EDG, going way too deep, trying to get onto Iwandy and Tarzan, literally the worst two targets. And then Doing B is like, pew, nuclear bombs flying towards EDG as they just get completely wiped off of the face of the rift.
Absolutely destroyed. Those big ones seriously hurting. And again, this play here where look at that package, right? EDG are fighting on that package the entire time as they try and take this fight. Doomby once more, just free hitting from the back line. And then we get it again in this very last fight. We're just kidding. But this fight as well, right? Doomby once more, sets up beautifully with that package. So Viper is forced to fight on it. He's just getting absolutely rinsed by it alongside Tarzan. JJ and also Flundra have to jump across it. It was doing so much damage in these fights.
That package in the last fight, honestly, was the difference maker. Without the package, I think Viper maybe survives, and I think maybe that's a winnable fight for EDG, but don't be managing to carry things in the end on the Corky. And it's a pick that I didn't expect to see basically ever again after the nerfs. I thought it was going to be gone, but this AP Corky still working out. Sure, you can't line up the packages quite as well as you could with the Drakes, but that doesn't mean when the package is up, it's not still an incredibly powerful tool. And Doing B proving that one for us right here before our very eyes. And it means that LNG now 1-0 up in this series. And I think most people at home would be coming into this one anticipating LNG being a bit of an underdog coming in. But with I1D rejoining the squad, with Doonby still leaning on things like this core key, LNG managed to find themselves the advantage.
And we'll have to see if EDG can at least get that early lead once more and then power it through, or if LNG can cause that upset once again. Braves, Lee Sin and Nar banned away by LNG. We'll have to see what the final ban here for EDG is going to be.
See, no. Something that I'm a little surprised to see it banned. But I guess if you want to go for that Jace and you didn't feel like that was a very fun matchup last time because Ala was losing out in the 1v1 against Flandre's Gnar, I can see why you would go for the ban. It does still feel a bit weird to me, but the Zeri going to be locked in. The side of LNG, very strong first pick, almost always answered with a Jinx.
Yeah, I imagine the Jinx. I also think we'll get the Rise here. I think it's about getting some of these big counter picks. It was kind of a choice for LNG. It's like, hey, look, what are you planning to go for here? Is the Zeri, the Rise, the Hecarim? What do you want? So both the jungle pickup here for JJ is super strong alongside that Jinx, and also disrupts LNG to a certain extent. When you get this area, we usually see her with these kind of like compositions that all want to dive in on top of people like the Hecarim, but now Tarzan probably needs to fall back to something like the Volley Bear because of that, because you need that kind of, hey, we're going to get this forward, we're going to start aggressing into these fights and looking for those big engages. Maybe you get the Rise here for Doonby to try and round things out, but the Twisted Fate's still available if he wants to go for it, and with the Gwen and the Nara banned away, Graves as well, looks like Ala is just going to go back towards the Jace.
Yep, sticking with that one. Banned away the pick that he counters for this game, so he can be a little bit more comfortable in that top lane. We'll see where EDG are going to go with this one. Could go for a top laner here just to make sure that they have a good matchup for Flandre. But the other option is grab themselves a support, maybe a mid laner, but the Rise is available. It's going to be locked in.
I mean, Scout did really well on that pick in the last one. There was like one play where I was like, oh, you're used to being tanky. Outside of that, really good early game, good control. You get to ban away things like the Orianna, and again here, just for EDG in this second rotation, making sure that you're comfortable in this mid lane for Scout. There's the Galio ban as well from Doonby, just to make sure that they're going to be comfy. So I think for EDG, kind of setting the bunts more for this strong early game, good push bot, solid mid jungle matchup, and we're just to see, especially with the counter pick in topside potentially there for Flandre. I'm wondering what he will go to into this Jace. We've seen him Annie top, we've seen the Vladimir coming out for Flandre into this matchup. Malphite going to be taken off the board as well here for LNG, so we'll have to see what the plan is.
Galio and the Malphite gone, so a lot of tanks being removed from the situation, but JJ and Tarzan already have big tanks, so I'm kind of surprised that either team would be so focused on that, but the Twisted Fate being taken off. It's more about the global presence with this Galio, so that Scout can have the one roaming mid laner. And once again, this is the same strategy that we saw against Doonby in game number 1, right? The TF, the Galio, and that Karma, which not necessarily all in the first phase this time, but still those same 3 mid lane bans towards Doonby. See where LNG go. With that top lane ban, it is going to be a Gragas as well.
So I'm wondering now, like, you can get Kennen, could do okay, but again, like, we've seen Vladimir's, we've seen Annie's from Flandre, like, specifically for the Jace matchup. It's something that he had prepped for World, and we got to see him bring it out in the second week. But Tryndamere has been one of the big go-to answers into a lot of these ranged matchups on the top side, and Flandre feeling comfortable to opt into the 1-3-1 here.
Yeah, and it's one of these matchups that we've seen go both ways as well, right? The Tryndamere, if you can play it right, if you hold your E, you make sure you don't get knocked back afterwards, then you can win the fight. But also Jace, if you play it sort of perfectly, if you space it well, if you knock them back when they're in the middle of their E, you can win it out with the phase rush as well. So feels like an exciting matchup. And once again, looks like LNG going to lean on what they won game number 1 with. This Corki, the Doonby, will be locked in once more.
I don't know if I'm as happy with it this time. It felt like LNG in the last one had a definitive, hey, let's play at range. This time around, though, because you got the Zeri, who's relatively short range, it makes it a little bit tougher. Also, you don't have the ability to kind of answer for the 1-3-1 of EDG because you do lose out so heavily on that mid push, because Zeri just doesn't have the range to deal with Jinx. So if EDG get off to a relatively decent start, it can actually be quite tough for LNG to try and claw it back. But we saw them do it in the last game. Maybe they can do it once more.
Now to EDG for their final lock-in, which is very likely to be that support. support. Ooh, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? I don't know if you want to go for that against a full range composition, though. Certainly would work with disengage against the Zeri, but I don't know how well it does against the Jason or Corki.
Yeah, I think the thought process here is like, look, if I can get the Leona and the Volley Bear locked up with it, it actually means the backline for LNG have to run away. Like, you can't, it's very slow moving, but you do have to respect the ultimate from the Renata. So I think in that way, it's kind of like, hey, I'm going to isolate the front line so we can kind of deal with them, maybe even catch the Zeri in that, and then we can go and focus on the rest of LNG. So I do like the pick as well. Just getting that double range in the bot lane means you've got definitive push bot, you've got good push mid. It makes it very difficult for LNG to try and shut down Flandre in that top side when they've already got 2 losing lanes. And makes it quite easy for Scout to lean towards Flandre, JJ to get into that picture as well. Like, it feels again like EDG are the ones with the playing tools and LNG have to respond.
Yeah, the question will be if EDG can once again find advantages in that laning phase. This time, not throw it away, right? We saw about 20 minutes into the game go way too deep trying to force a pick and ended up completely losing control of the game. And once they lost that fight, it felt like they never regained control. LNG, very decisive moment in that game. Doombi especially stepping up. And then for the rest of the game, taking over, having control, finding those drakes and finding the Barons as well. But also, LNG, really aggressive trigger pull on the first Baron of the game as well, right? We saw them just absolutely blast that one down and find an objective with relatively little contest. So feels like actually LNG have been the more decisive of the two teams, which is the last thing I expected to say coming into this series.
I mean, EDG have been decisive. They just haven't been right decisions. You know, that's kind of the problem. I think, though, again, like, this was something that we highlighted at the start of the day when I saw JJ on the Jarvan. I was like, hey, look, sometimes he goes a bit too far. Like, he just overextends. That was the problem the last game. We're on the Hecarim. That was the pick that, again, I kind of highlighted saying, hey, look, sometimes JJ, when we get to these engagements, he will go too far. So, especially now that he's the primary engage tool, I'm a little bit worried if JJ hasn't got his cool head on him, that LNG might be able to punish. Because again, as you kind of rightfully pointed out, like, there's a lot of range on Doombi and Ala. If you are not finding the right engagements, LNG can turn these fights around.
And Flandre has taken a bit of a tag. I'm guessing Ala managed to get a shock blast in. As we start things off, LNG going for a bit of a late invade, getting some vision onto those chickens. Scout gets a couple of autos onto the ward, but obviously cannot finish that one off. EDG, I think, will likely try and answer, but it's going to be difficult, especially with the Renata, to be able to move in and get some vision. So this will be a slight vision advantage for LNG. I mean, does this matter, Dagda? Like, that deep ward? I feel like we always talk about this, these like deep wards early on. Like, does this actually matter? Or are we just going to see your standard clear and it's whatever?
So for EDG, I mean, JJ is 100% going to just go for standard clear. This Hecarim can have some early pressure, but much prefers when he's able to have a little bit of like setup. So I imagine for JJ it would be full clear, reset. Then maybe we'll get the ghost play into mid lane with like the flash setup from Scout. I don't know though if you really want to try and commit to that though, because Tarzan does have a really good response if you overcommit in that lane. Like, JJ is not going to be particularly tanky. If you can't get that burst damage on towards Doombi, they can turn that around. So you have to be very careful about how you try and play against the mid jungle for LNG.
Okay, so the vision, JJ now going to step onto that one as Ala loses the coin flip, gets crit, and that means he loses the lane, unfortunately. That is top lane over, unfortunately for Ala. Such is life against Junpei. I'm obviously exaggerating ever so slightly there, but it does always feel bad when you get crit on the 30% chance early on in the lane. It always feels a little bit more impactful, but Flandre going for the spin in, immediately knocked away, and that's pretty much this matchup in a nutshell.
In a nutshell does sound quite right, though, as well, to be honest. Scout, though, nice bit of damage there onto Doombi. And again, this is kind of where I expect the pressure to come from. Scout pushing mid, pushing bot as well with the double range. And it's going to make it a little bit tough for Tarzan to, like, have impact in these lanes. Especially as, like, JJ, it becomes so easy. Like, get control of river, make it a little bit easier for yourself to set up. But Last game, we saw Tarzan try and hide in this exact same brush. We'll have to see if it goes better this time.
Tarzan gets himself that Scuttle Crab, left both of his bottom camps up to be able to path up there, get the Scuttle Crab first. JJ is trying to get onto this bear. Tarzan is much more interested in efficient farming right now. Can move towards his bottom side, but Iwandi trying to set this crab up for him and then can go back to his initial 2 camps. So very nicely done here by Tarzan to find a little advantage over JJ.
Yeah, it does cost Allah though. Allah though realizing, hang on a second, if you're going to put all this pressure down towards the bot scuttle, I've actually got to reset to make sure that I'm not in danger of being dove. So Allah going to go for the quick reset, and this actually gives Flandre a nice timing to get his own reset in where he doesn't have to worry about the wave being pushed in. So there is always that like trade cost when you put that much attention on towards these early scuttles, and honestly doesn't really set JJ that far behind. Like, you've still only got your first level camps to clear out here as Tarzan on the bot side, so honestly JJ is kind of like, cool, like you're wasting time here and I'm actually getting a lot of the XP brought back up because my second round of camps are spent.
Well, Tarzan has just completely ignored his crooks. He's not even done the first round of crooks just yet. Flandre didn't actually manage to get that reset off that we talked about, so Allah will have a minor advantage up in this top side. Down in XP, but up in terms of items, at least for now, as JJ pathing down, or pathing up. He's hovering down, but he's already done his gromp, so I guess he's just looking to make a play on this bottom side. Pings in the bottom lane. Light and Iwandi could be in trouble as JJ tries to make his way down. Remember, EDG usually like to focus on these early Drakes. They didn't get it in game number 1. They want Iwandi instead, but nice little dodge from Iwandi. Avoids the hook for himself. That could be an opportunity now for JJ to start the Drake.
Iwandi doesn't handshake. He just walks away from that. JJ, though, still here. I think this might be a bit of an overcommit. Scout's starting to roam down, but he's only level 5.
EDG and overcommitting to a play. Name a more iconic duo in this series in particular. Bit of a reach, to be honest. But LNG are here. Tarzan spotted on the ward, I think. I'm not sure if he quite got close enough. Surely EDG not going to pull the trigger on this one in the end, as Viper should be able to at least grab himself a plate. Iwandi going to clear that ward away, and they realize they've been rustled. But regardless, they denied the dive, and that's what was crucial here.
Doomby will hit 6 in the mid lane though, and with push might actually move up towards his top side, so might be looking to see if they can punish Flandre again. Flandre hasn't reset, but looks like Doomby instead just going to sit in this mid lane, and the longer that Flandre stays in lane, the more it actually kind of favors Allah. Like, Allah's got to worry about the tier, although as I say that, so.
Ooh, Allah actually going back in, forces. Wait, no, he didn't ult. Flandre. Oh my god, this man has nerves of steel. I can't believe he didn't ult there.
Yeah, I mean, every other player that I've seen would be slamming that ult button, but I suppose hashtag calculated as JJ and Scout. I mean, this is going to be careful. Level advantage for JJ.
Yeah, Scout level 6 as well. JJ trying to get onto the crab. Going to be able to try and burst this one. Tarzan moving over. Neither jungler has an improved smite, but JJ gets the smite anyway. And LNG not really able to contest, unfortunately, for them. First straight for EDG, remember, as well. So a couple of advantages starting to be built up by EDG at this point. They do have a minor gold lead as well. Iwandi in the brush. Maybe wants to make something happen, but caught out by a sweeper. Tarzan getting the chickens in the meantime. They will be finished off as JJ actually gets reset on, so has to go back and finish those chickens off. Bit of a weird one because there was no Herald up just yet. Still not up for another minute. Both teams posturing fairly aggressively and moving a lot of players over to make this happen.
The thing is, though, like, the fact that EDG haven't been able to play through these strong winning lanes to get a bigger advantage says a lot about LNG. Like, Flandre sticking around in this top lane means that now you've got the reset for Allah. He's picked up the tier 2 boots. Means that he's going to be relatively alright against Flandre for those all-ins, just having that little bit more protection. But again, like, the reason I want to see Flandre reset sooner is because it means that you're actually able to, like, punish the fact you have to have this tier stop off for Allah. He's kind of got to a point now where he's okay. Like, Allah going for a bit of a greedier build and going for that tier first. So Flandre now not going to have as much pressure. You're looking at the mid lane. Scout hasn't been able to make any of these plays sticks. Viper and Mako as well. Like, yes, they're getting some push and bot, but they're not actually getting enough where they can chip away at the turret. Because they're afraid of, like, Iwandi and Tarzan coming down. So for LNG, like, a slower paced game like this kind of suits them because of the way the composition's set.
Does Allah trying to get a bit heavier with the trading up in that top side. I just feel like Flandre will need to find those opportune moments to be able to actually aggress upon Allah and get some damage back. So far, though, Flandre having that CS lead after what happened earlier on in that top lane matchup. So far, so good for him. The question is just what happens over the next few minutes, who can punish this matchup. But relatively even, honestly, across the entire scoreboard. Gold just about even as well. And I'm kind of nervous, Dagda. I feel like this is going to be one of those games where it's really, really quiet until it is. Then suddenly it's just back-to-back battles as Flandre tries to get onto Allah, but barely doing any damage at all.
Yeah, I thought they were going to try and play off Scout's push in mid to then rotate him up and look for the realm warp with JJ. Maybe look for the dive, but not going to do so. And now JJ actually cancelled the Rift Herald. And with Doomby now being able to answer for the push in mid, looks like JJ a little bit scared on starting up, but Tarzan looking for the counterplay instead. Wants to see if he can go for the dive on bot side.
Andre going for a trade onto Allah, but once again just getting bodied here. Scout moving towards this bottom lane, as is doing B. No package available here. Tarzan wants to try and make a dive happen. Viper instant cleanse on that solar flare. That was gorgeous to watch, but Light has a lot of damage to work with. Viper gonna get his reset. No, he isn't. He's gonna go down. LNG pulling off an absolute criminal play here, and there's nothing EDG can do about it. Without, even with Scout moving, they can't turn it. Scout, I thought he was going to go more aggressive there. I thought he was going to go 1v4, but regardless, LNG win it out, and Allah might do the same on the top side of the map.
No phase rush to move away. Allah won't go in, but LNG are making the plays happen. TP from Doomby back to the mid lane to collect that wave as well, and Flandre wants it.
Oh, he certainly does, but he's not going to find it. JJ moving over as well. Allah maybe goes for a trade here.
It's a base.
Trying to look juicy. He's trying to look juicy. Flandre, the juiciest of them all, as JJ comes in. Gets onto Allah. The fear is there. Flandre can't finish the kill, though. Has to use his endless rage here. Will finally pull the trigger on the ulti, and Tarzan with the dubstep smite to finish it off.
The bait into bait. You see there, Allah's like, you know what? Oh, no, I'm going to play for it. Don't mind me, Flandre. I'm just being silly, but Tarzan is coming right in behind him. So well played by LNG across the board here. So, see Doomby, we talked about him getting that push because Scout had kind of hovered up towards the top side, but there's not enough people here fast enough on EDG side to try and shut it down. Viper not able to get the reset either. So LNG managed to get this play. And then as well, just on the top side, another kill going for Tarzan. So 3 quick kills now going the way of LNG. A nice little gold lead ballooning for them.
Yeah, and you know, I remember back in Worlds, me and you, Dagda, were giggling about the idea of stupid, sexy Flandre, right? And I feel like he's been out-sexied. I feel like Alan managing to look even juicier than Flandre himself, which is going to sound really weird. In case anyone doesn't know what we're on about, look juicy is a call-out that we always go for in our games when we're playing with friends. And it's like, try and bait. Look juicy, right? You want them to, like, if an apple's juicy, that's the one you want to go for, right? So you're trying to bait them in. Yeah, bit weird without that context, I think. So just thought I'd drop that in the conversation quickly. LNG could grab themselves a Drake. It's 3-0. 1,000 gold lead, as you alluded to earlier. JJ wants to answer that one. Does have a Herald still in pocket, remember. And I think that's the next question, is where JJ goes with that Herald.
I mean, I don't know if he's going to get a chance. He wants to try and move him bot, but they're diving again.
Oh my days. It's just pure chaos in this one. Light gets a plate. The 4-man play in the bottom side from LNG to get Light 1 play. I like it. Smart macro right there.
But I like that we're seeing LNG playing towards Light this time around, because the composition from LNG isn't really set up to try and play sides. It's about grouping and playing for objectives and looking to use that range with Doomby and Allah, and then having Light when EDG close the gap to be the big carry is Allah will be alright. But the fact that you're like getting Doomby roaming down, you're getting these plates, these are actually going to help LNG in the long run. And again, like LNG, we talked about in the last game, a bit of a different style of composition than we're used to with them. Well, this is kind of the same thing now. Although it has like elements of side lane, this is more about grouping and using range.
Yeah, it really is. I love how both mid laners as well, on Ryze and Corki, like, you'll occasionally see rockets thrown out at each other, and like, they'll trade if the other mispositions, but realistically, they both know there is 0 kill threat in this lane without help, and help has arrived for LNG. Doomby goes aggressive. Iwandi and Tarzan trying to make a play happen, but it is just going to be mid lane cleared up here in the end, trying to fight for priority. No neutrals up for another couple of minutes just yet, though, so JJ moves up to that top side, and we do finally get to see that Herald drop down. And Flandre getting a much-needed influx of gold. You can see he's about even on gold right now, but with this plate plus 2 more from the Herald, Flandre finds himself a lead up in that top side.
He traded for Light in the bot lane. Light has been left alone on this bot side. Nerdy takes the turret, so all is said and done, kind of even again, which is why we're still holding on to that 1,500 gold lead, as Light kind of knows he's pretty much all right here. Mako not going to be able to get too much of an engage on him, so threatening up in the lane. Flandre should take this top lane tower. Unless Tarzan is here, wants to say something.
Yeah, Flandre trying to make that happen, but Ale goes for a bit of an all-in underneath the tower, forces him away, makes him realize that if he goes for that, he will pay for it. Viper taking a chunk of the slow. There's a solar flare and another instant cleanse. Man, Viper, he's not CC'able.
Yeah, Captain Viper over here instantly getting that away. Nice job, but again, a bit of an overextension there to try and take it. But EDG now putting pressure onto this top side. Flandre will finally get this. And it's interesting to see the Flandre's actually opted for the Gale Force early here. We usually see the Hullbreaker Hullbreaker first on these top laners, just because one, it's really good against Jace. As we said, Jace doesn't really build it. And two, just keeping up with the split push is great, but it looks like, at least with this build, Flandre at the moment thinking more about the team fight. So I'm curious to see if he's going to go for the Hullbreaker second here, or if he's just going to go for the Navori Quick Blades, because the Gale Force does let you kind of have that stickability to Ale, but I think the Hullbreaker will certainly decide whether Flandre is playing for lane or if he's playing for team fight.
Yeah, I think with the Ghost as well, though, this Gale Force definitely makes things a bit more difficult for Ale, right? You can't just knock Tryndamere away and be safe anymore, so perhaps just trying to find a little bit more individual pressure, not necessarily in terms of the split push, because, you know, Hullbreaker definitely trumps Gale Force for that, but in terms of threatening an actual kill. I'm surprised he let Ale recall there. I feel like you could have contested that one, but Flandre obviously wanting no top laner to be there for now.
Yeah, especially with the Rift Turtle about to spawn, they're just like, hey, look, that's cool. You reset. That'll give us priority on the objective. Viper, though.
Viper knew that was greedy. He went for an extra auto on those back minions, and instantly he Gale Forces and flashes away. He knew he was stepping too far. But that does mean now, for a Herald fight, Viper, no flash, no cleanse, no Gale Force. He's going to be in a precarious spot if LNG can punish. Herald down to 5,000. His scout is off on a flank, but he's stood on a ward as well. EDG on the wrong side of the map here. I feel like LNG in a good spot, but Scout wants to go for the flank. In they go with the all-in. Flandre behind enemy lines as well. JJ falls though, and Flandre's 1v4. He just doesn't have the damage to make that happen, or does he? Finds one for his trouble. LNG forced away here. They still win the fight though.
LNG are all so low. EDG still able to threaten here. That's why LNG are confident to just go back over towards the Rift Herald, but bit of a messy engage from EDG. No one really able to follow up on that one, and you can see Scout and Viper trying to play over the wall, but LNG just able to kite back into that nice little nook in their jungle and make sure that EDG can't follow up. LNG will get the dragon for their wins.
They certainly will. So EDG struggling when it comes to the neutral objective game in this series, and that was one of the things we came in saying, that EDG was one of the very best at in the entire league, but LNG have done a great job of answering for that. It will be an Ocean Soul this game as well, so very valuable when you're running a poke composition. If you can deny that Ocean Soul, if you can get that for yourselves, well, the siege only gets stronger.
And here's the thing, when LNG have a lead at the 15-minute mark, they're one of the best at closing out. I mean, they're 86% win rate when they have a lead at 15, and they certainly have a lead, but you can see here, EDG, right, JJ and Flandre think, hey, look, we can carry this through, but Mako, the ult doesn't really set up much. Like, Flandre's already dead by the time that connects. Viper has only thrown an ultimate into this fight. It was just too far afield for EDG to try and follow up, and you can see with how low the health bars are. Even if you could get a handful of auto attacks in there from Viper, that could have been a very difficult.
And it feels like this is the exact same issue that we saw in game number 1 from EDG, right? We see JJ like, okay, we've got to make something happen, just ults in, forces a fight, but the rest of the team not able to go as deep, and it's exactly the same kind of fight that we saw in game number 1 that lost EDG their lead. They went too deep, JJ went too far, where the rest of the team couldn't follow up, and it feels like EDG struggling to get any kind of control. This time they haven't lost the lead. This time they've been behind the entire time. And LNG now 2,000 gold up with an extra tower going down as well. That'll be even more gold in their pockets. 5 men strong in the mid lane. They're just trying to brute force here. There's a realm warp used by Scout to deny any kind of dive.
Yeah, LNG just trying to play around the fact that Doomby has this package, trying to force as much as they can while that's available. Flandre now spotted on the flank. I feel like LNG are just going to turn onto Flandre or turn on towards this Riptail.
Yeah, Doomby just flies halfway across the map with that package, but a TP from Scout. No matter where you go, LNG, Scout has something to get there. Realm warping to the mid lane, TPing to the top lane. Scout just following LNG around the map wherever they go. But LNG backing away from the Herald here. It's actually EDG that end up in control.
Yeah, Ala is on the spot side, so trying to get control over that side of the map instead. And I'm trying to figure out, I think this actually might be more valuable for LNG, like getting control of the map, because where does EDG actually use this Rift Herald? Like, maybe they use it in the mid to get some pressure around this next dragon that's coming up, but I really feel like getting the map in your favor here as LNG instead, and like trying to play to like take top tier 1, maybe top tier 2 could actually be the better call here. Just get some of the standing gold that's on the map in your favor instead of looking fully at this dragon.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on this Renata as well, because I feel like this is a pick that we've really not seen that much of just yet. Like, we've seen a couple of teams dabbling, but really, it's not exactly meta right now. And so far this game, I'm yet to really be convinced at the value that it's bringing to the table. It doesn't feel like LNG have had... Like, if they're going to dive in, like, I can see the value, right? The ult is obviously great in that situation, but against this comp from LNG, so far, absolutely nothing, you know?
Yeah, I think it can have its moment if you are able to kind of like have that separation from LNG. Like, hey, look, we've hit Tarzan, we've hit Iwandi with the ult. The rest of LNG are running for the hills to get away from us. That where you separate LNG, you're like, cool, we deal with the front line, then we deal with everyone else. Could work out as Rocket just to check the Baron. But yeah, I think that's where it can work. But at the moment, it means that on an EDG side, who actually like face checks a lot of the vision control that isn't there. Like traditionally, it's like, hey, we got an Alistair, Leona, someone along those lines who can actually face check this brush. That's not really the case. JJ's the only real one who can do it, and even he's only on one item, so not exactly the tankiest of people. So for EDG, that's why we're seeing like the rocket by Viper to check the Baron, because they're like, look, we actually can't face check into our jungle without spotting multiple members of LNG first, because if they're hiding in a bush, we just die, we lose Baron, and we lose the game.
You could just blast your ult into the brush, see if they're there. If they're not there, it's terrible. But if they are, man, that could be the play of the game. Not ideal, I will say. But yeah, and I just want to clarify as well, I'm not necessarily flaming the Renata pick. It's not that I dislike it inherently. I'm more just saying I need to see more from it. I need to be convinced on the pick because, again, we've not really seen it used that effectively so far in the LPL. Here we go. Drake coming up in 20 seconds, though, Dagda. And EDG would really love to grab this one. Flandre slowed by Tarzan, the Zap, and a Gale Force as well. Means Flandre does get out to safety here. Scout just hanging out in the mid lane for the time being. He wants to be able to contest this next wave that arrives, but that might mean LNG can just start this one off for free.
Yeah, I mean, JJ has this Rift Herald, which he can place in the bottom side, but I don't know. It doesn't really feel like he's going to get much setup. LNG, though, haven't watered their flanks.
It's a 50-50 potentially, but JJ gets a fear onto Doomby, jumps into the rest of his team once more, but he's just not tanky enough. The bailout will do no such thing. And now the rest of EDG aggressed upon Tarzan, has some damage. There's the dragon going down. Flandre onto the backline. He's on Doomby as well, but he can't quite finish that kill off. Gets his heal off, walks away with his life somehow. And EDG go 1-for-1, but ultimately they lost the Drake.
They lost the dragon, and honestly, they burnt a lot in that fight to try and make it happen. Even the double flashes from Scout and Mako. LNG, though, they still have the range, they still have the poke, and they're still able to keep EDG at bay.
Honestly, Dagda, I'm struggling to see the win condition for EDG here. I'm struggling to see the way that this works out for them, unless you just have a huge wombo combo where the big fear comes out from JJ, the ult from Mako, Viper can clean up. Like, aside from that, I really don't know how this works.
The win condition for EDG was about 15 minutes. Like, set these dragons up early, make sure that you're able to play through these side lanes, you know, get Scout roaming on the map, get him active, playing towards this trainer in the top side, set LNG irreversibly behind. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Now EDG are scrambling to try and play a team fight when that composition is not set up for it, and LNG are doing a wonderful job of, like, Tarzan and Wandy kiting back, allowing Ala and Doomby to do the majority of the work. I mean, you can see it there, right? Ala most damage in that fight until you actually get EDG engaging in onto Light. Like, that's when Light can play.
Yeah, absolutely. And Doomby on this core keep once again. Not doing so much in that last fight, but he's ramping up. Look, close to getting that Ludens as his third item, and that will be really where Doomby comes in online here. I1D going to try and check up towards the top side. Baron on the map at this point, and it is an LNG in control. And I want to remind everyone, this is an LNG that lost the series 2-0 to JDG. They got flattened by JDG. And then most recently, we're against LGD, one of the bottom teams in the league. Went the full 3 games, and it was messy the entire time. Now coming up against EDG, a team that I would have considered the favorite coming into this series. They are looking really clean. They are looking like they have a clear game plan. And this draft strategy, trying to ban out Doomby, has not worked at all for EDG.
No, and for EDG, it's been super sloppy. Like, no real contention of where they want to put their... there's no real idea where they wanted to put their early pressure. Now, that will be spotted with that rocket this time around. That LNG are on the Baron. EDG, I mean, you don't really have JJ here yet.
I mean, can they contest here? Realm Warp going to come on through from Scout and Mako. 3k on the Baron. Is it going to be a flip? Scout aggressed upon. Has the Zhonya's. Buys himself some time. Flandre already low as well, though. There's the big ulti coming out from Mako. Is it enough? Flandre on the backline knocked back by Ala, but I1D will go down as well. Surely flashes out, actually keeps himself safe. It's one pick for EDG. They back away once more, but they found a kill onto Doomby.
Yeah, 1-for-1. One kill going the way of LNG. EDG matched the back, but still have to be careful of LNG being able to aggress forward with the long-range damage that they have. But greedy from LNG. There's no reason to try and, like, force that. It's not like you're trying to get out a TP from Scout or anything like that. It's just a case of them trying to brute force their way into this Baron, and they kind of get called on it. And this is what we talked about, is if LNG are the ones engaging, it becomes very easy for Mako to get these big ultimates. And I think this was beautiful here. Like, you get it across everyone, no real way for LNG to escape. Doomby ends up auto-attacking his teammates, and that just sets up for Flandre there to actually turn this around.
Very nicely done. Flandre getting in the middle of everyone. And I have to say, Flandre in the team fights has been doing his best, right? I feel like Flandre has been the good thing about the EDG team fights across the course of this game. Managing to have some level of influence, because it doesn't feel like the rest of the team has really been able to do all too much so far. But you can never count a squad like this out. At the end of the day, this is the World Championship team. This is a team that, going into the World Championship, a lot of people, myself included, didn't believe that they were the favorite from the LPL, despite being the first seed from the region. They proved everyone wrong. They've proven everyone wrong so many times in the past. And it's easy to believe for me that they could prove us wrong in this game as well, but I'm still struggling to see it. I'm still struggling to see the scenario where they win, as Light literally 1v1ing JJ in the river.
Yeah, the biggest problem for EDG is that you've got 30 seconds until this Dragon. Viper doesn't have an Infinity Edge completed. You've got 3 items on towards Light. You've nearly got the Luden's Echo there, and Ally's hitting like a truck. You need that Infinity Edge for Flandre to really carry this fight, but they just don't have the time to get there. And now LNG, with this mid priority, are going to be able to zoom themselves into River. Already have the vision control set up in EDG's jungle to spot out where EDG are.
Scout is on 3 items. He's going full AP Rise once more. That has to be the answer, I think. Him and Flandre, the solo laners from EDG, have to make it happen. But on the other side, Light is big, Doomby is big, Ala is big. There are 3 carries on the LNG squad. And they've been winning so far this game as they move in towards the potential soul here. Tarzan might just go for a 50-50 smite here. He doesn't actually have that much to lose. If EDG get the strike, it doesn't matter too much for LNG. The 50-50 goes the way of Ala in the end. And now the fight ensues. Tarzan turns gold to Flandre in the middle of everyone. Maybe this is it for EDG. 2 kills, 1 for Viper. Is Doomby trying to escape, but the realm warp forwards. Can they find any more? Scout turns gold and keeps himself alive. Ala stunned against his support here, but Light charging forward, getting the resets. Bail out onto Viper. Viper falls though. JJ in the back line. Light turning it around. Mako alone. And LNG somehow find it.
Light played that fight beautifully, putting himself right in the thick of EDG to carry LNG across the line. LNG now, they're pushing for the win. 30-second death timers. It's only Mako alive.
And once again, a singular fight in the late game, and LNG will close things out. Or will they? Mako alive, 10 seconds on JJ. Flandre coming up shortly as well. 10 seconds on Viper. One tower down. Is LNG trying to finish things off? Good CC out from Mako. He's buying as much time as he can, but the Nexus is bare. The respawns aren't there, and LNG make the upset happen 2-0 over EDG.
And LNG just coming out swinging in that fight. This was a team that had a lot of doubts around them. Game number 1, the early game did not look clean, but game 2 was a very different story from LNG. The fact that they're able to take control of this early stage, turn that into clean team fights, and as well, the big difference maker being Light. We opted into at the start of the day say, hey, look, what are you going to do, LNG? Are you going to play around split push? Are you going to play around Ala? Are you going to continue with this style? Play around Light in that bot side. They play around Light, and in that final fight, that's where those dividends were paid. That's where all their hard work paid off.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. And you know, Light having an amazing game on this series as well. I feel like we didn't talk about Light enough during that game because there were other players that were flashier, but ultimately this series, you don't necessarily need to be that flashy to just dominate a game, because if you are ignored for too long in a fight, you will just shred. You will just annihilate those health bars, and Light managing to do that in the final fight. Beautifully done. And once again, LNG back to back, showing EDG that their macro just isn't good enough. This objective-based gameplay that we talked about at the start of the day, LNG had an answer for it.
Well, the thing is, the objective-based gameplay relied on the team fights, and EDG's team fights really fell afoul here today. Like, you talk about the initial engage they tried to make in game number 1 that really, like, just trying to get that pick at the 20-minute mark, completely falling apart. You look at this game as well, the engagement that we had at the Rift Herald, not connecting at all. Viper not able to get into the fight whatsoever, whereas you've got the entirety of LNG working through there. And it just felt like we didn't get that kind of clean front-to-back fight. Again, this has been something that a lot of analysts have been looking at EDG going, what the hell's going on? Because you're supposed to be this clean team fighting team. That's what made you so special in 2021. But that's now gone. We're not seeing that anymore.
Where's the line? Where is the line, Doctor? Azael in absolute shambles somewhere in the world. Over in LA, he's, you know, crying into his pillow, missing the slight curve that we used to see from EDG every single team fight. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a bit disastrous for EDG, and off the back of such a good start to the year as well. That's the part that sort of boggles my mind a little bit, is that EDG came in, everyone was like, well, they'll have a big lull. They just won Worlds. I'm sure they had a really big holiday. I'm sure they had a lot of time off. Apparently not. They dominated the first couple of weeks, and then it's been more recently that they've started to fall off. And that is kind of disappointing to see, and hopefully best of 5 can turn that one around for EDG, but there's a lot of question marks to be answered.
So the problem that I have with EDG is that at the start of the split, they're playing against a bunch of the easy teams. Like, I'm just looking at it here. So JDG, who was massively struggling. And it was TT, Ultra Prime, GWB. That was their entry into the split. Then you look at their back half and it's like, oh, you're playing against all the top teams. Well, they lose to Weibo, lose to V5, Top Esports, ORG, lose to Anyone's Legend. Now, they did beat BLG in what was like an insane fight between Viper and Uzi, but now losing to LNG as well. Like, this is EDG pretty much losing to everyone that they were set to face in playoffs.
Yeah, it's a tough one for EDG as they are struggling against the top teams, and I don't know if best of 5 will be enough for that to be resolved when we come around to playoffs. But I want to talk about LNG as well, because I feel like we're just commiserating the loser here. But LNG showing up, and I think a lot of fans at home will have a huge sigh of relief, because remember, this is the team that went to 3 games against LGD. This is the team that lost to both Top Esports and JDG. They went to 3 games against TT as well. Like, their recent series have been somewhat disastrous, honestly. To come in here, show up against EDG, and yes, EDG, we've talked about it, this is not a team that's firing on all cylinders right now, but a clean 2-0 from LNG fills you with confidence that this is a team that maybe can ramp up towards the end of the season now, and when it gets to playoffs, have a good run, because that's what happened in summer. If you think back, LNG came into those playoffs and they were not a favorite, but they made it all the way through the top side of the bracket, and if they could gear up like this towards the end of the split once again, maybe in playoffs, maybe in best of fives, they can look like a favorite once more.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it kind of feels like you're getting the understanding for LNG as to where the game plan's falling apart, right? I think coming in with I1D looking much better, much smoother. The shot calling overall is looking a lot cleaner in the early stages. Still hit or miss a little bit, I will say, in the game number 1, but able to bring it back, which was the more crucial part. I also think as well, like, getting picks for Allah that can actually play into the team fight seems to work a lot better for them. Like, in this series, we didn't really see them try and go for split push very often, but their team fighting looked pretty damn clean, especially with Allah on this chase. I think that's going to be the big one that we start to play more towards for LNG, because playing around light has been paying dividends for them. It's just about trying to make that your strength in team fights that was kind of lacking for LNG.
And do you know, I feel like this series has kind of revisited for me what was so exciting about this roster when this split started, right? Because when you think back to LNG last year versus this year, you know, bringing a couple more big names in, like Dumby, for example, in that mid lane, like trying to fix a couple of the holes that they had last year, and especially at the World Championship. And everyone was so excited about, like, Dumby Tarzan as a 2v2. Allah having a bit more support from a much more supportive mid laner as well. Like, Light getting another split on this team as well, being able to continue to show his ability. But I1D alongside him. Speaking of, by the way, Light is going to be the MVP from this game. And I feel like what we saw in this series kind of shows that they do have this versatility. They do have this list of talent that they can lean on in series like this. And I hope we get to see more of that.
And that's the thing. I mean, for Light, I don't want to make the pun on glimpses, but we've seen like little glimpses of him like having those moments where he can pop off. Like back in 2020 when he first joined LNG, like he played a lot of the Tristana, they played down towards him, he had these big moments. Now we're starting to see it on things like the Zeri. In this game, he's having absolutely exceptional moments. I'm really happy to see what Light can do, because when he gets these leads and he is enabled correctly, it feels like he's got those moments where he can shine. And this one here for me, this was beautiful. Like fighting back, making sure that he's got scout, but the nerves of steel here to send himself in over the wall with potentially 4 people on EDG there. This was gorgeous. This was what won the game for LNG.
Yeah, Light literally going in 1v5. Like, he doesn't have vision on where Flandre was. Like, just going over the wall, knowing that he's stacked up, knowing the health bars are low, and being willing to pull that trigger. And honestly, like, if we just... Me and you had a conversation about AD carries, like, maybe a week or 2 ago. And one of the defining factors of what sets Viper apart from most of the other AD carries and players like Jackie Love as well is that they're willing to pull the trigger and they're willing to be the big carry, make the big moment happen, make a play on their own, because a lot of AD carries rely too much on their team. I feel like this moment from Light fills me with confidence and makes me much more willing to believe in him as a big carry for the team, because this is the kind of play that we're not really that used to seeing from Light. And we, again, as you said, there have been moments where he's done that, but it's not been consistent like it is with, I mean, Jackie Love, I don't know if consistent is the word. He consistently goes for the plays, whether they work is a different conversation. But Viper especially, like, I feel like maybe Light, if he can keep that kind of performance up, will start to eke his way up those power rankings and start to put himself in that echelon of AD carry.
And I think that's the big one for me, is like if we can get that consistency from Light. But it does, as you say, like the fact that LNG have been giving him resources and now he's responding with plays like this, I want to see if that continues for playoffs.
Fingers crossed, but that is going to be it from us today, Doctor. So let's take a look at our results as we wind things down. And mate, it's only half 12. Like,
I know.
This stream has only been live for 3.5 hours. That is absolutely insane. 2-0 to FPX, 0-2 in favor of LNG for our second series as well. Very fast games today. And that means a lot of changes in the standings. LNG now 10-5, climbing their way up. 4th place now, tied with RNG and Weibo, and actually having that exact tie in terms of game difference with Weibo. Weibo having the head-to-head from earlier on in the split.
Yeah, my eyes are drifting down towards the bottom, though. Still trying to find out how those last 3 spots of playoffs are going to go, especially OMG. Really going to have to go the distance as well, because they're COVID scared. Their games have been delayed until our week after we are supposed to be finished. So that's going to make our standings quite interesting come that final week to see if OMG can eke themselves back into play.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that the two lowest down in the standings still have 3 series to go each.
Yeah.
They have the most games to play, so it may look like OMG and Anyone's Legend are, further away from it than the likes of FPX or BLG, but actually, with the amount of games they still have, it's perfectly possible. Now, tomorrow, this is one of the days that, as you mentioned, OMG's match is getting delayed, so tomorrow there will only be 1 series, and it's Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend. But I want to add a caveat here, because I'm sure a lot of you at home will be thinking, Top Esports, Anyone's Legend, that's an easy win for Top Esports. But Anyone's Legend used to be Rogue Warriors. And if you look back in history, Rogue Warriors beats Top Esports almost every single time they face. No matter the standings, for some reason, Rogue Warriors just always had the mojo. And that's Top Esports' biggest strength. They got out-mojoed every time, Dan.
And I was just looking there. Anyone's Legend have a 100% win rate when ahead of 15. Because of course the Panda Warriors do. So if Top Esports make those mistakes, be damn sure that those Panda Samurai are going to take them down.
Yeah, you better believe it. That's going to be an exciting one. And, worst case scenario, it'll be a hilarious, fun series to watch regardless. That's going to be it from us, though. Thank you so much for casting with me, as always, Dagda. It has been a pleasure. And thank you once again to our production team for putting it all together. That's going to be it from us. So we will see you tomorrow for that absolute banger. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.